Good afternoon and welcome to America's Day at the Races. We are here and live in South Ozone Park, Queens. It's Belmont at the Big A, the penultimate day of racing where we have a greatest stakes doubleheader. Baby Yoda took kindly to his stretch out and distance for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He'll try it again in the Grade 2 Kelso. Jackson Traveler, the Maryland bred, is a lukewarm 7-2 morning line favorite in today's Bold Ruler. He's back in action in New York and still to come. Coming at 7:30, we'll kick off coverage of the Breeders' Crown from Woodbine Mohawk Park and the Pacer Bulldog Hanover. He is the world record holder for a mile. And then the venerable 7-year-old mare, she has earned over $3.4 million in earnings, but the one thing missing from her mantelpiece is a Breeders' Crown win. She'll try it for the 5th time. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We are always proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Another picture-perfect fall day here in the tri-state area, as this is the final Saturday for the inaugural Belmont at the Big A meet, as we do have horses on the track warming up for today's first race. We'll get to that in a moment, but I'm Maggie Wolfendale, so pleased to be joining you here on this wonderful Saturday afternoon, fast and firm here on the Big A strip, and a lot of good racing to come. As I mentioned, those 2 graded stakes, as well as the wad for the 2-year-old boys and the pumpkin pie for some fillies and mares, but they are wide open races. And to help you through all the action, at least early on here with me, I'd like to welcome in my co-host, multi-grade 1 winning trainer, Rick Schosberg. And what, Rick, have you gone 3 for your last 3 runners here at the Big A?
We've been doing pretty well here, yeah, there's no doubt about it.
It's like you announce your retirement and the horses say, we'll just keep winning, try to reel you back in.
People keep saying you should announce your retirement more often, but that's not the way I see it. I see after every big win streak, there's always that downhill slide. So we're doing fine, and the horses are running well, and the owners are happy. And listen, I've been in the game a long time, but it's fun to win. There's no doubt about that.
You guys are rocking it out there, as well as Clear Star Stables. Racking up the winners, as we'll take a look though at the field for race number 1, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course for the New York bred fillies and mares, and we do see the scratch of the plain one in here. Therefore, her stablemate Erisima can draw in. As Rick, we do see the favorite in here, Photon. It was a messy race last time that several of these horses come out of. Back on September 30th, she was right there on the wire. She wasn't one that was necessarily interfered with, but I still think she ran a good race. The public sees it that way too.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. This is a real racing oddity. There's 2 horses in this race, a maiden race, that have won and been disqualified. Several horses come out of both of those races, and in turf racing, the trip counts for everything. So yes, you want to be able to look at that race and say they already won, so they're logical, but the other horses were right on their heels. So it was a very interesting race to handicap.
It really was, as number 8, Succulent, one of those 2 horses, her and Bavarian Cream in here, have been disqualified from wins. Now, I thought both decisions could have gone either way, but Succulent, when she won, I found it very hard to believe that they did take her down in the end.
Yeah, and honestly, I've spoken to some of the connections here. I trained for Mrs. Malloy from Edition Farm. She bred this filly, and she was questioning the call, and so she's back in here today, and she's actually my pick for the day, and I love her name. She's out of a Cactus Ridge mare.
So
of course you got to call her
succulents. Do you have succulents in your house?
We have succulents in our house. I'm sure we do somewhere.
Much to Tom's dismay.
They don't take much watering, so that's good.
That's good because I forget to water them, but I don't forget to welcome in the 3rd member of our team. That is former champion jockey Richard Migliore. And Mig, your thoughts on number 4, Cape Cod Causeway, as she was one of those horses that was interfered with in that September 30th race, and she sure was coming at the line.
Yeah, Maggie, and you know that I can be pretty critical of Stewart's decisions. And that day, I understood why they took Succulent down. Succulent was the best horse, and she was going by the 4 Cape Cod Causeway when she bothered her. But Cape Cod Causeway got beat a nose for second, And by the way the rules are written, if it costs the horse a placing in the view of the stewards, so I could understand why they did it, although I believe Succulent was best that day. Cape Cod Causeway is going to be my top selection because I think that she's got the right style for this race. I think some of the main contenders have speed, and if they get hooked up a little bit early, because with contenders with speed, you've got to respect the other contenders with speed, and you tend not to get to, steal a race, if you will. Sometimes on horses that are less fancied, you make the lead. Everybody goes, well, that horse will come back to me, and that's how you steal races. Not with horses that are some of the favorites. So Cape Cod Causeway looks good, will be my top selection. Photon is a horse that I think will be a part of the pace, and I thought she was very game last time when just narrowly beaten by Bavarian Cream, and that was her first time stretching out, so she could take a step forward. Succulent, I mean, she looks great, but her races in Saratoga are just so much better than anything she's done elsewhere, and that's why I kind of gravitated in other directions. I just wonder if that maybe she just really likes that upstate air. And then the 10 horse, it makes a lot of sense, and I think she'll be tough to beat. It's Pimanova. She has speed, though, and I just wonder if her and a horse like Photon maybe don't heat things up in the middle, plus the outside draw. That's why I gravitated more to the inside with the 4, Cape Cod Causeway.
Those inside post positions often at a premium, but if you want to play along with today's races, you can opt into the showdown when you check out NYRA.com/showdown, and it's a free to enter handicapping contest in which you can play against fans and friends, watch your name climb the leaderboard, and you can earn some real prizes as well. And Richie mentioning the layoff runner in here, number 10, Pimanova, as she had two-turn races at Gulfstream Park against Open Company. Now, last time we saw her, she went through some pretty tepid fractions, considering what we often see down there at Gulfstream, and still wasn't able to seal the deal. But we did see a pretty significant layoff thereafter as they are heading in line. We'll see what the layoff runner Pimanova does here in the openers. We head up to John Brial, who brings you this call of race 1 from Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. It was a bit of a hesitant start for the 6. She's Natural. They have made the turn and have straightened away, and from the outside it is Pimanova who's got the early lead. Pimanova's in front. Arissa Ema now moving up on the outside with a Photon down at the rail and racing in 3rd. Lemmy Drink is next in 4th, followed by a Headstrong Bavarian Cream in 5th. Down at the rail is a Cape Cod Causeway running in 6th. As the field goes around the turn, in between horses is Can't Fool Me. Then it is Succulent. She's a Natural. And trailing the field is Honor Star in 10th, the quarter over the firm turf, 23 3/5 seconds. Pimanova leads here by 3/4 of a length. Arissa Ema is on the outside in second by 1.5 lengths. And then down at the rail, it is a Photon. The favorite is in 3rd position. And on the outside is a Lemmy Drink. And then we come back on the outside to Bavarian Cream. Cape Cod Causeway has made up some ground down at the rail. The half mile, 49 3, still Pimanova. The one to catch here leads by a length. Arissa Ema is in 2nd. Photon is at the rail on the outside, and moving up is Bavarian Cream. Bavarian Cream now makes a quick move and moves up into 2nd, and Photon is gaining a bit of ground. The field is in the stretch, 3/4 in 1:14 1. It is Pimanova on the outside. Bavarian Cream now charging up and looking for a way through is Photon. Photon now has to move down to the rail. Can't Fool Me is in with a chance on the extreme outside. Here comes Can't Fool Me with a burst at the end to win it and to start the day with an 8-1 shot.
Well, she had an unencumbered trip down the lane this time around as she was involved in that DQ last time out, but Can't Fool Me made the last move a winning one here, Rick.
Yeah, I tell you what, I had her as my first pick, and I
trust your
switched
first
it.
instinct.
Yeah, trust my first instinct. what really stuck out about this filly is the last quarter in her last race. They went
Right.
113 and finished in 36 and change, and she made up about 5 or 6 lengths. So her turn of foot at the end of that race was really extraordinary.
8-1. I thought she was the one doing the most running in that race coming. If you like that race, then you could come up with her. If you didn't like that race, I understand. There's 4 horses on the line. They usually don't result in winners, but you got a winner here at 8-1 over Photon at 9-5. We'll bring you official prices, but we got to talk about the ABR race of the week. It is coming up. Actually, right around the corner, Rick. It's a
Fifth
race
today.
number 5 as Baby Yoda. He's installed at 6-5 on the morning line for Belmont. He made short work of his possibly overmatched rivals when stretching out for the first time.
Yeah, he really was extraordinary in this mile race over this racetrack on a day very similar to today, and won by 10.5. Could have won easier. I couldn't have won easier, but he was really under wraps here, and I think it sets him up absolutely perfectly for this race. You know, you got obviously Morello, last year's Gotham winner, who likes the racetrack as well, coming off a good solid win at Laurel. But Baby Yoda really is going in with a head of steam and a world of confidence.
Do you think Baby Yoda is the likely speed in here from the outside?
You know what? When you're on the outside, even if you are the true speed, you still have the opportunity to take a look at what's going on inside. Somebody could have outbroke the gate, or everybody could be heels behind you. So I think you got a Hall of Fame rider on his back, and you got a Hall of Fame trainer putting the saddle on. Let them do their thing, and the horse will answer all those questions for you.
That's Baby Yoda from the harness track.
My goodness, he's looking around going, I'm not pulling one of those things.
No way, sir. This is possibly his main competition. 4-1 morning line on number 3, Morello in here. This was the scene of his last graded stakes win, the Grade 3 Gotham, going back to earlier this year. Got a little off track, Rick, but he came back at Laurel last time on October 8th. Now, that was just 21 days ago. Is that too quick of a turnaround? Also, he has trouble getting out of the gate.
Yeah, he never really shows early, but I think his last race at 6 furlongs, I think it's a perfect setup here. Obviously, ideally, you might want to have another week in between. But listen, you got another Hall of Fame trainer, and you got Dylan Davis riding him for the very first time. I'm sure he's probably been on his back in the morning. I think it sets up good for him also. It's just a matter of whether he can run down Baby Yoda, or if Baby Yoda gets pushed along early by maybe Shaq Queen King.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the pace develops, and it could play favorably to Morello if things do heat up there, as we are locked and loaded, as they say, when it comes to the racing action. And today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. You don't have to wait too long, as I was saying, for that stakes action. The Awad comes up in race number 4. Race 5 is the Kelso, and the Bold Ruler goes as race number 9. But we also have the Pumpkin Pie. Can't forget about that one coming up here in race number 8 too. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with a Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, become one today. Use promo code CUP25 and visit nairabets.com to earn that $25 free bet when you play the Breeders' Cup. It's November 4th and 5th, as we want to welcome in, well, our man, JK, as Jonathan. How are you doing on this glorious afternoon, Saturday? And we want to know what your best bet of the day is.
I'm doing well, Maggie. Thank you very much. Well, as always, when we have a pick 6 carryover, it's my opinion, and that's the best bet. You get some free money in the pool. We got the dollar minimum, none of the jackpot nonsense. I think that's the best bet today. But if you're looking for a specific horse, I think maybe in race 3, you can look down towards the inside. The one, Win It, is a horse that I thought was very interesting for John Kimmel. If you look at Win It's last couple of races going 9 furlongs, to me just feels like maybe a little too far for Win It. If you look 3 races back, you'll see a 1-turn mile in there. You'll see the best speed figure. You'll see the best race the only time this horse has won, and it was an aggressive ride. This horse kind of set the pace towards the inside. I think that's going to happen again here today. From the inside, pop away from there, find that position. You got the foundation of the back, the last 2 9-furlong races, and I do think that the one when it should be a nice price, couple of Chad Brown runners in there, some others that should take some money. That'll be my best bet if you're not playing the pick six, but they're both great bets. How about that, Maggie?
I love it, JK. And win it. Yeah, I think an advantageous inside post for a horse that struggles with the turns and likes to get out, as we see the first race winner. Can't fool me. Well, she fooled some people, going off at 8-1. Let's pick her up here as they turn for home. Rick, she was guided to victory here by Manny Franco, and he just got a clear run today. It's kind of the same move that she had last time out when she was finished 4th, but placed 3rd through DQ.
Yeah, and finished in a blanket finish. But like I said, if you look at that last race, you look at the fractions, you look at the amount of ground she made up in a short period of time, she might have gone the last quarter in 22.
Yeah.
So this filly, to me, with a clear trip today, I had her picked on top, and I fumbled around with it and got messed up. But you know what? She deserved it. She didn't fool anybody, and she paid $18.80.
Nice way to kick off the action here, as you heard JK talk about. Make sure you play the pick six. That's coming up a bit later. But race number 2, pick 3, pick 4 action coming your way. And currently at 2-1 is the horse coming off of a layoff and turning back in distance. Number 3, War Fighter. But a little bit later in today's Bold Ruler, we see Drafted. He is going to hope they heat things up on the front end and continue what has been a stellar year for trainer Dave Duncan. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
That is one good-looking pumpkin, especially when it has Claiborne Farm on the front of it, as they proudly bring you our show, America's Day at the Races, each and every race day. Well, a horse that's very familiar with Claiborne Farm, he stood in stall number 1 there, Bold Ruler. Rick, this is a horse 23 for 33 lifetime, made over $750,000, and this is his 1958 Suburban Victory, but I mean, he hardly ever missed the board as well.
Yeah, well, listen, Bold Ruler, just the name Bold Ruler just means American horse racing. He's, you know, a champion sire, a champion sprinter. Here he is winning the Suburban, and just in the breeding archives, Bold Ruler is just a standout. Absolutely. Think Secretariat.
Yeah, and he was actually of that wave of horses that they, you know, brought over the European blood, as he was by Nasrullah.
Right.
So it was kind of that trend, and we're almost seeing that trend again.
Yeah.
Everything always comes full circle
History
in racing.
repeating itself.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it. But what a fantastic influence in American breeding.
He was your 1957 Preakness winner. As you said, his influence in the breeding shed as he stood at Claiborne Farm, runs deep here in American racing, as he was an 8-time North American leading sire. Welcome to our Equestria Studios. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Rick Schosberg. Let's take a look at one of our featured races in that horse's namesake. It is the Grade 3 Bold Ruler, as they are traveling the 6 furlongs, Rick, and this is a pretty full and contentious field, as Jackson Traveler, he's the favorite, but he's 7-2 on the morning line.
Well, when your favorite's 7-2, you know you got an equal bunch of horses in there, and that's the way it should be. This horse has natural speed. He can stalk, but he tends to show early, and you can see how he can draw away under the right circumstances. He ran second last time in the Light the Fuse down at Pimlico, but he's run well over this racetrack, and he's a deserving favorite. But at 7-2, it shows that there's other horses in there that have as good a shot.
Yeah, he was beaten last time by Sibelius, who was just in raging form towards the tail end of the summer. But he'll have to face a venerable veteran of the game, actually 2 to be exact, drafted, the 8-year-old who has over $1 million in earnings, 9 wins from 31 starts, as well as another 8-year-old, Greeley and Ben, 21 wins from 36 starts, $750,000. Here they are going back to the Mr. Prospector Stakes back on June 4th at Monmouth, where they finished 1-2.
Dave Duggan and his wife Lara do a fantastic job with their small stable, and this horse is just, the accolades are so deserved from seeing a horse like this at his age, coming from that far off the pace. And I have a place in my heart for old sprinters, believe me.
Me too.
And they've just done a fantastic job with this horse, and they might have a little something to say about the Clear Star stables as we move into the future.
Oh,
Dave and Lara. We're announcing it right here.
We are.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
that they are taking over.
They'll be taking over the Clear Star stable at the first of the year.
So pleased to hear that. They have just had a banner year, and Drafted has held that flag for the entire year, if not the last 2 years, as you're checking out horses in the paddock. Coming up for today's second race, main special weight sprinting on the turf. We'll bring you much more on this race as well as the others here on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto Ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. With a name as memorable as her performance, Pizza Bianca was one of the top juveniles of 2021. In the Breeders' Cup, she sliced through traffic and delivered a stunning victory in the Grade 1 Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Who's it gonna be? Pizza Bianca!
A champion sire Fastnet Rock, she was an Eclipse Award finalist for champion 2-year-old filly for owner Bobby Flay and trainer Christophe Clement. Out of the Galileo mare White Hot, Pizza Bianca has plenty of black type baked into her pedigree. She's out of a 3/4 sister to Group 1 Epsom Derby winner Pour Moi. Her catalog page shows 4 champions, including Court Royal and dual champion Dance Act. Grade 1 winner and Breeders' Cup champion Pizza Bianca, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Elite Agent.
Welcome back to the program here on Fox Sports 2. We are proudly brought to you by Fasig-Tipton. Their Night of the Stars is Sunday after the Breeders' Cup down in Kentucky. And as you just saw, a former Breeders' Cup winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, Pizza Bianca, offered for sale amongst many other very accomplished horses. Well, one's looking to add to the resume, trying to break their maiden here in race number 2, maiden special weight on the outer turf course, going the 6 furlongs. And we see favoritism flipping back and forth between the 3 and 6 in here, Cleat. But for more on Warfighter, the horse coming off the layoff, we check in with the MIG.
Well, Maggie, it really feels like this race goes through 2 sons of Warfront, and they look fabulous here in the paddock. Starting with the 3 Warfighter, he's coming off a layoff. He ran a mile first time out. But from a physical perspective, he should not have any trouble at all with the 6 furlongs. And he also looks very fit. It says he steadied last time. I think it was a little bit more of a function of him doing it to himself, just not cornering quite as well in his first start. But he looks fit. He looks really, really resplendent in his coat. And I like him turning back to the 6 furlongs off the layoff. Cleat, a horse that has shown the propensity to be a bit keen. I think he'll appreciate the turn back because I think he might get out-footed just a little bit, but put himself in a good, comfortable spot behind them. I could see why, they started him out longer because he does have more of a physical presence of a horse that would want more ground, but I just think he's a bit too keen. And then the 7, Chuckamoon, coming off a good race, just making a nice physical impression here in the paddock for trainer Mark Hennick. And he gets an outside post, which I think will benefit him because he's been a little bit sloppy leaving the starting gate.
Last one in, first one out. Clash AJ kicks off our post parade. He's trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, for Eduardo Jones, and he's got a little pedigree for the turf. It looks like they're just looking for a spot to try and get a piece.
The 1A in here is Golden Purchase. He is a turn back as well for Eddie Jones.
Out of a Galileo mare, certainly bred for grass, and they're taking another shot in here with another one.
Currently 9-1 on the board is number 2, Captain Quick, comes out of a 4th place effort last time here at the Big A.
Yeah, with Paco Lopez, who usually is riding down there at Monmouth Park, was coming in for the ride.
Here is that son, one of 2, of Warfront, Warfighter, returning off the bench for Graham Motion.
And Graham always comes here loaded, does a great job with his horses down there at Fairhill, and they always look good and run good.
And number 4 is a big price, 39-1 on Capleton.
Yeah, this horse, it's hard to say. He ran on the turf first time out. Didn't run too badly. Made up some ground, finished 5th, so not without a chance for a piece.
Blinkers going on today as number 5 is Stealth 34. Big warm-up for this first-time turfer.
Yeah, for Linda Rice and Flavian Pratt. I had this horse picked in my top 3 in here. Turf pedigree, possibly, and Linda's on a pretty good streak right now.
He's quite interesting as number 6, Cleat He's enormous, Rick.
He is huge. Look at him tower over the pony. But he's got natural speed, as Richie said before. He's my top pick in here. Trevor McCarthy, who's a tall rider, fits him perfectly.
He makes Trevor look small.
Yeah, Trevor looks like a normal little jock. Absolutely.
As number 7 is Chukka Moon. I thought ran fairly well, second off the bench last time.
Yeah, Malibu Moon, City Zip. I mean, you certainly have the pedigree there. Ran a good race, a good third last time. Got a little trouble coming out of the gate. If he comes away clean, Irad is back, is aboard in place of his brother, who rode this horse last time, and has the opportunity to get a look and see what's going on inside.
Well, if you have a good feeling about trifecta, make sure you get the 10% bonus on all your winning trifectas here at Belmont at the Big A. Now, this wager, or bonus, I should say, is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at NyraBets.com. Make sure you do so today. Let's take a look at number 3, Warfighter. Rick comes back in here with a steady work tab from Fairhill for Graham Motion. As we see here, Graham actually fairly good with his horses coming back off of those types of layoffs. Not, layoffs not quite a year, but getting to that point with maidens on the turf.
Well, listen, Graham, like I said, Graham's a great horseman. He has a wonderful facility down there at Fair Hill. They can do all kinds of different gallops out there on turf, on different surfaces. And there's no doubt he has his horses ready all the time, whether it's a layoff or whether it's within a month. But this horse looks fantastic. He's warming up. His ears are up. He's touting everybody, hey, I'm here to win this race.
And he is a fairly short and compact horse where physically he looks as though he should take to the turn back and distances. JK, they're keeping him at 5-2 right now on the board. What are your thoughts on the returnee Warfighter?
Yeah, I mean, when you have these horses that are coming in off of layoffs, that's obviously a concern. Are the horses going to fire first time out? But what you see with a horse like Warfighter is on debut back in November of 2021, he ran pretty good first time out. So it feels like Graham Motion kind of understands what it takes to get this horse fit. The reason I like the 3 Warfighter is back as a 3-year-old in November. This horse ran a speed figure that is as good or better than what anything else is running as of late. So if you get that natural progression, there's a pretty big bump from 2 to 3, but I still think, especially with colts, there's another jump from 3 to 4. And I feel like Warfighter, if they take just that natural step forward with maturity, that 9th grade to 11th grade jump that you might see in maturity when it comes to the physicality of an athlete, I just feel like Warfighter just might be better than these horses on paper. You do have to, combat the layoff, but I'm just hopeful that the 3 Warfighter will run a little bit better. And the main competition is, I know Richie wanted to talk about a little bit, the 6 Cleat. Richie, is there a big difference between the 2 of them from a physical standpoint?
They're just polar opposites, which is kind of interesting, both by the Claiborne stallion, Warfront, who's just an incredible stallion, but he throws all different sizes, shapes, all very well balanced. But Cleat is just an enormous individual, and it was kind of interesting when Trevor McCarthy came to get a leg up. Liana Williford, Bill Mott's assistant trainer, asked, is the saddle too far back? And he said, no, I like it back a little bit, being a tall rider. I totally understand that. I wanted it an inch or 2 further back. Not enough to slip, but so I can really fold up on one. I do think the race runs between the 3 Warfighter and the 6 Cleat. I just think the turnback is going to really suit the 6 from a mental standpoint, a horse that wants to be a bit eager and keen, and the 3 from a physical standpoint. I think definitely the race goes through them. And, Jonathan makes a great point talking about athletes going, a kid that's in the 9th grade is not the same kid in 11th grade. Well, I never had a chance to make that progression. I left the 8th grade and I went right to the University of Belmont Park.
Oh, Meg, as he was talking about, Rick, the difference in the physicals, I think that Warfighter is a lot more of a war front, whereas Cleat has a lot more of the Dams pedigree with Empire Maker coming through on him. But let's check out his first start off of the near to the day year layoff. He was keen. He broke very quickly, Rick. He was keen. He kind of got to the lead midway through this race, and then it looked as though he just tired.
Yeah, interesting. You never know, with a young horse like that, and it could have been a bleeding issue or some other kind of physical issue as a young horse. You never know. But the fact is, he came back and he's training well. He's got a Hall of Fame trainer, and he's got the pedigree to get it done. And to your point, he definitely looks a lot more like Empire Maker than Warfront. No doubt about it.
Warfronts tend to be those very kind of round types of horses, and kind of that Danzig line with him, as you can see there. But Cleat, owned and bred by Claiborne Farm, as well as Adele Dilschneider. Do you want to talk about number 5, Stealth 34? As you and I were both interested in this son of Shackelford, there's turf on the bottom.
Yeah, you have an exclusive quality mare that like grass. And, Shackelford and Forestry, there's turf almost in every pedigree if you dig deep enough.
Right.
Bottom line is they got to give it a shot one time. And Linda is very smart with regards to her pedigrees, and she knows her horses so well. And interesting that she goes to Flavien Prat. If you look, she's got a very high percentage with Mr. Pratt in the saddle, 33% over the course of the last few years. So this is not one to just overlook here, no doubt about it. 5-1, drifted up a little bit off the morning line, but if the top two look to get beat, this might be the one to do it, and it's shiny as a copper penny.
Yeah, second dam, she was a stakes winner on turf. The dam have to a graded stakes winner in Big Ben on the turf, and as well as stakes winner Miss Chatelaine, who actually ironically took the Chelsea Flower a couple years ago. And this guy selling for $285,000 after working 10 flat at the OBS sales, and that's a synthetic surface, and usually if they work well there, they like the turf. But if you want to play along with today's action, you can download your free PPs. All you have to do is go to naira.com/TV schedule to download those free Equibase PPs and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys like Rick just told you about Flavien Prat and Linda Rice.
It is. And that's a key too. A lot of times, trainers and jockeys, they just have a good relationship together, and they may not ride consistently. Like Linda rides Jose Lescano a lot of times, and if he's out of town, then you see who she goes to, and when they've won 3 out of 9 or 1 out of every 3 starts, so they have a good relationship, and certainly Flavien knows how to ride the grass.
Yes, he does.
No doubt.
And too, what it seems to be with him is he just instinctually knows where to have his horses placed.
Yep.
Whether they need to be up front, whether they need to be stalking, like winning the Chelsea Flower yesterday with Implicated.
Yeah.
He had more forward position than the heavy favorite.
That's the key to a good jock, and going back to Ramon Dominguez, he always had them in position to win. A quarter mile from the finish line. If they're good enough, if they have a good enough trip, he puts them in position turning for home, and that's what Flavien does. He has his horses in position. If they're good enough, they're going to get there. He's done his job to get them in the clear and get them out of trouble. Most of the time. It doesn't happen all the time. Like we talked about yesterday, you're either the goat or you're the goat, okay? But jocks that put their horses in position to win tend to get the job done, and Flavien does that.
He will be aboard number 5, Stealth 34 in here, but favoritism remaining on the Claiborne Farm, owned and bred, along with Adele Dilschneider. Number 6, Cleat in here for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, son of Warfront. He's turning back yet again to the flat 6. He tried the 6.5, came up a bit short in his return race at Kentucky Downs. And for a big horse like that, I'm sure Kentucky Downs wasn't quite what he would enjoy. He gets more pristine course here at the Big A, as we have our pristine announcer upstairs, Johnny Real. He brings you the call, race 2 from Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. Chuckamoon on the extreme outside. Warfighter now moves up. Warfighter now grabs the lead. Stealth 34 has moved into second. Alongside his Cleat next in third. Capleton runs in fourth. Class AJ down on the inside. and in 5th. Break of 2 to Chuckamoon in 6th. And then it's Captain Quick and farther back, Golden Purchase is the trailer in 8th. Warfighter leads here by a length. Ran the opening quarter in 21-4. It's Warfighter the leader, with Stealth 34 giving chase in 2nd. And on the outside is Cleat. Down towards the rail is Capleton, 3 lengths back to Clash AJ. Then Chuckamoon. Captain Quick is down at the rail. Golden Purchase is on the extreme outside. They are at the head of the stretch. And Warfighter ran the half in 44 and 3/5 seconds. And Warfighter leads by 4 lengths now. Cleat on the outside of Stealth 34. They're right together with Captain Quick gaining some ground, and then Chuckamoon. But Warfighter's got a 6-length lead as they come on for the finish. And Manny Franco takes the double. Warfighter, much the best to break his maiden.
Trainer Graham Motion padding those stats a little more for the layoff at turnbacks on the turf as we saw Warfighter break like a shot beneath Manny Franco, Rick, and Manny's taking the early double.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you look at the final time here, 107 and 2.
He's rolling.
Yeah.
You can't pull him up.
Yeah, no,
We're watching the
he's
gallop
still galloping out, and he still hasn't gotten him pulled up yet. This is a strong effort. No doubt about it that Graham had this horse absolutely dialed in.
How significant. He looks to win by 6-7 lengths there. To win a turf sprint by that much, how good of an effort is that?
Yeah, I mean, most turf sprints, you know, very rarely do you run off the screen like this, but very rarely do they go 107 and change.
Yeah.
Especially on this turf course, the rail is out a little bit, so that it's not like they're right down on the inside, but this is just a huge effort. He's extending his stride with every step here. And Manny puts the whip away, eases him up, and again, I think the Outriders got him pulled up on the backstretch after the race.
Well, and as you said, you have a little bit of a connection to this horse as his dam sire, Maria Zaman.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know, he's stamped himself as not only a sire of runners and sire of sires. He's a great broodmare sire, and that has to do with the
versatility.
Yeah, he's so versatile. He's had champions on the dirt, on the turf, fillies, colts, even a turf sprinter that was outstanding. He'll be a great influence in the long run in racing, and a lot of it had to do with that good Meadowbrook breeding and P.G. Johnson and all the work that he did with NASCAR.
And good handling by his trainer as well. As we will have official prices for you coming up after this brief break here on America's Day at the Races. We'll also check in with the multi-millionaire trotting mare. That is Atlanta. Can she finally get that Breeders' Crown win? More to come here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for joining us here on the program. We are brought to you by Run Happy, champion sprinter race medication free, and he, like Bold Ruler, stands in stall number 1 at legendary Claiborne Farm. Well, Claiborne Farm had their hands on race number 2 as Warfighter, the son of Warfront. He graduates off the bench in his second start with some A-plus effort as Manny Franco guided him to victory for trainer Graham Motion. And for more on the very quick horse, the guy on his back, Manny Franco, he's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Maggie. Manny, that was visually incredibly impressive performance by Warfighter. Did it feel as impressive underneath you?
Yeah, definitely. He was on the lead doing it kind of easy. I mean, I didn't feel that I went that fast, but like I said, he was doing it so nice in front, and when I asked him, he took off on me.
You know, and I think that's the thing, when a horse is so beautifully balanced, right? They can do things easier and fool a rider.
Yeah, definitely. If you can see, I'm not far away from the rest, you know, from the other one. He just, like I said, he's doing it so nice and easy. And as soon as they came to me by the turn, 5-16 pole, he just went on again. And I knew that he's going to be tough to beat.
And he looked like even on the gallop out, he continued on. Do you think he'll go much further?
Definitely. I think it's a horse that he relaxed, and he's not that kind of horse that fight you. And I think he can stretch out a little bit. And I think Graham is doing a great job with his horses.
Well, as always, as you are too, having another terrific meeting and a great year. And guys, I think Manny makes a good point. It's not only how good you are physically, but mentally. If you cooperate with your rider, you will actually make more of your abilities.
And that was on display with Warfighter today. Manny Franco just in a groove as well. Graham Motion, he sent out an impressive stakes winning 2-year-old turf sprinter in Najarok to take the Grade 3 futurity, though they're going to stretch him out in the Breeders' Cup.
Sure, you know, and why not? You know, you got a young horse with that kind of ability, and you're looking to the future. And the future in turf racing is usually going longer. But one thing, to Manny's point and Richie's point here, a wise trainer told me once that it's not how fast you go, it's how you go fast. So he didn't realize how fast he was going because it didn't feel like he was going that fast. That's a sign of a good horse.
He looked like it as we watch him streak under the line. You saw race number 3 coming up. It's an allowance race, and don't forget, Jonathan Kinchin's best bet is number 1, Win It, in that A other than, as we have live coverage of the Breeders' Crown tonight. It is Woodbine Mohawk Park, or is it Woodbine Mohawk Park. There it is, right on our camera. I should know that. 7:30 to 11 live coverage on FS2, as you will get to see the superstar world record holder pacer in Bulldog Hanover. But what about a venerable 7-year-old trotting mare? Atlanta has earned over $3.4 million in earnings, and in the world of harness racing, that's a lot of money. Though there's one thing missing from her mantelpiece, and her swan song will be the Breeders' Crown mare trot tonight. Let's learn more about this very accomplished mare.
She didn't set the world on fire during her freshman campaign, but Atlanta served notice her star was on the rise with a 4th place finish in the 2017 Breeders' Crown Final at Hoosier Park at nearly 63-1. This event also established a budding rivalry with race winner Manchego, which would span 4 seasons and culminate with the 2 mares sharing the world record of 149-1 to be the swiftest female trotters in history. Atlanta, however, etched her name in the record books as a sophomore when she became the first filly in 22 years to capture the $1 million Hamiltonian Stakes over males. Only 15 fillies have accomplished this feat in 97 years.
She's just an amazing animal with a desire to win.
Yeah, all heart. I went to the Elite Lap, and everybody was asking me about Atlanta and Sweden.
What she's done, I mean, every race is a bonus. She never disappoints, and it's going to be a big stall to fill.
The daughter of Chapter 7, Hemi Blue Chip, also triumphed in the prestigious Kentucky Filly Futurity that year, but was second to Lily Stride in the Breeders' Crown Final for her age, sex, and gait.
Atlanta is the Kentucky Filly Futurity champion.
Over the next 4 seasons, Atlanta and Manchego would wage war in harness racing's elite events, and each would reign victorious over males, including the 2020 Cutler Memorial.
Atlanta prevailing, Atlanta, Manchego, Atlanta takes the Cutler, Atlanta gains revenge.
A multiple Dan Patch and O'Brien Award winner, Atlanta has earned more than $3.4 million and has won 37 of her 76 starts. Her nearly 24 Grand Circuit victories include the All Ridge Mare Trot and 2 editions of the Armbro Flight.
And Atlanta, second last year. This year she wins. It's Atlanta on the Maple Leaf Trot by 4.
The 4th richest female trotter of all time has beat the boys in the Maple Leaf Trot, All Ridge Open Trot, Dayton Derby, the Graduate Series Final, and the Charlie Hill Memorial.
I think a quick turn of foot, is really what made her. I think she can put herself in the right spot when she needs to be, and doing it for years too. She's 5-6 years at the top level and battling the best, and she's always there in the hunt.
Atlanta, the 2018 Trotter of the Year, will commence her second career as a broodmare in November. The 7-year-old mare has enjoyed a spectacular career, but the one thing missing from her resume is a Breeders' Crown triumph. Will her 5th appearance in this event be the charm and complete a legendary career?
She's the most pleasing horse that you will ever have. Atlanta does whatever you ask from her. She will, she tries her heart out. She's very efficient gaited, but the biggest thing is she just, whatever you want from her, she will do.
Time will tell. It all comes down to the crown.
It goes as race number 2 on this Breeders' Crown night. It is the Open Mare Trot, where can Atlanta finally get a Breeders' Crown win in try number 5? Well, our closing day here at Belmont at the Big A comes tomorrow, and it's New York Showcase Day. A horse that is near and dear to that woman's heart, Michelle Giangulio. Seafoam gave her her first win as a trainer last year at Saratoga. Can he give her an Empire Classic win?
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. We are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account, including over 300 tracks worldwide, as Halloween, just 2 days away, but 1 day away is Empire Showcase Day, and it's a full lineup. Love to see these New York breds strut their stuff, Rick, as the Empire Classic actually comes up quite early in the card. It goes as race number 4, approximate post time of 2:12, and we're going the 2-turn, 9 furlongs here for the $250,000, and it might be a compact field, but it's a contentious one, and there's several horses in here, Rick, that feel like they want the lead, including Seafoam.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And there's, there's 3-year-olds in here that have been running really well. There's older horses in here that have been tough. And yeah, Seafoam wants a lead. Dr. Blute also likes to show early. And then there's Barise in there, who's been running great all year. Horse has made almost $400,000 this year.
Yeah, Barise, he is one that, I mean, he barely ever misses the board. But let's check out the last time we saw Seafoam. He was, or excuse me, 2 back when we saw Seafoam. He was with Brooklyn Strong, who will also be in here. Oh, this was a tough beat here because he ran so hard, Rick, and he just got nosed by Bankit.
Yeah, it especially in these long races, they fight so hard and they just get beat at the wire, but that's why it's horse racing. And Barise, we've been running against Barise all year with a couple of our horses, Unique Unions and Boss making boss moves, and here he is winning the Futurity, the New York Derby. The New York Derby, and then we came back and beat him in the Albany on a wet track, and but he's a tough contender. He was he's won 4 out of 8, $370,000, and trained by Mike Maker, and they've just done a really good job with him.
He'll finally get back, hopefully, on a fast track tomorrow after 2 wet track efforts. Here's Dr. Blute. He's come to hand quite nicely for Saffie Joseph Jr. 2 Beyer speed figures in his last 2 of 90 and 92, and this blowout win back here on September 18th.
Yeah, he'll be stretching out to 1 1/8, but if you look at him, he's got cruising speed. It looks like he can get out there in the half in 46 and extend himself like he did last time under Jose Ortiz, who's going to be riding him back again. But Saffie's done a wonderful job with him. Each race is just getting better and better. So I would say if he's going to peak, it's going to peak here. The question with him is, can he get that 1 1/8?
And can he get it with Seafoam breathing down his neck? But that is just the tip of the iceberg for tomorrow's action. It is the last day of the meet for Belmont at the Big A. But let's take a look, Rick, at race number 3. This is an interesting one, as number 6 in here, Money Supply, he's currently 3-1, and then Win It, he's 5-2. Can he behave himself this time around as we welcome in Richie? As Richie, he finally gets that inside post position, and for a horse that can be a bit rank and also want to get out, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think it's an ideal situation, but at least if he doesn't break very sharp, because every once in a while his first few steps aren't his best steps, at least he's not between 2 horses where we talk about it. Horses are like water. They run to empty space. You run the risk of getting pinched back. At least Kendrick Carmouche has room to work with. And I will say this, Win It is acting very, very settled, very focused here. For a horse at times doesn't always give you that impression. Feels like there's a level of maturity today that I haven't seen before. Spoke with his conditioner, John Kimbley, says he's been doing extremely well. And he does have the benefit of having that foundation from 2 9-furlong races turning back on a track that I think we can all agree, the main track, has been somewhat demanding. The times that have been yielded haven't been extremely fast. So I think Win It is going to run his A effort today. I think a lot depends on what the 7 Triple Elvis does, and if he decides to go to the lead, how Kendrick's able to extricate Win It smoothly from being having that inside position. The 4 Perceived is a horse that's really standing out physically for me. This horse ran 3 subpar races, all in Saratoga, when Rudy Rodriguez's barn was in kind of that summer malaise. Things just weren't hitting well for them. The barn wasn't going well. He's got races previous that would make him competitive here, and I think you're going to see more of the perceived A effort today than you had at least over the summer in Saratoga. And the 5 Shipsational made his return last time sprinting. I don't think he's much of a sprinter, and he was also just kind of caught wide chasing every step of the way. I think that impressed me about it is it looked like he was going to cave in at one point, and then he kind of tried again, and he didn't give up ground the last part. So I think the effort was a little bit better than maybe I originally thought it was when I watched the replays. But he is coming back on a short turnaround coming off the layoff.
Yeah, we can sometimes see horses react negatively to that 21-day return here for Shipsational, Rick. But also, and while it's never good when you lose at or very short price, I should say, he was on a track that was playing very kindly to inside speed. And we saw Steinbeck, who was the longest shot in the field that day, I think, wire the field. And he was just 3 to 4 wide the entire way around there.
Yeah, I had this horse picked second in here. I took a flyer in here with the 2 horse. Peter Walder's horse, Looney Sema, with hot riding Jose Gomez. And I had Shipsational definitely second because I agree. This horse ran a hard race, wide the whole way. Didn't really give up much ground to a horse that had the inside bias. With regards to Win It, I'm a little bit worried about that inside post, as Richie mentioned before. It's not an ideal situation. And if his first 2 steps, like Richie said, are not ideal, he could end up getting shuffled back a little bit, and that might not be where he wants to be. I think he has the talent to beat this field. It's just a matter of whether his head's in the game today, which Richie said in the paddock he looks fantastic. I know this horse. I see him out there in the morning. I think he's in love with my pony. I don't know.
You do a very handsome gray pony.
Well, no, he's a Palomino.
Oh, that's right. He's Palomino. I'm honestly
he wants to be
thinking
an Appaloosa.
I'm thinking of George Weaver's pony.
Oh, yeah.
He probably talks to George Weaver's pony.
Oh, he talks to everybody's pony. He wants to know what everybody's eating that day. But anyway, this horse Win It, he definitely has the talent. If his head's in the game today, I think he is the horse to beat, and I'm going to try and beat him with the 2.
Rick, I thought he was super relaxed last time, too.
Okay.
And then we see this. Yes, he had to break from the outside. Kendrick Carmouche had to get after him a bit. And then watch, as he goes into the turn, he starts getting some kickback, and he starts to run off, and he gets out.
Yeah.
He's just a horse that really does not like kickback. He's uncontrollable here.
Yeah, you could see as soon as that dirt hit him on the turn that he's running around there like a shrimp. He's got a bent in half. And it's very difficult on a rider, and now on the backside here, once he gets him straightened away, he just runs off, and he's very, very tough to handle. So I can understand the turn back and the inside. Again, he's got to come out of there, because if he hiccups coming out of the gate, he's going to have more kickback in his face than he's ever had. So I'm cautiously optimistic about it, but I still think that there's a lot of questions that need to be answered today.
I like the fact, though, that John Kimmel gives Kendrick Carmouche the call again, because I feel like Kendrick is good with quirky horses like this. Also, too, when he gets to know them a bit, he kind of realizes what he should have done maybe there. And obviously not having to deal with that first turn might help the problem, as Win It will kick off our post-parade. A lovely bred son of Tappet, owned by Whisper Hill Farm and trained by John Kimmel.
And he's a little quirky, as most Tappets are, but so is his rider and his trainer. I know him very well. He's a little quirky.
You can say that. As number 2 is Looney Sema, does face tougher here.
He faces tougher, but Peter Walder, he knows how to get the job done, and Jose Gomez has been the hottest rider on the grounds.
Coming in from out of town is Hippodrome.
Yeah, I need to see somebody run over this racetrack before I'm very confident in him. Dylan knows his way around there, but he's got to ride the horse that hasn't been over the track.
Perceived was in a race last time, dominated up front. He just has no speed, though.
Yeah, this horse is going to be lagging behind and closing. He will close. I have him to, maybe pick up 3rd or 4th. Trevor McCarthy has the mount for Rudy.
Could Shipsational rebound stretching out?
His numbers are really outstanding. I mean, this horse ran some great races as a 2-year-old, coming back as a 3-year-old, ran some decent races. It's about time he broke through.
He's been consistent. We saw Money Supply go by. We'll talk about him. Here's number 7, Triple Elvis, the other Chad Brown trainee.
And his horse has a lot more speed, and he could give somebody a little bit of company up front.
New York bred 3 Jokers. He tried the Empire Classic last year. Didn't go too well.
Yeah, no, yeah, but he came into it well. He won. He got beat ahead in the Ashley T. Cole that came off the turf, and he was second in the Evan Shipman last year. This year, not so well, but taking a shot here in this lounge race.
Well, there he is on track. Not too in love with his pony, which is a good sign. Actually looks
Yes.
a lot like him. As JK, so far so good for your best bet of the day. Win it. Did you expect 5-2 though?
I thought they would come for him a little bit. I didn't think they would make him the favorite in here. I still think there's some value there. If you're betting to win, I think there's an opportunity with this horse. If you're looking for some other ideas, I suppose the other horse you'd want to consider is the 5 Shipsational. It's a horse I liked previously in the last start, coming in off of that long break. And the reason I liked Shipsational that day was because this horse had some numbers back early in the 3-year-old year and even late in the 2-year-old year that kind of fit with the competition. And that's kind of the scenario here, is getting a little bit more deeper waters. It feels like a little bit of a better group than he saw last time. But there is an opportunity for him to take another step forward off of that long layoff. I thought maybe last time was the time for him to kind of show up and run in that kind of mature way like we just saw in the last race with the 3 Warfighter. That maturity is a hidden thing in these running lines. You see a speed figure that was earned when a horse was significantly less mature. There's an opportunity to kind of have your imagination tell you how much faster it's possible the horse could run today. So I think the 5 Shipsational is interesting, but I'm going to stick to my guns here on the inside with the 1 Win It.
I like it. Always stick with your guns, JK, as Rick found out in the first race. Not to bring up a sore subject, but we see Chad Brown send out 2 in here. Money Supply, Rick, he's going to be one that is kind of getting back out an extra furlong here. He's one that won impressively down at Tampa, going 6th first time. And then, his next comparable buyer figure was going 2 turns at Churchill in a 1:16 race.
Yeah, he's by Practical Joke, and I think they're trying to find their feet. A lot of them are middle distance horses. Some of them are really good sprinters. Most of them are built like sprinters. So this on the little bit of a stretch out here, I think that's going to work okay. He's got tactical speed. He doesn't drop back far, but he doesn't show up early. But he doesn't let the field get ahead of him.
Well, those colors and that trainer will be. Wait, sorry. We're going to Jack Christopher first. Sorry. But here he is, not wearing Clarvich silks when it comes to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He's a horse that, don't watch him go slow. Watch him go fast. As he worked this morning by himself, Rick, he went 48-3 by himself. And visually, it was pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, you get, like you said. I mean, here, if you watch him jog and he's just kind of goofing off and everything like that, but this horse is all business, and he has every shot to jump up and win this Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Well, Chad Brown will be trying to pull a Michael Dickinson when he sends out domestic spending off of the year-plus layoff in the mile.
When Michael did it, in
the Haas.
With the Haas. Well, I don't remember the year, but we were down there. Amazing.
Early 2000s,
amazing. Yeah.
one prep and allowance race at Colonial Downs.
Right.
When was it? Was it early 2000s or?
Listen,
whatever.
That's why I'm retiring. I can't remember anything.
Me neither. I'm not retiring.
But
you have an excuse.
Listen, Chad's a fantastic trainer, a great horseman, and as is Michael Dickinson. So if anybody can get it done, they can.
Yeah, we saw him breeze this morning on the turf course, domestic spending with Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf hopeful Virginia Joy. He was going better than her at the end. As we get back to the race that's on tap here, as we check back in with Richie, who is standing by trackside.
Yeah, just to follow up with you guys about the Haas trivia question. What jockey rode the Haas that day at Colonial Downs? I think this is a good one. And what an incredible trainer and good guy Michael Dickinson is. Had the pleasure of spending a day down there at his farm with him, and just an incredibly insightful human being, and it was a fun day. The 6 Money Supply, a horse that honestly in the paddock just didn't really grab my attention, but he warmed up really well. Left the pony under Flavien Prat and really elevated in my eyes. Loved what I saw from him. Win It, I really do think is the most probable winner here. The thing that kind of made me lean away from him was the inside post. I agree with Rick. For a horse that sometimes doesn't have the most laser-like focus, he's in there first. He's got to wait longer for everybody. A lot of empty space to his inside. I just wonder if a horse like the 7, Triple Elvis, outruns him, how he's going to handle kickback and what kind of trip he may work out turning back a furlong. The 4, Perceived, is going to be my top selection. I listen to you guys. I got to go with my first instincts. Watching him in the paddock, I really liked him. Watching him warm up, I liked him even more. He's just making a really nice impression of me, and I think he has some back races that would be more than good enough to be very competitive here. So to me, he's the horse that I'm going to go with at 8-1. And Shipsational, I think he's just getting more to a distance that he wants. And, the races he ran as a 2-year-old, you've got to think he can improve off of those, and his 2-year-old races were pretty darn close to anything that anybody's run here.
Okay, Richie, it was 1998, and it was Tiki, Carlos Marquez, who rode him, De Haas, in that prep race to win not back-to-back Breeders' Cup miles, but a 96 and a 98
How about
rendition.
that? Yeah. All right, Richie, who rode him when he won the Breeders' Cup?
Both editions.
Oh, well, wasn't it Gary Stevens one time and Johnny Velasquez the other? No?
Bingo.
I mean, there's no getting by this guy.
He is too
He's a
good.
steel trap.
Oh, my God.
Our very
that is
own
great
Mick.
stuff, man.
He's the best. I had to look on an iPad. As they are approaching the gate for today's 3rd race. And Rick, still 3-1 on Win It in here. And Money Supply, I thought, the argument could have been made he was a little bit disappointing. He had a quick pace to close into, and he just kind of mildly came on.
Yeah, ran evenly. I mean, he was 3.5 lengths back, top of the stretch, and 3.5 lengths back at the wire. So he really didn't make up a whole lot of ground there. Right now the betting is very even on the 1, the 5, and the 6. They're all 3-1 with a little more money coming in on Shipsational. But I'm gonna stick with my guns. I'm gonna go with my friend Peter Walder here and see if he can pull up an upset with the number 2.
Okay, so as far as pace, do you think, and obviously you're hoping for a little bit of pace with Lunissima in here, do you think when it goes, do you think we see
I think Triple Elvis.
Shipsational show any more speed coming out of the sprint race?
It's possible, but the horse wired the Sleepy Hollow field, right? As a 2-year-old. So to Jonathan's point there, you see that number back as a very young 2-year-old turning 3. You know it's there. So is it going to be today at this mile distance over this racetrack? Triple Elvis is definitely going to show speed coming out of sprint races from Monmouth Park 21:44. You know that horse is going to come out of there running. Irad, maybe he's not as aggressive as his brother, but the horse is aggressive. Every time the horse breaks, it's right there on the pace. So, I'm looking at the 7, but the 1 has to come out of the gate. If the 1 doesn't come out of the gate sharp, they're in trouble.
1 out, it's 3 jokers. He heads in line, and we head upstairs to John Embrial for the call of race 3.
And they're off. Has in the beginning for number 1, Win It. From the outsides, 3 jokers and Triple Elvis. Mid-pack there is Shipsational. Win It has moved to the extreme outside after having that inside post position. They race up the chute, head for the backstretch now. It's Triple Elvis in between horses. Shipsational, and on the outside, 3 jokers. Win It, a bit tough to handle there, moving up on the outside from 4th. Then comes Money Supply, who is next in 5th. Hippodrome is down at the rail. Lunissima. And on the outside, it is Perceived. The quarter went in 24 seconds. 3 jokers is now in front here. It's 3 jokers by 3/4 of a length. Triple Elvis second by a head. Win It, the gray on the outside, now moving up. It's 3 jokers by a half length. Win It has taken second, the half mile in 48 seconds. Triple Elvis in behind the front runners in third. Money Supply being asked for more now in fourth, 3 lengths from the front. Shipsational is back in fifth, and alongside is Perceived. At the back of the pack, Hippodrome and Looney Sema. Here comes Win It now on the outside of 3 jokers. The 2 of them are together at the top of the stretch with Money Supply in behind in third. Triple Elvis is next, 3/4, 112 and 3. It is Win It who has a narrow lead. 3 jokers continues to battle on. Money Supplies on the outside. Win It has the lead with a 16th to the finish. Money Supply all out in second. They're coming on for the finish, and it is Win It and Kendrick Carmouche. Win It had the inside post, moved to the outside early, and it proved to be a winning move.
You heard Johnny I say it. We're going to highlight it as Kendrick Carmouche, as I said before, Rick, once he knows a horse and knows their quirks, he's
Amazing.
Sensational. Watch what happens here.
This is really something. I mean, the horse breaks a little bit slow from the rail. Kendrick knows he doesn't like the kickback, so what does he do? Okay, you break a little slow, immediately onto the outside in perfect stalking position in laying third down the backstretch. Now, did he lose a lot of ground? Did he lose a lot of momentum there? Yes. Did he win by 3? Yes. He should have won by 10. But that's what has to happen when you have a horse that's quirky like this. Is a sensational, really magical ride here after breaking slow from the rail. Really well done.
And what he did once he got him to the outside, Rick, I also liked in that he didn't ask him, but he allowed him to run up into his hands. So therefore, he was traveling. They weren't actually going that fast early on. So he was just traveling comfortably in the bridle. It was all about getting this horse comfortable. And with a bad start, he made lemons into lemonade.
Yeah, great analogy there. No doubt about it. And like you said, the fractions, they were going 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. Actually, the first 6 furlongs were all 12s. And so that's a comfortable pace for a big horse like this. And he just gradually got into the bridle, had him on the outside, no dirt in his face. It looked like he maybe started to get a little bit late there at the end. But you know what? He gave up 3 or 4 lengths at the beginning of the race. This is a nice horse.
He is. Once get the thing between his ears figured out, which I think they're getting there with. Richie, what did you think of this ride from Kendrick Carmouche?
Well, it was some performance by Win It and a terrific ride by Kendrick. And interesting, look at the break. He's not looking straight down the track at the V. He's got his head cocked towards the inside. He's looking more towards that little parking lot over there. And that's why he broke as poorly as he did. Now, you see the dramatic move to the outside. The kickback has been something that riders are saying a lot of horses are dealing with negatively. This horse has already shown that negative propensity from the kickback. So he put him out in the clear. Big striding, son of Tappet here. That what the difference was being able to get him comfortable and in that rhythm. Takes a lot of guts for a rider to do that, because if it backfires, you're the one to blame.
The GOAT versus the GOAT discussion that Rick has brought
Here we go again.
And today he was the GOAT.
Yeah, great. That was a fantastic move. And, it wouldn't surprise me. John Kimball's a pretty smart guy. He probably said, look, if it happens, and it might, get that horse away from that kickback, because if you put him in behind horses, same thing's going to happen that happened last time. This horse is learning every race. He's a big, strapping, good-looking son of Tappet, and they sometimes take a little time to get their minds straightened out. And I know John will get this horse into his best form probably down the road a piece.
Good-looking score graduating from the A other than condition for John Kimmel, as we have more Breeders' Cup coverage to bring you. Todd Pletcher, he is primed and ready to win a Breeders' Cup distaff. Will it, though, be the older stateswoman in Malafat or the young up-and-comer who's had a sensational 3-year campaign in Nest? More to come here on America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised in Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. As Win It in the winner's circle and guided to victory by Kendrick Carmouche. He went off as one of the choices, and the gray son of Tappet gets Jonathan Kinchin, his bet's bet. A winner today, returning the 720, standing by with winning conditioner Richie with John Kimmel.
Yeah, pleased to be joined by John Kimball, not only somebody that I rode a lot of horse for, but a dear friend. And John, Win It has had to be a little bit frustrating at times because he's got so much ability, but he really still hasn't put it all together, but he has so much, like he showed today, ability.
Yeah, it was an interesting comment that Kendrick made. He didn't break real sharp. He's a very big horse. He's almost 17 hands, if not a little over that. When he didn't break so sharp, he kind of took him in hand and took him to the outside. He thought that was a better idea than to send him, and once he gets on the bit, he can get a little uncontrollable. If you look back at his Saratoga race, he didn't break good, then he was squeezed, and then he tried to bolt when he was trying to restrain him around the first turn. So I think it showed a nice dimension. He settled real well, and when the real running came, he had plenty of horse left.
It looks like stamina maybe is his strong suit, John, because he just kept finding.
Yeah, I was impressed, particularly the last eighth of a mile. He really started to widen his stride, and he galloped out really well. So it was different than how I anticipated it, but I'm happy with the outcome.
Well, John, your whole barn is really going well. Horses are running well. And you've got a diverse group of owners. This one, Whisper Hill, Mandy Pope.
Yeah, Mandy Pope's been a supporter, and it's her birthday today. And Todd Quast, her farm manager, was yesterday, and their veterinarian, Greg Bonaclark. We want to reach out and say happy birthday to you guys, and good luck at the tables.
Well, happy birthday to Mandy. And I just got one other question, though, and it's not about racing. It's about the hat. We got an Islander hat here. Rick, I thought John was a Ranger fan like us.
I am a diehard Ranger fan since I was in high school, but I got tickets from Ron Anderson tonight to go see the Islanders, so I changed my hat out at lunchtime.
Fair weather fan right here.
Runner.
I mean, it's amazing what free stuff will make you do, Rick.
Yeah, please, let's not go there. Well, anyway, congratulations to John. What a great job. JK, John Kimmel, JK, John Kinchin, great job picking, and happy birthday to Mandy Pope. And It's really an extraordinary effort considering what that horse put himself through.
Yeah, and Mandy Pope, such a asset to the game. It's good to see her horses winning as we have the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up in the Awad Stakes. They are contesting the Mount of 16th on the inner turf course, and 9-5 currently on impressive kind of last to first maiden breaker, first time out for John Terranova in number 4 Freedom Trail.
Yeah, this horse came from the clouds and was pretty well bet that day too, so it's not like they didn't know this horse had some ability. I really like this horse, and it's a great bunch of 2-year-olds. You have some horses in there with a little more experience. You have horses that ran super first time out, expected to do. You have horses that ran super that were 20-1. So it's very interesting with the 2-year-olds on the turf this time of year. But everybody's in here taking a shot. Horses coming out of short races, stretching out. Horses that have run long before. Really great race. A very, very wide open race, I think.
That's a fun one. We'll get more into it. But first, we got to check in with our Breeders' Cup spotlight of the day here as we'll take a look at Todd Pletcher's, Hall of Fame Todd Pletcher's, 2 charges in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. And the 2 that are likely to be 2 of the choices as we look at the probable field there. We'll start with the 3-year-old, as these are the pre-entries. The 3-year-old Nest, she, Rick, has been sensational this year in this 3-year-old campaign. She has won 5 of her 7 starts with 2 second-place finishers. This was her first try against older company, and she utterly destroyed them, winning by 9 3/4 lengths.
Yeah, this race in the Beldame at 1 1/8 over this strip here really, really was impressive. And, you know, there was never a doubt, never a worry. And coming into a race like that, she's won by 12, she's won by 4, she's won by 9.5 in her last 3 starts with a couple of seconds prior to that. She's going into there with a world of confidence. And listen, one of those seconds was in a race called the Belmont Stakes against 3-year-old colts. This filly is sensational.
She has one win over the Keeneland Strip, who's the host track of this year's Breeders' Cup, but a horse that is 3 for 3 at Keeneland, Rick, is her stablemate, Malathat, as she comes in here off of a win in the Spinster, the Grade 1 Spinster, and this day forwardly placed, and you don't often see Malathat win by open lengths because she's a very smart, intelligent filly who kind of knows when her job's over, but she's just cruising here.
Yeah, you're right. If you look back at her races, it's 3/4 a length ahead, a length, half a length, and here she and Johnny's been her rider for the last 10 starts, and so he knows her better than anybody, but she really just drew away from this field, and this was a good bunch of Grade 1 mares over the strip that they're going to be running the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Last year, she was defeated by just a half a length in the Breeders' Cup Distaff at Del Mar. Both of these fillies working half miles today separately. We've seen them kind of training together, but we saw Malathat go 49-3 very easily. Mig, did you get a chance to watch these workouts? And what have you thought about these 2 fillies' preparations heading into this Breeders' Cup Distaff?
I think both these fillies are coming up to the Breeders' Cup Distaff in impeccable condition. Obviously, they're both in great form. Malathat, I was waiting a long time for them to put blinkers on her. Johnny suggested it. Todd, put the blinkers on. She responded in a positive way. And Nest is just continually taking steps forward. I mean, to think she ran such a hard 1.5 miles against the boys in the Belmont, and Todd Pletcher said she actually moved forward off it. She thrived off it. I think it speaks to her physical constitution, how strong she is. I've seen the steady maturation from her. And it's just a really interesting group. And Malathat does what she has to do until last time, never making more use of herself. Last time she drew away with more exuberance than is normal, but she won with something left because she's a horse that, when pressed, finds more. I think this is an interesting matchup, but I'm going to go back to historically, since I was a kid watching good horses, good 4-year-olds beat good 3-year-olds. We go, Affirmed was beaten by Seattle Sleuth, and Spectacular Bid was beaten by Affirmed. So I'm always going to lean a little bit, even late in the year, to the elders.
Meg, I would agree with you. Rick, I have just been kind of enthralled with what I've seen from Malathat training down there. I think this is She's peaking and taking nothing away from Nest. I think that this is Malafet's race to lose.
I can't disagree. I mean, it's kind of hard to pick between the two of them. Richie has a great point. 3-year-old, even late in the year against older horses is tough. You're only getting 3 pounds. It's not going to make that much difference. And you know, both fillies are big, strong, strapping fillies. But man, listen, who wouldn't want to be Todd Pletcher right now anyway?
Who wouldn't want to be Todd Pletcher when it comes to any stake, as he even has one in the Awad coming up next, as he will send out a sprinter, Sendero. We'll see how he takes to the stretch out. The Virginia bred coming in from an effort winning the restricted Jamestown Stakes at Colonial. More to come on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home. Awad takes over. Dr. Alfouz is down inside. Compadre is coming fast down the center of the course. They're inside the final furlong. And stablemates Awad and Dr. Alfouz are vying for the lead together, with Compadre chasing them home. Dr. Alfouz determined at the rail. Awad resolute on the outside, and Awad prevails by a determined head.
Awad, if you are a fan of our show, you would know that this was trainer Dave Donk's favorite race, as he ran down his stablemate Dr. Alfouz in the shadow of the wire of the Pilgrim back in '92.
Yeah, Awad, what a great horse. And Dave's such a good trainer and a great guy, and he and his wife Faye are, you know, they've just done so much for the backstretch, but with Nitha and the backstretch and the best in the chaplain's office. I mean, they're just wonderful people with wonderful family, and he does a great job training. Look at him there; he had hair.
That's what training does to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. No, he's one of my closest friends. He's really good people.
Literally one of the nicest people I have ever met, as he has the namesake, or he had the namesake of this 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm. It's the Awad, as we have a post parade on tap for you, and we'll kick things off. You know, there's a few New York breds actually in here, Rick, kind of breeding all over the place. Kentucky, Virginia, New York. But we'll kick things off with a New York bred, and that is number 1, Con Man in here. You know, first time going long was last time in the Now. He almost still looked green to me.
Yeah, and he got shuffled back. A lot of these horses are young, plus the first time going 2 turns.
Yep.
Trained by Mark Casse, owned by DJ Stable, Leonard Green and his son John, and not without a shot. You know, he overcome that first race.
We'll see how Sendero does stretching out, but here's number 3, Dandy Handyman, another Colonial Invader.
Yeah, horses has run long. Kerry Brayon, who's been doing fantastic work, and Trevor McCarthy takes a call on this one, came from off the pace well back.
Here is the son of Collected, Freedom Trail.
Yeah, really, really big run last time to get up under Jose Ortiz. Irad, his brother, takes the mount. They well back first time out at 3.5 to 1.
Most experienced in the field, Noble Huntsman. He just went by. Here is the gray son of Cairo Prince. Let's go Big Blue.
Let's go Big Blue, and was early morning favorite and ran 3rd in the stake last time out.
Here's a Mammoth Invader, number 7, El de Chimi.
Yes, and ridden by Javier Castellanos, having a fantastic banner year for him. Ran a good 4th in the race at Monmouth Park last time over their mild turf.
Well, Rick, this race does kick off our newest wager. It is the middle pick 4. Make sure you play it here, Belmont at the Big A. It's races 4 through 7, as we will see the pick 6 start in today's 5th. As lovely warm up from the 9 to 5 current favorite, that is Freedom Trail, and Richie is standing by with his trainer.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And John Terranova, the conditioner of Freedom Trail, we were talking, and you said you expected him to run well first time, but that you thought he might even need a race to get to where he needs to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a young colt. He's got a lot of room to improve. He was a late foal, and he really came on strong over the summer, ready to get started in his last start. And, you know, we didn't know what to really expect, but we thought we'd get a good run into him, and he had already shown some real talent.
Well, since that race, how is he trained? Does it seem like maybe even more improvement from him?
You know, hard to say. I mean, all forward, everything was good before, everything's been good after. So, you know, he looks good, and just, you know, natural time progression and stuff like that will hopefully bring out some better performances and stronger performances as we go forward. But he's got some good stuff we've seen.
Watching him here in the paddock, he just seems like he's got a terrific mind on him, a very intelligent colt.
Yeah, very smart. Yeah, he's like that way in the mornings at the barn, everything like that. He just, you know, very smart.
Well, good luck here in the Awad. And, guys, the way he closed first time, maybe he's just going to kind of follow in the footsteps of Awad with those big closing runs.
That'd be cool to emulate the stakes namesake as Freedom Trail. Rick, let's take a look at that debut when back here on September 25th. Now, we saw American Hustle, who finishes 3rd here. Now, he did come back to run 4th, a narrowly beaten 4th, but actually improved his Beyer. So maybe this is a race that could be okay going forward.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This horse makes a big run on the outside, and you know, look at the finish here. I mean, it's like they just broke from the gate together. But no, this is just a really good race, and the horse is obviously he's a good-looking horse. He's intelligent. You could see his ears up, and the jock's just letting him, you know, have a nice easy warm-up. And if you look at the dam sire, there's that war front again. You know, so here we are again, basically a lot of the same pedigree that we've been looking at on these in these turf races. Just a fantastic sire, broodmare sire, Claiborne Farm, and let's take it to John.
Yeah, JK, this is a horse that looks great on track. I thought he'd need a race, but obviously he proved that. So I think there's a move forward in him. What do you think about him?
I mean, I love hearing that from everyone, talking about how they thought the horse might need a race. It's a huge indicator of another step forward. I thought this was probably the best horse on paper, and if you give me another step in the right direction, I think Freedom Trail is going to be tough in here. My one concern about Freedom Trail, obviously, is the pace of this race. The pace doesn't seem to be like it's going to be too quick. I would think the 2 Sendero stretching out with Flavian Pratt would find the front end in here. If that horse can at least just keep it honest, I think Freedom Trail is the horse to beat in here. But I would keep a little bit of an eye on Flavian on the front end. He could be very dangerous.
True that, as Flavian is pretty dangerous. And Sendero does look as though he is the main speed in here, stretching out from the 5.5. He was I mean, according to the betting public, supposed to win first time out, shipping down for a restricted Virginia bred race at Colonial. And then, you know, Ira rode him last time here, and he just knew he was on that much of the best horse, Rick, where it didn't matter whether he was 4 wide the whole way.
Yeah, his first race was sensational. Just got beat ahead down there at Colonial. He came back in a restricted stake down there. Irad rode him, and he was 1-5 and ran like it. So, yeah, this horse has experience, but not experience going 2 turns. It's a hard stretch out going from 5.5 to a mile and a 16th. But as Jonathan pointed out, probably going to show early. It's just a matter of whether he can, A, slow it down a little bit, whether he gets confused by going into that turn the first time. It can be a little confusing to a young horse, but with an experienced rider, he'll be able to lean a little bit left once, you know, he knows that turn is coming, because otherwise you're at JFK, and that's not going to work out very well. So I think, you know, a lot has to happen here to get that horse to slow down and to make that turn without being parked wide a little bit.
They paid a lot for Sendero as a yearling, $300,000, son of City of Light freshman sire. But here is Let's Go Big Blue, son of Cairo Prince. Decent money for this one, $200,000. Now, let's take a look back at his last start from the Now, where we do see 2 other horses coming out of there, as El did Chimmy, as well as Con Man. And watch Con Man in here too, Rick, as he, you know, he wasn't ridden that aggressively, so he found himself mid-pack, and then we see the horse that's just going to back up in his face. So then he's going to eventually be last as they start the run into the lane.
Yeah, there's, you know, again, young, inexperienced horses on the turf. They're crowded in there. Some horses jocks are trying to get position. It's a whole different ball game in there for some of these horses. And if a horse backs up into you, and then you have the wherewithal to actually come back and try and make a charge. You see him drop down inside, outside. It's these horses are all on a learning curve, and we know with turf racing, whether you're young or old, it's all about the trip.
It is. As I think overall, Let's Go Big Blue had a decent trip, had to wait for room and extricate himself from the rail there at about a little after the quarter pole, but otherwise ran on well. Mig, what do you think about this New York bred and his 3rd career start?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be my top selection, Maggie. I thought he was tentatively handled last time, and especially with young horses, you've got to be decisive, and you've got to be a strong guidance for a young horse, and I just don't feel like he got that last time. And, you know, you have to know when to be a pilot and when to be a passenger, and then you have to have the ability to be either as the situation calls on it. And I just think this horse needed more direction last time. I'm hoping that Eric Cancel, 3rd start on him, gives him that direction. I thought he should have been a lot closer last time. Not that he had any egregious steady or check. It's just with young horses, you have to give them the path and show them which way to go. The 4-horse Freedom Trail makes a lot of sense, and I like him a lot. Just a classy-looking individual. You can see the war front influence on the female side of his family from him, that typical well-balanced kind of horse. Noble Huntsman, gosh, he's a good-looking horse. I mean, he's really run okay in all of his starts. I remember when he won on debut in Saratoga going 5.5. And Maggie, you talked about him looking like a horse that wanted to go further. Man, he really does. And the fact that he won sprinting, I think speaks to his ability. But he wasn't, beaten badly in the Pilgrim. Not really any excuses. But I just had to talk about him because from a physical perspective, he is a handsome son of Noble Mission. And then the outside horse really caught my eye. I mean, he would get absolutely the appearance check mark. The 7, El Dachimi, who ran well in the Now, had a decent trip that day, better than some of the others coming out of there. But I just couldn't get past him from a physical perspective. And at 9-1, I had to mention him because I do think he'll run well.
He, of course, owned by former MLB All-Star Victor Martinez and his Victoria's Ranch, and Juan Avila, we've seen have success here since coming from Venezuela to the States. Venezuelan rider.
A couple of sports analogies in here. Not only that one, but Coach Parcells.
Yeah.
Owns Let's Go Blue.
I mean,
that makes sense.
I mean,
look at the mare.
Pretty obvious too, right?
Look at the mare.
Giant
win. Okay.
I mean, duh. How
so
can you
here
not
we are.
name that horse?
All right, he's actually my top choice in here, and I agree with Richie. I think Eric knows a little bit more about this horse now. He's got a little bit more experience. I had this horse picked on top, and over the 2 Sendero, who I think was probably going to be the lone speed in here.
We haven't really mentioned number 3, Dandy Handyman. He's not taking much money, but I liked his performance first time out at Colonial. You know, it does take a bit to win long going first out, and he was incredibly professional. He ran down a 1-2 shot in Take Me to Jimmy, although that horse did come back and disappoint here in a maiden special weight at Belmont, and just kind of equaling his Beyer speed figure. But you know, Carrie Bryan, this isn't really what she's known for, winning with 2-year-olds. So maybe this is one with room for improvement.
No, and she's done a fine job with all her horses, including some jump horses too. I mean, she really knows how to get a horse fit, and obviously getting this horse to win first time out, going long. Wasn't well bet, but that's not surprising. You know, you never know how to bet these races, and Trevor McCarthy took them out, but kind of cold on the board, 4-1, and as a morning line. And drifted up a little bit. But listen, they're all young, and they're all going out there hopefully on their preferred surface.
I think that is a definite here in this award, as it's your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. John and Brielle has your call.
And they're off. Let's Go Big Blue, El Dechimi from the outside. Dandy Handyman is now up for the lead. Dandy Handyman and El Dechimi. And the two of them are right together as they go onto the line for the first time. Dandy Handyman, narrow lead. El Dechimi on the outside in second. It's 4 lengths. Back to Noble Huntsman, who is racing in third. Into the clubhouse turn. Let's Go Big Blue is next in fourth. Down on the inside is Sendero in fifth. And alongside is Freedom Trail. The trailer is Conman in seventh. The battle up front continues after a quarter in 23-1. It's Dandy Handyman on the inside and El Dechimi on the outside, with Noble Huntsman getting a good trip just behind the front two in third. Let's Go Big Blue is next in fourth. Sendero now advances down at the rail. The trailers are Freedom Trail and Conman. Half mile, 48 2/5 seconds. Dandy Handyman leads by 3/4 of a length now. El Dechimi on the outside. It's a little more than a length to Noble Huntsman, who's running in third as they go around the far turn. Dandy Handyman still there by a half length. El Dechimi on the outside. 2.5 lengths now to Noble Huntsman in third. Then Let's Go Big Blue. Sendero down at the rail. On the far outside is Freedom Trail. Then Conman. As they come down for the 8th pole, it is Dandy Handyman who's drifting out there. Sendero comes through on the inside. Noble Huntsman is weaving his way through. And the far outside, here comes Freedom Trail. Freedom Trail has taken the lead in deep stretch, and Freedom Trail is the winner, coming from off the pace under Erod Ortiz Jr.
He was best. Freedom Trail got that unencumbered trip down the outside of the course by Erod Ortiz. He was wide, Rick, but it didn't matter. He was just best.
He was best, and if you look at the six horse Let's Go Blue just got completely shut off. The 5 drifted out as the winner, the number 4 Freedom Trail, goes by and then picks himself up again to get a piece of this. But this horse, absolutely, he's 2 for 2, comes from off the pace, maturing nicely, had a perfect trip under Irad, and well-deserved victory in the AWAT Stakes.
Our leading rider, but can we give a little shout out to Dandy Handyman? I know he was drifting out in the lane, but look at the horse that went with him, the number 7 in here. He finishes last, and as you were saying through the running of this race, those were not fractions to scoff at.
No, the early fractions 23-1. That's pretty strong. Plus, you're doing it on a turn too, so those are serious fractions for these young horses. The second quarter, they got away with a little bit. They went 48, so they slowed it down a little bit, as most jocks do, as they hit the back stretch and try and give them a little bit of a breather. And this horse was well back the early part and then got into contention early.
Well, we heard from John Terranova before the race. He seemed pretty confident. Now he's got to be pretty darn happy, as he is with Richie.
Yeah, that confidence rewarded John. He really came with a bold run down the center of the track.
Yeah, he's just got a huge reach on him, and you know, I think the best is yet to come with him, obviously. But very, very talented colt, and big turn of foot. And hey, Irad, he's the best. He laid a great ride on him, and it worked out perfect. So very happy for everybody.
He really did time his run well. Any concern though when he kind of had to come so wide, or are you just happy that he could use his stride?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we know he's covers such ground. He's got amazing reach on him, and you know, it's just. You know, second start out, you never know how they're going to react and go forward, but he seems to be going in the right direction, and, you know, sky's the limit.
Congratulations. Get your picture taken, guys. A colt with a great deal of ability, a really nice, very promising prospect.
We were just admiring, as John was talking about it, and Richie, Rick, this horse just has a serious stride, as we actually are learning that we do have a steward's inquiry involving the 5, I believe, in here, as we're still waiting for the photo for show. But I don't think this concerns our winner. It's not posted on the screen, on either screen here, guys, but I did hear John Embrell announce it, that it involves the 5 horse in here. Unclear if it involves your winner.
Yeah, I think the 5 horse drifted out a little bit in the path of the 6 horse. As the 4 horse was clear, nothing, I wouldn't worry about anything with the winner.
No.
But the 5 horse drifted out in front of the 6 horse, and the 6 horse had to pick himself up again and might have got up for 3rd. If you watch
we
here,
see the
5
early
horse
leader, the 3. I mean, he's going to go from the 2 to the 8 to 10 path here, but it did feel as though he was fairly clear, but it also does make it tight on the horse that we were talking about in Go Big Blue. Let's Go Big Blue.
Let's Go Big Blue. It was before that. It was just as they're coming off the turn where the possible infraction occurred. And the 6 horse did get impeded. I guess it's worth a shot because he did actually get back in stride, and I don't know if he was 3rd or not, but he was very close to being 3rd in this race. But the winner was clear, out of trouble there, and there won't be. I don't believe there'll be any change with regards to the winner.
Freedom Trail delivers here at 9 to 5. Okay, so here's why things have taken a little bit of time. I still believe this race is under a review, and it's also a dead heat for 3rd. So. Yes. It looks as though things are clear with the winner. Still unofficial Freedom Trail, though. He does take the award, and that will do it for Rick and I. Sensational job. Are you going to win another race here in the next week? Tell us.
I don't know. We do have a horse in tomorrow, another 2-year-old filly for Clear Star Stable in the first race tomorrow. And listen, you can't be in it if you're not in it. And we're on a bit of a roll, but we all know what happens after those rolls. They start rolling downhill a little bit, but that's okay. Hopefully we'll get another good race out of her.
In it to win it, but yeah, you always got to ride the wave. I'll be down reporting as Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling. They're up next here on America's Day at the Races. Reactions and prices coming up from the award stakes. Stay tuned.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliori, brought to you by America's Best Racing. You can visit americasbestracing.net. And I've got winning rider Irad Ortiz and Freedom Trail now 2 for 2. A young horse with a big turn of foot.
Yeah, great mind too. He's a nice horse. He do everything really good. Warm him out good, nice and quiet, classy. Break out of there, try to hold it together, and he relaxed so well going to the first turn, backside. He jumped on the B a little bit and let him do his thing. And by the quarter pole, I asking a little bit, and he started moving really, really nice. He got good turn of foot, and he just keep going. After the wire, he galloped out really nice. So it's a young horse with a lot of talent. Hopefully he stay sound and healthy.
Irad, you mentioned something that a lot of racing fans might not think about. They think about how fast a horse can run, but the mind, when a horse has a good mind and really works with the rider, how helpful is that?
He helps a lot because he wait for me. He wait for the call, and he don't wants to go earlier than you have to go. And we connect. When we connect, it's a lot more easier, and it work better for us. I mean, I can teach him when he have to give me everything he had, and he listened to me, so that's great.
Well, it was really interesting, too, turning for home. It seemed like a lot of action going on the inside, a lot of activity. You decided, let me put him in the clear, don't get him stopped. How do you make that decision?
I was going to the quarter pole, and I feel like I got a lot of horse, and I think Weaver horse is one of the other horses to beat, and I was right behind him. I don't want to go inside of him. I know the other 3 horses, maybe I got more horse than them, and I just go around, and then McCarthy horse start getting out. He's trying to correct it, and the horse is looking. I think he just make the lead, and he's looking, and he's drifting out. But at the same time, I was already on the clear, so I don't have to stop riding. I just keep going, and then I just continue. I was already make my decision already to go around them, so I can go back in. I just decide to just keep going out a little more 2 pads and go forward.
Well, I think it's one of the reasons why you're so successful, though. You're decisive. You make a decision, and you'll stick to it, and that's what you have to do. You can't hedge sometimes, especially with young horses.
No, especially with this kind of horse, like you say. He's young, and he's going to be hard to stop him and go back in and asking again to go. I just decide to tell him to go, and he was so relaxed the whole part of the race. And when I just call him, he start give it to me. I don't want to take it away, so I just want to just go forward. And it's young horse that you can stop him too much, so I just let him do his thing, and he's a nice horse.
Terrific job. Great riding. Guys, that's what it's about. You got to know what's underneath you and what kind of horse you're riding and when to be a pilot and give a horse more guidance.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1-mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1-mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Oh, welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here with my man, Greg Wolf.
They did that inquiry just to wait for us to get our act together up here. Little disqualification to start things out. Dead heat. I don't know if I've seen that too often where two horses dead heat and they disqualify, but I have seen it before, somewhere.
Yeah. Usually, in this game long enough, you're going to see different things happen every day. I don't know if I've ever seen that. We just had it happen, however, and Freedom. We'll sort it out in a minute. Freedom Trail, your winner. Rod Ortiz Jr., John Terranova, your winners in this award as we get set for Baby Yoda coming up in our ABR Race of the Week.
I thought for a second he was coming up here to hang out with us, Baby Yoda.
I wish.
Do you know really is a Baby Yoda?
You haven't watched the series? Yes, there is.
No, what is it from?
Young Jedi.
I've never seen Young Jedi.
You've never heard of Star Wars?
I saw Star Wars, yeah, in 1978.
Yeah, it's just young Yoda.
Oh, I got it, okay. Think he looked different as a kid?
He looked strikingly similar. The Kelso is where Baby Yoda is going to try and get the first stakes win of his career. He has been so good in so many occasions, but yet to win a stake, partly because he's just faced some monsters like Flightline, Jackie's Warrior, Cody's Wish. He's not facing that kind of group today.
That is kind of funny when you bring up the list, and it's true. He was actually second in Flightline's first graded stakes win when Flightline won the Malibu. And he did it at a mile. He comes back on relatively short rest. He drew well on the outside. He's the worst to beat, but I think there's a lot going on in the race.
Every time he's coming off a big effort, he ran a huge number. Just about every time he's run that big a figure, he has regressed in his next start.
Just remember, he easily defeated Olympiad up in Saratoga in 2021. It's pretty incredible to look at, but it's not as though he's a bad horse that beat him in the race he ran that day. He might have beaten any horse in the country except Flightline.
We will get to it in a moment. Post-parade coming up. Meanwhile, let's wrap up that fourth award. Freedom Trail, $5.80 for the victory here.
That was a tough beat for Dandy Handyman. All due respect to Freedom Trail, and nice for John Terranova, 2 for 2. But boy, Dandy Handyman got in that big duel ahead of the field, a fast pace, and almost held on. But Freedom Trail gets it done to run his record to 2 for 2. And you have to imagine for these horses, probably their last start of 2022. But this is the time you start dreaming about what could be in 2023.
All right, and it was, what, 4.356, now 4.365.
Okay.
Okay.
It was not a dead heat. Okay. I feel better. How about
that
you?
one in the books? Kelso, obviously named after one of the greats.
Oh, that horse Kelso. Yeah, I heard of him. It's funny, when I first got in the game, Forgo was really the big star, you know, the gelding. And what they used to talk about is Kelso, because he was the gelding who'd come before him. And I mean, 5 straight Jockey Club Gold Cups. Look at it this way. It would kind of like if Channelmaker had won every Breeders' Cup turf that he had been in. And because he's running like his 5th or 6th or something. It's some crazy number this year, right? Kelso ran it 5 times and just crushed. And back in those days, 5 wins in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. That was 10 miles of racing.
That's amazing.
Amazing racehorse.
Look how easy he did it in that 1963 edition.
What a horse.
Hall of Famer, special horse.
And I'll tell you what else. How often do you see these films from that time and they're in color?
Yeah, I love seeing this.
Yeah. We didn't colorize that, did we?
It's great to get that old video. Cool. Woodward winner 3 times, 3-time Whitney winner, 2 Suburbans. What a resume. 39 victories in all. I mean, what would those earnings be today?
Right. I mean, who knows what he could have won. And that was a record that stood, the 1.97, for a long time until purses just started exploding. I mean, back then, a race like the Whitney was like 50 or 75,000. It's amazing, right?
Crazy. Well, coming up, you cannot claim you're a Jedi Master if you don't have a stakes win on your resume. Baby Yoda going to try and do that for the first time coming up this afternoon. For Belmont returning in just 22 days' time. It's a quick comeback that has his trainer a little bit concerned. His only try at this track, though, it was a win, and he is the one to beat. He's 3-5 when we come back.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta. Scores by 3.5.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Life is Good still in command here, and Life is Good now asks for a bit more here by Arad Ortiz Jr., and he is responding. Life is Good has opened up a 5-length lead, and then it is Fort Peck and Doubly Blessed. Life is Good back in the winner's circle in his Belmont debut. He wins the Grade 2 Kelso.
Last year's edition of the Kelso Handicap, when this was a stepping stone to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, which, of course, Life is Good would go on to win convincingly. He had no problem in this race.
No, well, like so many of his races, he had no problem. Just a very, very good horse. And this was, of course, the race after that tough beat to Jackie's Warrior and the Alan Jerkins. What a good horse Life is Good has been. He'll have his work cut out for the Breeders' Cup Classic, but Greg, I don't think it races the kind of record that he has put together.
Put up a 105 buyer in that race. Then he followed it up with a 109 buyer in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Then he disposed of Nick's Go to start off the year, the Pegasus World Cup, and he was the top dog in the division. Things have changed since that time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he didn't handle the 1.25 miles in the Dubai World Cup, but some other horse showed up that's pretty good, that has a similar running style.
Who we're going to show you his workout a little bit later on. That, of course, is Flightline, whose Pacific Classic was otherworldly. Still, they got to run the race. We'll see if he could produce that kind of performance again. Life is Good is an extremely talented runner, and he's a horse that's going to throw down early with Flightline.
I agree, and I don't care if he runs last in the Breeders' Cup. It's not going to diminish the kind of career he's had, and it's not going to take away what a good racehorse he's been. And for me, I know he lost the race, but his Alan Jerkins said everything about him. Coming off a long layoff, setting a monstrously fast pace, losing to a horse of Jackie's Warrior's quality who had more recency than him. I know his Woodward was not a fast race. It came up relatively slow on the Beyer speed figures. Having said that, it was a muddy track that day for whatever reason. I don't think it's an indication that Life is Good is tailing off. I just think he's going to have his hands full with Flightline, not just because of Flightline's quality, but because of his running style as well.
9 for 11 in his career, and not just the Flightline question. There is a bit of a question about his ability to mount a quarter, isn't there?
100%. There has to be. I mean, it's unfair not to ask the question because he looked to be cruising in the World Cup. One thing with the World Cup is that may have been a pretty relatively fast pace.
As for Olympiad, he was stringing together win after win after win. He put together 5 in a row. He got drilled by Life is Good in a Whitney in a race. It seemed like he probably just didn't run his race. He came back and bounced back in a big way in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, I mean, you don't as a player want to just dismiss an effort. You don't know why he ran badly, but considering he ran his race in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, I think it's fair to say that he didn't run his race that day. And Olympiad has been a terrific story, and you think about the kind of year he's had, and wouldn't you say that it goes the depth of the older horses and really the routers, that he really isn't getting any conversation? because Flightline is so good and Life is Good has been so good that he's just being ignored. And there were a lot of years where he might be favored in the Breeders' Cup, or one of the favorites.
No, that's a good point. That's how deep and strong, especially top-heavy, this division is this year with two really brilliant horses, one in particular. But
One in
really
particular.
both.
Right, one in particular that's unusual. I mean, Flightline may, and we'll see what he does in the Breeders' Cup, but based on what he's done, he's an unusually talented, good horse. Life is Good is very, very good. And also, you've got good 3-year-olds this year. Between Epicenter and Taba, you're talking about some real talent out there.
Just only 4 losses on the resume of Olympiad. One of those to a horse we have coming up in here, of course. You talked about it earlier, Baby Yoda, 3-5 in this spot. Not the quick comeback, obviously, concern, but also the concern he ran one of his better races last time out. As I mentioned, every time he has done that, he's gone backwards a little bit next time out.
Other than that aberrational win at Saratoga when he dusted Olympiad, his last race is the best race he's ever run. The other races. I think the most shocking thing today is that we were chastised about talking about Baby Yoda by an avowed Star Wars fanatic, Ray Handel.
Yeah, apologies, Ray. I got it wrong. So can you clarify real quick?
I couldn't. It's too much. Ray had too much information for me.
Basically, Baby Yoda's not Yoda.
I think what we need to do is have an interview with Ray Handel on the show where Ray is dressed as his favorite Star Wars character.
It is Halloween on Monday.
It's
Ray.
Halloween at the racetrack every day.
It is. That's true. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, an interesting group here assembled for the Kelso. The 2-horse Empty Tomb is a horse that really caught my eye. Came off of a layoff, won at Delaware Park, a track that tends to put a lot of condition into horses, a track that can be a bit more tiring. And he just, from a physical standpoint, really just kept making me gravitate to him. Very, very impressively turned out for Rob Falcone. The 3 Morello. He's a nice horse. I mean, his first starts here at Aqueduct and his Gotham was tremendous. Now, he's had a little bit of trouble as far as what I've seen leaving the starting gate. Wood Memorial didn't break well, kind of, ruined things for him. Woody Stevens didn't break very sharp. And then last time even, when he won at Laurel, shaking off that ring rust, he kind of hopped at the start. He runs anywhere close to his Gotham, and you would expect an even forward move because he's an older 3-year-old now. But I really like to see him get away cleanly. I think that's going to be the key to his race. And, of course, Baby Yoda is very logical. The only question I have, and I just wonder your guys' take on it, I mean, from a physical perspective, he couldn't look any better, but it does seem like he runs consistently better races when he runs on Lasix, and he's not going to get the benefits of Lasix today in a stake race. Is there any fear that he won't run his very best race because of that?
Yeah, yet another factor. So short rest coming back. Doesn't get Lasix today.
Yeah.
1-2 favoritism.
He's over.
Tread lightly.
He's overbet. I'm sorry. They're betting this like it's a 1-horse race, and it's not as though he's running against a bunch of bums.
Well, this is, as you said, aside from that freakish effort at Saratoga, the best race he has ever run. Last time out, it was a stretching out to a mile here at Aqueduct.
This was a day where the inside speed was very, very good. Now, in fairness, he wasn't right on the inside. He was on the 2-path. But I do wonder if the racetrack contributed a little bit to this. And sometimes horses run these aberrational races, and it's not like it's a way aberrational. He's run fast races before, but this was a huge, huge effort. Coming back on short rest, I think we both understand why he may be the horse to beat, but I do think that we both agree that at these kind of odds, you're supposed to be taking a small shot against him.
And let's keep in mind, you see the numbers there. Pick 6 carryover today. No one hit it yesterday. So $50,000 carried over into this pool, and already an extra $140,000 bet into that pool. You can play it with Naira Bets. When you get signed up, you get that free $25 play and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, Cup25 at NairaBets.com.
Okay, so here's a question for you. It's a very interesting sequence. Baby Yoda is got to be far and away the shortest price in the sequence, right? I mean, I don't think there's anybody that can be odds on going forward in these races. They're wide open. But you and I are sort of, we think he's a reasonable horse to take a shot against, but would you lean on him in a pick 6? You know what I'm saying? We're two different animals.
I wouldn't lean on him, but I'd throw him in defensively probably.
Well, I mean, you have to use him, and not, people that don't understand using short price horse defensively, they lose betting multi-race bets over time. They can pretend they don't, but they do. It's an interesting question because he is probably the likeliest winner in the sequence, oddly enough. I'm just going to play against him in this race. This is a very rough sequence.
We start off with Shaq Queen King, who comes in off 3 straight victories at Delaware.
He does have a very cool name, and he did run a big figure last time at Delaware, but I want to see him transfer that form here.
Empty Tomb, a winner last start at Delaware as well.
I think he's a threat to wire the field at a very generous price.
Morello, he looked sensational in the Gotham, looked like he'd be a Derby contender.
It is fair to be concerned about how he has trouble breaking these days, but I believe he's going to run big today and picked him.
7-year-old title ready. He has danced a lot of dances for Dallas Stewart.
Is it possible this race heats up at some point in the second to third quarter and this horse comes running late? Very possible.
Norman Cash, we're going to see a couple of his runners later as well in the Bold Ruler Double Crown, big price.
Never afraid to take a shot, Norman Cash.
And 3-5 favorite, Baby Yoda. Again, looking for the first stakes win of his career, 7 for 14 lifetime.
You know, he's a good horse. He really is, and he is consistent. But this is a tough spot off of that big race, and at 3-5, I think you're supposed to try to make him play a little bit against him.
There is Morello. Started out his career with 3 consecutive wins. I think you and I were on for probably all of them, and we were very high on him. Looked like he was going to turn into a serious Derby horse, and then things got derailed.
I just think 7 furlongs to a mile is going to be what this horse does well. And if he's over his feet issues, the gait has become an issue with him. But I like his chances.
See if he can break better today. Let's go downstairs to Mig for more on Morello.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm here with 2 of the ownership group. Matt Skelly here on the outside, Dave Lyon here. Matt, this is a horse that the first 3 races, you guys had to be dreaming Derby, and then things went a little bit sideways with the Wood Memorial and going forward.
Yeah, he was, he's a young 3-year-old, and, Toby really got him ready through those races, and, we just know he's a great athlete. And so, had a couple off starts and just wanted him to be a horse, so sent him to the farm, and now he's back, and Toby's, Toby. He gets him ready, and we feel really confident.
Toby does a terrific job. He won back off the bench at Laurel, but again, showed a little bit of that propensity not to break as sharp. Is that a concern today?
Yeah, it's always a concern, especially in a graded stakes race. But if that's who he is, that's who he is. He's overcome it in the past. We're hoping he can do it again today.
I mean, looking at him from a physical perspective, he looks like he's shown that maturity you look for from a young 3-year-old to an older 3-year-old now. If he was to perform well today, win, what would you be looking at next?
Well, I'll let Toby and Steve put that plan together, but I think the next obvious step is the Cigar Mile. I think they give a free entry to the top 4 here. We're hoping we're going to be at least in the top 2 here.
Okay, well, guys, best of luck. Thanks for taking time. Thanks a lot. Best of luck. Guys, he's looking really good here in the paddock, Morello, and that's where I'm going to land. He'll be my top selection.
There he is. He does look sharp. Morello, son of Classic Empire, trained by Steve Asmussen. They gave him some time after that. Things went wrong in that Woody Stevens, went back to the farm, just let him be a horse for a little bit, came back obviously with a nice win, beating Greeley and Banner. We're going to see later in today's card. Pick 6 carryover, Jonathan Kinchin. It starts here. How do you play this, Kelso?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I understand the point with what you're going to do with Baby Yoda. You either kind of have to lean on this horse, or you got to kind of have to use a couple of others to catch a price. The 3, Morello, makes total sense. I'm going to use more as a B type. This is a horse that, I think a lot of people assumed was going to appreciate a shorter distance. And, when he ran into Jack Christopher and the Woody Stevens, I don't care what happened really in that race. He wasn't beating Jack Christopher. Then he came back last time at Laurel and did kind of let us know that maybe he did want to go a little bit shorter. He's going to need to pop away from the gate. I don't think that at this point, is he good enough to overcome that adversity against these horses? He's going to need to break away from there. I see him getting beat if he breaks slowly and the other Baby Yodas of the world kind of get their own trip. The other horse I thought, we've been talking about Baby Yoda. I loved how Baby Yoda ran going the mile last time. Some of his big races have been sprinting, but he really seemed to excel at that situation because he doesn't have to run as fast early. He can find his rhythm and not have to use as much energy, but he's still so talented that he kicks away the way that he did last time. I think he'll be tough from that outside post, but I'm also going to be interested in using the 1, Shaq Queen King, a little bit. Horse ran entirely too well last time to leave off your ticket.
3 minutes away from this 5th here to kick off our Pick 6 carryover. Again, that carryover, $50,000 into today's card. As you mentioned, Andy, I mean, look, a 3-5 favorite we're both against, but this is going to be the shortest price favorite in this sequence. I don't know where else you maybe maybe customer list for some.
I think
in
for
the 7th?
some, I like the 6 in that race, but would use 1 and 6 in that race. I'd use 1, 5, 6 in the second leg, race number 6. I mean, would some people lean on Boston Post Road, a horse that I scratched into, but both you and I have some reservations. She's got some hang in her. Maybe you go 2 and 5 in there with glass ceiling, but I don't think that the 4 and 6 have no chance, but depends how much you can spend and how you construct your tickets. Where do you go in the bold ruler? I mean, I picked drafted, but I could use any of the 2, 3, or 8 for sure. And I'm leaving out horses that can win, I suppose, like the one Murass, who's not impossible. I didn't like anyone else there.
No Jackson Traveler for you.
I feel like he's tailed off a bit, Greg.
Okay.
I just feel like his last 2 races are subpar. And the other thing is he can't get the lead with Murass in there, and I wonder if he's as good without the lead. You know, I mean, presumably won't get. And then it's not like, listen, I like Sonic Speed in the last race. I'd use 2, 10, 13.
We both like Sonic
But
Speed.
it's not as though, you know, you want to, how much of a pick 6 play
Yeah.
do you want? You know, it's an interesting sequence. And once again, multiple tickets, give yourself some chances. But it's not like you play against Baby Yoda, and Baby Yoda has to be part of a play. I mean, I do agree that betting against him is a good idea, but he's the horse to beat. And the thing is, I'm talking about, we're looking at the sequence. Do you want to have 5 or 6 in this pick 6 and miss it because you left Baby Yoda out?
Yeah, you would feel silly, wouldn't
Right,
you?
and it pays $7,800.
But then sometimes you construct a ticket and it gets to be just to the edge of your comfort zone. And if you're single to a horse who's a big price, it makes you think twice. Do I want to spend all this money singling a horse
Well, of course.
Could be potentially double-digit odds and has an outside chance?
And maybe I'm better off playing in that race, playing exacts and tries. Maybe I like that horse and I'm not thrilled with a favorite, and I can construct other tickets. All your decisions should be based on other decisions you're making.
It all starts here. Good luck on how you put it together. Let's head back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and listen, with all of us admitting that Baby Yoda is obviously the horse to beat, I do think there's question marks, particularly not racing on Lasix and, the short price. I'm going to try to beat him with the 3 Morello, who I think there's a lot of upside to. I agree. He has to break better. I don't think he can give, better horses an advantage. You don't want to give anybody a head start. Even if you're coming from off the pace, you want to break cleanly and with the field and let them outrun you. Don't give them a running head start. But Empty Tomb, I think, should show speed. Looks very sharp for trainer Rob Falcone. Had a, nice tightener at Delaware Park, and now he turns back in distance to the 1-turn mile, and I thought he was very interesting, as well as the 4-horse Title Ready, who hasn't won in a very long time, but we've seen Dallas Stewart kind of get horses ready for big races, and I don't know that he's good enough to win, but as good as he warmed up and as good as he looked in the paddock, he's a horse that I would use underneath for some of my exotics. I just really was taken with this Son of More Than Ready.
Mig, thanks. Post time coming up here on a Pick 6 carryover Saturday afternoon with 2 graded stakes races, part of the sequence.
Yeah, this is a fun card. Anytime you've got competitive races and we're talking about them and we see them as relatively competitive races, it gives you the opportunity to get some prices. And listen, if we're right about betting against Baby Yoda, I think you're better off. Obviously you'd rather have the pick 6 if you didn't use them, but that's a sort of a pipe dream at this point because you have 5 of the race to get through. I like the idea for me. I tossed the 6. I bet exactas and I keyed the 3 with the 2 and 4. And I feel if I'm right about Morello and he can run 1-2, I'm hopeful I can get the other horse in there and make some money. That's how I'm going to play against Baby Yoda.
It's well documented too. Look, he even got off to a bad start in that comeback race, but the 2 races before that, Wood Memorial, Woody Stevens, which sort of did him in those races.
Yep.
5 of his 6 starts, he's had issues out of the gate.
Yeah. Now, I think early it wasn't him as much, but I think it's become a problem. Now, to be fair, his last race he broke inside. At least he's not in the rail in this race. And you don't really know. It's a concern with him. Because I think the other thing about it, and I 100% agree with Richie, you never want to spot horses' ground, but you certainly don't want to do it in graded stake races. The other thing is, one of his real talents is that he has stalking speed. He puts himself in position to win, and when you get left, it's very hard to put yourself in position like that, unless you're winning.
Yeah, you saw just the classic example of how good he can be in that perfect stalking trip. That was that Gotham.
Don't you feel if he ran his Gotham here, he would be very hard to beat?
I do.
That was a sensational effort. He won for fun, and I thought he was explosive in there. Now, I don't know that he'll ever be a horse that's good going 9 furlongs around 2 turns. He may be the kind of horse that's really good at 7 furlongs to a mile. We got some pretty good races like the Carter, the Met Mile, the Forgo. So I'm not saying he's going to win those races, but as Gotham certainly pointed out as a horse that could, right?
No question. I mean, his best race was at this mile distance. It was at this racetrack. If you've not checked out, by the way, too, Tom Morello and some of his work on guitar, Audio Slave fans know what I'm talking about. Go find it on YouTube. It's incredible. That's what this horse is named after.
9 Inch Nails, right? 9.
I know he was with Audio Slave for a long time.
Right. Okay, Audio Slave. Is it not? I'm wrong.
But
it's not?
He was with a few bands.
Okay. You said it right away when this horse ran. I remember you said to me, I wonder if this horse is named for Tom Morello, and of course he was. I talked to Dave Line up in Saratoga about him, and they were saying, in retrospect, maybe running the Woody Stevens wasn't the right, they rushed a little bit to get there, and just give him time to let his foot grow out and get him back to the races. And I think he's gotten back to races quicker than they'd even hoped. And Toby Sheets, who was the assistant for Steve Asmussen in New York, he's basically the one handling this horse and has done a great job.
3 to 5 has not moved, though, meanwhile, on Baby Yoda. And you look at that trip last time out at a mile. You feel he's going to sit and stalk in here?
Well, he's going to try. I mean, I got to think Empty Tomb's going to go. I don't think you're going to win this race sitting behind him, do you?
Doesn't it? It seems like Baby Yoda has the ability
to be
faster.
He might be faster,
doesn't it?
Yeah, he does. He's not that fast, though, Baby Yoda. I don't think he's a bullet. He was when he ran those big races. I don't know. I'm going to try to beat him. I wonder, you don't know what Irad's thinking. You don't know what Rob Falcone's thinking. But I would think go.
6 starts here. Grade 2, Kelso. Baby Yoda looking for his first ever stakes win. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off in the Kelso Stakes. Baby Yoda came away well on the extreme outside as Empty Tomb now moves up to challenge. So the two of them are heads apart. Double Crown just in behind in third. Shack Queen King down towards the rail and moving up a spot now from fourth. And then on the outside, it is Morello, title ready, is the early trailer in sixth as they race up the back stretch. Empty Tomb by a head. Baby Yoda on the outside in second with Shack Queen King in between those two. The quarter went in 24-1. Then comes Morello, who's in fourth, but just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Alongside is Double Crown. Title ready is the trailer. The leader is Empty Tomb by a half length. Shack Queen King, hard held there in second. The big favorite, Baby Yoda, in the clear on the outside in third. Opening half mile in 48 3/5 seconds. They start the run into the far turn. It is Empty Tomb, Shack Queen King, and Baby Yoda. 3 of them stacked across the track with Double Crown and Morello not far behind, 4th and 5th. Title ready is the trailer. Now Baby Yoda goes on with it on the outside to take over the lead, coming for the quarter pole. Morello and Double Crown gain on the outside. It is Baby Yoda who has the lead, 3/4 up in 1:13, and Baby Yoda spurts clear by 3. Double Crown is in second. Morello has tailed off. Baby Yoda trying to hold off Double Crown, who has an upset bid here. Baby Yoda, Double Crown on the outside, and Double Crown indeed pulls off the upset. The upset at odds of 42-1.
Should I say it, or do you want to? Double carryover pick 6?
I think if we had a double carryover today, we'd be looking at a triple carryover tomorrow.
He looked home free, didn't he, Baby Yoda?
Yeah, I turned to you and said, well, I guess we were wrong trying to beat him, and I was wrong with the horses I tried to beat him with. And here's a situation where you go in deep and you try to beat Baby Yoda, and you're right that he loses, but I'm looking at his PPs now, Greg, and I have absolutely no idea what to like about him. Congratulations. As I said, Norman Cash, not afraid to take a shot.
Wow.
I mean,
incredibly hard to come up with, as obviously the odds reflect in here. And Norm Cash, we're going to see a couple of runners from him later in that bold ruler. This was a shocker. Baby Yoda looked home free.
I mean,
and he gets run down.
It looked over. Morello broke a little slow, but he got a good trip after that. He had nothing. The moderate pace, the 1 and 2 involved, they came up empty. There was never a point that Title Ready was running a step. And wow. Wow. I mean,
That's all you can really say. I mean, it's just a shocking result. I looked at a couple of horses that this trainer was bringing to the Bold Ruler. One of them I thought had a look. The other ones I said, well, he must see something that he likes in them to be bringing him here.
Take shots, you know?
I couldn't even make that case for this horse. 42 to 1.
It looks like, according to Naira Bets, and I'll wait to get afterwards, there's $323,000 bet into the pick six. So a quick thing on that, it's about $245,000. Take away a quarter of that, so you got about $184,000. A good chance we're looking at a carryover, $234,000, about $235,000 tomorrow, $234, $235.
For Empire Showcase Day, we're only one leg in, but
I mean, this is
going to be tough to go the rest of the way on an incredibly difficult card. Trip already worth it for Norm Cash, who's part owner.
Congratulations.
Of his 5-year-old son of Bourbon Courage, who is now a 6-time winner and now a graded stakes winner, best win of his career, running down 1-2 favorite Baby Yoda at 42 to 1. We're going to take a timeout. Head scratcher to start off the pick six. The good news for the rest of us, we got the late pick 5. We can start over again. We will have the prices from the Kelso and a shocking upset to begin this pick 6 carryover when we come back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon in South Ozone Park. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Is it fair to say, I mean, this is one of the bigger upsets of the year.
This is one of the big, yes, this is one of the biggest, this is one of the most difficult horses to come up with in a 6-horse field you'll ever see in a lifetime. Congratulations to the connections. I'm just saying, I'll put it this way. I don't know how you red board this horse. The most creative red boarders would have trouble red boarding this horse.
Claim for $40,000 back in June. What a claim. And now a grade 3 winner. I guess a lot of people didn't make the trip. At that price.
You know what? It's all about the kids. They came up,
Yes,
they believed. I hope they let them bet. Wow,
that's some nice hardware they're taking. This was, to say the least, unexpected. 42 to 1 to start off this pick 6, and it would seem shocking that someone's going to be able to put the rest of this together.
Yeah, that's like my phone. I was going to, in the calculator, figure out what kind of carryover we're looking at tomorrow. I don't want to speak too soon, and if you're alive, we're rooting for you. But he's not going to get the kids on, Richie.
We'll find out. Mig, who do you got?
Kids on.
Right here.
I got J.D. Acosta, an animated J.D. Acosta. Give this horse a terrific trip and ride. How did you feel about coming up here to ride a horse that was such a big price?
I mean, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Norman Cash and the whole crew over there in the Laurel, and to him for giving me the chance to came back and ride this horse, because anybody would do it, you know. And I just do it because he always give me a chance over there in Charleston and Laurel. I'm one of his main riders. He got a couple, and I'm one of his main riders. And you never want to say no to these horses. I'm now in New York, now with these greatest riders right here, and you always want to be where they are. You know, even if you have the biggest launch out, you just got to pray for the best.
Well, how early in the race did you feel like you had a shot? Because it looked like he was traveling well.
I got to be honest with you, when we broke from the gate, and he broke so quick because I broke in the top 3, and I expect him to be a little further behind, but I find myself so close, and then I saw Baby Yoda right outside of me, and I know that's a tough horse, so I say, man, I got to follow Baby Yoda. When I saw Javier making the move, I just make the move with him, and I was like, I hope I got enough force to chase him a little bit. And soon as we turned for home, I feel like I have enough, and when I put him in the outside, he just took off.
It's fantastic. I know you've won races with a bigger purse, but what does it mean, like you said, to come up to New York, riding with this colony and showing them what you can do?
I mean, this is the greatest rider in the world, the best riders in the world. You want to be with them, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter how big or how small the purse is, you want to be with them. And I mean, I'm so grateful just to be here today and win any kind of race, not this, any kind of race, you know what I mean? So it's great.
JD, congratulations. Well-deserved. Guys, one of the strongest finishers. A lot of people that aren't familiar with him, he is a bull from the 8th pole to the wire.
Known as being a great gate rider as well. He's super strong from the break. Just earned his 3,500th victory of his career back in February of this year. And now a big one here on the New York circuit. Good for him.
Congratulations. Absolutely. He took a shot with a horse that was improbable, and the horse got it done. And he must be riding one of the horses for Norman Cash in the Bold Ruler. See if he has a chance to get 2 home. He's riding Jalen Journey on the outside, who's also difficult to like. That would be quite a parlay.
At one time, though, would have been one of the favorites in this race not that long ago.
Time was pretty good.
What a shocking result. Pick 5 we have next. Thank God. Because I don't think many are alive in the pick 6. Begins sprinting on the turf. 6 furlongs. It's on the outer turf. An allowance optional claiming field. Misses green. Flavian Pratt will ride back off a win last time out for Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano was aboard for that victory. So this starts the pick 5 sequence. We'll have more on it for you when we come back. Kendrick Carmouche eyeing a stakes score later. He'll be on Runnin' Son of a Gun in the Bold Ruler, but he's got to deal with a couple for Norm Cash. Look out. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. Clocker. Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got out Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
What a moment for True Timber and for Kendrick Carmouche. Logged a lot of miles, a lot of mounts to get that first big Grade 1 of his career.
No, I agree. And Kendrick's riding very, very well right now. I think, things have been going better for him. And think about his ride on Win It in today's third race. I actually talked to Kendrick about Win It yesterday, and both he and I had the same concern. He's a horse that's had issues getting out of the gate, and, he's got the rail. But Kendrick really had a plan if you watch it, because he did break about a length slow. But instead of gunning up on the inside, he sort of gathered the horse and he steered him to the outside, got him out in the clear, and he took a horse who was favored at 5-2 in the race, but he spotted the field by getting left, but Kendrick was ready for it, and he had a plan. And because of that, he was able to work his bad luck into a good trip, and it worked out for Win It. And I think that's the indication of how well Kendrick is riding right now.
Well, as we told you going to break, he's going to have a chance in the Bold Ruler to get another graded stakes win in that Grade 3. It'll be on Runnin' Son of a Gun. 3-year-old tackling some older company in this spot, horse coming in from Parks.
And I think that Runnin' Son of a Gun would be, he's kind of one of the feel-good stories already. A horse that the Toscanos claimed for $50,000 or $40,000 earlier this year from Bill Morey. And they've run him in a lot of spots that you'd have to have your head examined for running him against. But he keeps finishing second and third behind Charge It, Gunite, Jack Christopher. And watching this race, you see that comment, taken up midway turn. Okay. Technically, I guess that's true, though I don't know that I'd call it taking up. See him on the outside right now, sort of behind the pack, right in there. He kind of gathers them in. I think Luis Saez realized, if I don't make a change here, I'm going to get caught 7 wide going around the turn. There's enough room towards the inside, and by steadying him a bit there, he got him to alter course towards the inside. He saved that ground, and I think it really contributed to his finish here. I liked Runnin' Son of a Gun. I picked him second. I think he can win here. I thought the competition in this race not as stern as has been in some other races, but one thing about this horse, he is running well every time he hits the racetrack. And those are dangerous horses because at some point they're going to get the right trip, the right scenario.
You mentioned a couple of horses we're going to see in the Breeders' Cup, both. Well, obviously, Jack Christopher, probably the main competition of Jackie Boyer in that sprint, and he accounted himself pretty well. Jackson Traveler, meanwhile, Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. He's going to be forward for Steve Asmus, and he's coming off a second out at Pimlico. This is a look at his Grade 3 win back in May.
And one of the reasons I picked this race to show is this was when everything went well for him. The track was kind to horses with his running style, and he was able to control on the front end. And those are honest fractions for Pimlico, to be fair, where they have very little run up the first quarter. But his good races, his best races, are when he can control. He hasn't done it recently. He looks like he's tailing off, and with the horse on the rail, Morass, how's he going to have the lead in here?
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, there's some others with some speed in here as well.
He's not the only one. 2 horses outside of him have speed.
Yeah, could be a tough task for Jackson Traveler. We will find out how aggressive Arad is with him in that race. That is an incredibly difficult race to try and handicap and
Kelso looked like it's
even narrowed down to a few.
Potentially easy, and look what happened.
Yeah.
So this one, I guess, I'll chalk out. Right?
Exactly.
But I agree with you, Greg. I think it's a very interesting race.
Well, this race we don't feel particularly strong about either. Boston Post Road, 9-5 favorite. One of the contenders taken out of here at WW Fitzy as well. Boston Post Road, a couple of big numbers the last two starts. Did face a couple of decent runners, including Played Hard, who got really good for Phil Bauer.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right, he lost a horse that came back with that big stakes win, and he did get good. They tried the Spinster. She wasn't quite good enough. And Palm Cottage had the run of the race last time, but I'm a little concerned that Boston Post Road was in 2 straight races where she looked like she had it won, and she hung a little bit. Maybe she just lost to better horses. Maybe she lost a horse that had a tactical advantage in this race. I scratched into her. I like the one WW Fitzy. The connections say they prefer to run the Turn Back the Alarm next weekend. Maybe that'll turn out to be the right move for them, but I hate scratching into the favorite.
Meanwhile, Glass Ceiling, if not for the last couple of races, you take those away. She's got maybe the quickest numbers of anybody in this field, but that was going all the way back to April, February, January of the year.
You think about the great claims that Charlie Baker's made in the past, particularly Joking, who won a Grade 1. Well, this horse that's made over $400,000 since Charlie came to him for $40,000, and he claimed her, and he won in this race a Grade 3. So she's also got tremendous value as a broodmare. I mean, you could say arguably he's made about $750,000 in value with her since making the claim, and I love that he's part owner. But she left here in bad form, and you'd have to think if Charlie had to do over again, he'd say, you know, she didn't run well up at Belmont. And then I shipped her 3 weeks later down to South Florida, giving her time to regroup. I hope she gets back to that good form, but I'm not going to bet a horse like this that tailed off coming off a layoff.
You do maybe give her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because of who she faced. I mean, Bella Sophia, Cece, she had to go up against the reigning champ.
But she didn't run at all in that race, and she had run so well in her other races. It just seemed like she had tailed off, and then you go down to Florida, you run against Cece, and it's sort of go down to hot weather. Give her some time to regroup, and maybe this time of the year is a better time for her. Oh, I think she'll run well. It's not a kind of horse I want to bet on.
All right, pick 5. That's part of it. Starts in this race coming up. 6 furlongs, outer turf. Allowance optional claiming field. And again, Mrs. Green just got up to win by a nose last start. 6-5 here.
I try to beat her, but she's the horse to beat. I'll tell you what's interesting about her as we get to Mrs. Green. Even though she's going for non-winners 1 to non-winners 2, I think without a doubt she's facing an easier field than she faced last time.
Okay. Flavian Pratt taking over for Jose Lizcano. Mademoiselle Nova for J.K. Sweezy.
Yeah, I just didn't think that she was good enough to win this race.
7:01 secret time. Danny Gargan trains with Manny Franco.
Her best race was at 7 furlongs, but she got a very fast pace that day, and I wonder if 6 furlongs is a bit short for her.
Mischievous Dream, Christophe Clement sends out.
In fairness, she was not on the rail last time, which was the place to be. I just don't know how good she really is.
Mike Maker with a couple runners next door to each other. Here's Strong Odor.
I think this one is very dangerous at a huge price. I picked her second, but I'm going to bet on her. She's got races fast enough sprinting, and I thought she needed a race last time out, and she was wide.
Yeah, that was her first start since December, back in late September. Go-Go Shoes, the other Maker.
I put her on top because she's cutting back in distance, second off the claim, and she's a better sprinter.
And speed with Stop War to the outside also for Kent Sweezy.
And she may be the main speed, though. I think Mrs. Green will use her speed in this race where there's less speed. And Stop War ran a rail that was very advantageous last time.
6 minutes to post, late pick 5. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, so we're going to talk about Mrs. Green to begin with because she's your favorite. And when I look at favorites, I'm looking for some potential weakness, something that I perceive as, a problem for them. I don't see anything. Mrs. Green looks fabulous. She's very well turned out in the coat. This time of year, you'll start seeing horses' coats start to turn. It's getting towards winter time. She still has very much a summer coat, very rich, lustrous. She's going to have to work out a trip from the inside. I thought there were a few other interesting horses. The 4, Mischievous Dream. I just think she looks sharper today than she did last time. I remember looking at her, watching her warm up last time. And I thought she was a little bit dull. I didn't think she had the same energy level she has today. She was strong in the paddock. She framed up beautifully in the warm-up. And I just see a sharper filly today. Sometimes horses are a little better on some days than others. And, they can't tell their handlers, hey, I woke up on the wrong side of the stall. I think Mischievous Dream is going to revert to her A effort today. And the 6, Go-Go Shoes is my top selection. She looks very sharp. She's built like a turf sprinter. Last time she got caught in a position of chasing a fast pace at Kentucky Downs. for a horse that doesn't want to go that far to begin with. Chasing a fast pace is, an absolute no chance kind of trip. I think she's really going to appreciate turning back to the 6 furlongs here.
Dylan Davis will be aboard Go-Go Shoes. Yeah, I'm with you. I thought both Mike Maker runners had a look in this race. Even the 5, who I know you made a case for at 14 to 1 now.
No, I bet on Strong Odor to win, and I used her in exactas with the 1 and 6. You look at Strong Odor, she's coming last time off of a 9-month layoff, and she was 3 wide the whole way. She ducked out late towards the inside. But you wanted to be on the rail. Probably just needed that race. Maybe she can't run anymore, but she's got plenty of figures that make her a contender in this race. And she's 14 to 1. I think you look at this race after the horse on the rail, who ran a fast race last time and looks like she has some talent for Linda Rice, they're all just sort of okay, And I think she fits as well as any of them. And I really believe she'll run better second off a layoff. I like Go-Go Shoes as well, and here I picked her on top. But given the price discrepancy, I'd rather bet the 5.
Yeah, 13 to 1 or 9 to 2 on those stablemates. Yeah. There's the bigger price of the 2. She will be hard to miss. Gray 5-year-old mare who's just 1 for 10 on the turf.
I'd like to see Dylan Davis be a little aggressive with Go-Go Shoes. She's not that fast. The day she wired the field, there wasn't that much speed. We're going back to April 2021. But I don't think it'll hurt to be a bit more forward. Now, maybe she's been running in longer races, and that'll dull her speed. But if he can be a little more forward, I think it can only help her chances.
Meanwhile, the 7's loose here, right?
You would think she is. But I believe that Mrs. Green has a lot of speed. And if you look at some of her races, she's shown, I would say a lot of speed. She has enough speed to be forward. And breaking from the rail, you've got to go a little bit. Now, I don't think she's going to be in front of the 7, but I think if you go, it helps create some separation, and she's able to get into a good spot and not get herself into trouble down there. Here's her last race.
This was back on October 15th, and this was the win in that open A other than condition to get up by a nose.
Where she beat Breeze Easy while she fit into the non-winners of 1 condition. She placed in a graded stake, or not a graded stake, but an overnight stake. I think the Wild Applause earlier this year. So she was running against some pretty good horses in here. I thought she got a great ride by Jose Lezcano, and he worked out a good trip for her. But this was a very contentious field. And I think sometimes you look and you say, oh, non-winners of 1 and non-winners of 2. It doesn't always mean you're facing tougher horses, and I don't believe she is.
Wow, was that close?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pratt with a brilliant ride yesterday in the feature, the Chelsea Flower, to steal the thunder from the more highly touted stablemate for Chad Brown.
I think the second place finish has some implications. There's some, it's fair to say maybe Manny was a little overconfident, but more than that, in watching it again, she was lugging in the stretch. And that's not Manny's fault. And I think that probably cost her the race more than anything else. I think when all is said and done, the tax implications is going to prove to be the better horse, even though she didn't win yesterday.
You can play all the action, including a pick 5 that begins here coming up with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that $25 free play and the $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code CUP25 at NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including... We're already here. Next weekend's Breeders' Cup World Championships. Andy will be there.
I will.
For the first time since when?
2013.
So it's been a while.
Last time I was at a Breeders' Cup. I went to a lot of them in the beginning. I went in '86 to Santa Anita, my first trip to Santa Anita. Let me tell you, and you've experienced as well, the first time I went to Santa Anita, just walking in there.
It's majestic,
it's just the most beautiful place. I don't think, at least in this country, I haven't been to many tracks over, I'd love to go to Goodwood, place like that. I've been to St. Cloud and Longchamp, excuse me. I think that scene when you see with the mountains behind, and it's funny, the first day I went, it was foggy and smoggy, and I didn't see the mountains. You couldn't even see them. The second day, Breeders' Cup Day, was this beautiful day, and it's like, oh my gosh, I'd never seen it. I think Santa Anita is as nice a racetrack as you could possibly find to spend a day.
It's just a beautiful setting. It really is.
Yeah. No, I'm a big fan. And that was what the Breeders' Cup, the worst day ever for Breeders' Cup was the '88 Breeders' Cup as far as the weather. It was 38 degrees and snowy and miserable, but it was an incredible day of racing, with horses like with Gulch winning the sprint and, Easy Goer lost the juvenile, but the race, the distaff with Personal Ensign ending her career, just getting up to be winning colors, the Ali Sheba in the dark, BS's performance. What an incredible day of racing in the most miserable weather ever.
Yeah, we've all remember the ones we're at. As you look at the favorite, even Money Now and Mrs. Green. I was here for at Belmont for Tiz Now's second Classic win. That was something.
Yeah, that was exciting. That was thrilling race too. You know, the horse that ran great in there that everybody forgets is Albert the Great, who finished third. I thought he ran remarkable. Or was he in 2005? He might have been 05 now that I think about it. Richie will remember because Richie was the rider of Albert the Great for some of his very good performances. But no, it's been a lot of great Breeders' Cups. I'm looking forward to going to Keeneland.
Preview, Flightline's work coming up a little bit later on in the show. Odds-on favorite for the Classic, and hopefully not. They're talking about potentially the Pegasus, which would be the final start of his career. We hope we get to see more of him.
One race at a time. You'd certainly like to see him stick around. He's a fabulous horse, and he brings a great deal of excitement to the game and to Breeders' Cup Day because he's unusual. You don't get horses that good that often.
We should start a campaign with fans nationwide to lobby to keep him in training for next year.
How much money are people contributing? It is very hard to tell owners, and my little experience with the Haranis is they seem like terrific people, and obviously I think the majority owners, but also West Point involved and others. But it's very hard, and they put that money. The other thing people have to realize is somebody has a horse for stallion, and they get a lot of money. They put that money back in the game.
Yeah.
And it's not as though they're running away from the table. They're putting the money back in the game, and it's part of the ecosystem of racing. Of course, we wish he'd run every 2 weeks all around the country, but there's no Seabiscuits anymore.
And if he is able to romp and decisively win the Classic, what's left for him?
Well, you want to see them run. And listen, I think the connections want to see them run. It's not like they're thinking,
no, sure,
we really want to retire
well, no,
them.
there was talk they were going to bring him back, but apparently that plan has changed.
We'll see what happens.
Late pick 5 starts here. Even money. Mrs. Green from the rail. Linda Rice. Flavian Pratt looking to go back-to-back. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial. We're going to have to handle this here at Stop War as we expected, Andy. Out in front with the lead, Kendrick Carmouche. Down on the inside, Mrs. Green. There in second, that long shot, Strong Odor. Neck and neck with the one right now.
I might worry about you taking over some announcing duties. Mademoiselle Nova has the pocket behind her. The number 6, Go-Go Shoes, is sitting 5th in a good spot right there. The others saving time. And Mischievous Dream in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, opening quarter, 22-1. It's Stop War. Kendrick Carmouche leading the way into the stretch now, still with about a length lead. Here comes Mrs. Green to engage on the outside. The 6 making a move here. Go-Go Shoes. Dylan Davis trying to get involved. And it looks like it's going to come down to these two.
Mrs. Green may have a lot left down on the inside. Go-Go Shoes on the outside trying to come get her. It's extremely close coming down to the wire, but Go-Go Shoes wears her down for Dylan Davis.
Dylan Davis, yes. Mike Maker with the victory here at 5-1. Michael Dubb, Sandy Goldenfarb and company. And an upset here to start off the late pick 5.
Yep, and the most incredible thing is that she wanted 5-1, and Mig and I both picked her.
We're going to have to pause, but quick final time, 107-2.
Same, a little slower, believe it or not, than Graham Motion's maiden winner in the second race. But that horse, the horse in the second race, that horse looked like a staked horse. And this course is firmed up, and we're getting some nice times here. Good efforts by both of them, but no excuse for Mrs. Green. She just got worn down.
6-1, 4-5 finish. Thanks for picking me up on the stretch run, by the way.
I think you did a better job than me. I was just trying to fill in. I was afraid you were going to get a job as an announcer and leave me.
We're going to pause on FS2. We're going to head over to the app, so you can find us there. Also on YouTube at New York Racing Association, where you can find us. So slight timeout. Catch us there again on the Fox app or on our YouTube page.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Nyra Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nyrabets.com, get signed up, started, bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including today's action, including the Breeders' Cup next week and beyond. We're underway. Late pick 5, and wow, Mrs. Green went off at 4-5 in the end. So an odds-on favorite defeated Go Shoes, Dylan Davis, Mike Maker.
Yeah, and I think this is contributing to the possibility of a carryover. I think it gets even stronger at this point. But Dylan Davis got a good position with Go Shoes early, and we talked about potentially getting it. No excuse for Mrs. Green. Flavien Prat rode her perfectly in here. It felt like she was going to hold off Go Shoes. Go Shoes got to her, but then she kind of held her off. But Go Shoes ground her down in a nice race going to the wire. And I'm going to tell you right now, if we're going to have to call the races, I think we have to talk to our agents and get double time. What do you think?
I think we're a strong team.
Not right. Or we can go up the booth. Maybe we can go up the booth and Johnny and I come down here and do. Johnny is actually very good at the
trade day. I like it. Run happy photo finish. That's how close it was in the end. Just about ahead. Michael Dubb, Sandy Goldfarb and company win here with Go Shoes. They're standing by with Mig.
With two happy owners, always happy when you get the job done. Michael, this filly tried to stretch out. You claimed her when she had stretched out, tried her one time stretching out, but it was pretty obvious she's a better sprinter.
Yeah, I think the allure of the Kentucky Downs money made Mike Maker, who's an excellent trainer. We don't question his ideas. It made him want to try a race at Kentucky Downs. But as Sandy had pointed out to me, Go Shoes is the track record holder here for 6 furlongs previously. So that got lost in translation, I guess, at 5-1.
Well, we do this for television, and I didn't even realize that, Sandy. So you pointed that out, and obviously she got back to and another really strong performance.
Yeah, great ride by Dylan. Mike Maker, great job training. She just doesn't want to go long, and she goes dirt too. I've been watching her for a long time. When me and Mike, went and got her at Colonial. I mean, she's just a hard trying mare that goes both surfaces, and I mean, she's worth her weight in gold to me.
Well, guys, I mean, it's always fun to win, but what's it like, and I'll start with you, Sandy, to do it with friends when it's a collaborative effort?
That's the best way. That's what keeps it, the bonds, the friends you make in this game, it's great. And to do it the way I do it for the most part through the claiming game, it's a challenge every day.
Well, it's really cool, and I know you guys do your homework. Michael, I learned something about your silks today. Yes. With the rose on. Explain that to us.
Little known fact, but my wife's name is Rosalie. She goes by the name Lee, but there's a rose on the silks, and it comes from Rosalie. Well, that's where the rose came from.
Fantastic. I love it. I never realized that. I learned a lot today, and two owners that have been successful in doing it for a long time.
And we get a chance to see those silks win a lot of races on this circuit, but I love those silks. Well designed, put a lot of thought into them, obviously.
Mike's a softie at heart. We found that. Yeah. That's what we found out today. I mean, Mike, as an owner, and he's broadened his horizon. He's buying more horses and stuff, but it's a lot of the claiming game as well. Michael Dubb has been successful as an owner in this game for a long, long time, and I really don't think anybody has done it better. Now, Sandy Goldfarb has been a successful owner for a while. You didn't see him for a little while, but he's back and owning horses. Terrific guy as well, and nice to see those guys get the win.
You saw quickly odds there for the 7th race. Here we're going to stretch out on the turf. It'll be a mile on the grass. First allowance condition race. Few scratches in the race. Customer list, one of the scratches, the other Chad Brown. Customer list remains. We thought this might be a horse people lean on. It looks right now like they are even money.
But, I mean, at this point, I don't know what's really left. This is an important race for Customer List because the bottom line is that she has been a massive disappointment. A Wooten Bassett who looked good breaking her maiden first time out, and she's run okay, but she really hasn't run that well. She needs to win this race at some point if she's going to be able to elevate herself farther. I think that Icy Stare Down has a chance to beat her here. I think it's a very interesting horse stretching out, but make no mistake, Customer List is way the horse to beat here.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. Two of the absolute greats in a league of their own in training right now. He's a world champion, Bulldog Hanover. He owns the fastest mile ever run as well. And then, of course, Flightline. Sensational. A Pacific Classic, fastest we've seen in almost 2 decades. We'll show you their similarities coming up.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead. his Grade 1 honor. Continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
After the Breeders' Cup, the sports focus will turn to Fasig-Tipton for the world's premier breeding stock event. Over 60 graded stakes winners or producers cataloged, 30 of which are Grade 1. Offering champions, Breeders' Cup winners, a Royal Ascot star, and 3 Kentucky Oaks winners, plus 180 selected weanlings, all in one spectacular session. The November sale, Sunday, November 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Our coverage this afternoon ends around 5:30, but then we are back on later tonight from Woodbine Mohawk Park with Breeders' Crown and the main event coming up tonight. It begins at 7:30 Eastern Time. Coverage on FS2. You're going to see many, obviously, hoping to become Dan Patch Award winners, Horse of the Year winners, including the brilliant Bulldog Hanover Breeders' Crown Open Pace Final. And he is 4-5 on the morning line, but coming off a very rare defeat just a couple of starts ago. We'll see if he can go out a winner in this one. 4-5 on the morning line. They're two of the greatest that we have seen in years. Flightline has become a racing sensation, being talked about after his Pacific Classic win now as arguably one of the greats of all time. Bulldog Hanover, meanwhile, a likely lock for Horse of the Year, has run the quickest mile ever run in the sport. One a thoroughbred, the other a standard bred, both brilliant. Flightline and Bulldog Hanover have captured the hearts and minds of people all over the globe and may just be two of the greatest individuals thoroughbred and standard bred racing have ever witnessed.
The following, the social media presence, the tweets going out like, hey, Flightline's going to work on Saturday and he's going to go at this time, and it just spreading like wildfire. And you really start to see it first on the West Coast, but even now nationwide, the greatest naysayers are in awe of Flightline.
It's been really amazing to watch this. The last few weeks especially, going to Indiana, the fans were coming out. Had a huge crowd there for that race. Going to Ohio, it was tremendous. I mean, the fans, it was just a steady stream of fans coming to see him in the paddock. Here in Lexington, it's been unbelievable. He's really the people's horse right now.
Flightline generated buzz when he was purchased for $1 million as a yearling. The son of Tappan demonstrated he was worth every penny when he debuted for trainer John Sadler.
A potential star here, Flightline, wins by double digits while wrapped up.
Flightline continued to soar in his next 4 starts. His final time in the Grade 1 Malibu Stakes was assigned the best speed figure in North America for 2021.
Flightline, a superstar, is dominating the Run Happy Malibu, and he's going to turn this into his easiest win yet.
It was time for Flightline to log some miles. This resulted in another facile score in the Met Mile over Speaker's Corner winner and Breeders' Cup Sprint champion Aloha West.
On Belmont Stakes Day, we're New Yorkers to have it at our home track. He didn't break well. He had some traffic problems early in the race. It was a race that really showed he could overcome adversity. Everything was going against him, and he still beat Grade 1 horses by open lengths.
But his most recent engagement in the Pacific Classic was one of the most scintillating performances in decades.
And let's see, Flavion Pratt just shakes the reins at Flightline. And take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
Flightline stopped the clock just shy of a track record. His speed figure is the second highest recorded of any thoroughbred on dirt since 1992. Then there is Bulldog Hanover. Like Flightline, his 2022 campaign has been nothing short of brilliant. He is the swiftest standardbred to ever set a hoof on a racetrack and the only horse to ever stop the clock below 1 minute and 46 seconds.
Bulldog Hanover, Rocky Road Hanover, and then Tattoo Artist. It's Bulldog Hanover, 1:45 and 4. There it is, the fastest mile in harness racing history. It doesn't get any better than that. Wow!
Across the line and the teletimer popped up 45 and 4. I almost did a double take. I was sort of double cheeked it. I was like, did that happen?
It took a world record equaling mile by Allywag Hanover to snap Bulldog Hanover's win streak. But his reputation was not tarnished in defeat.
It's an emotional thing for me. I've just been in it so long, had some great horses, but to get a horse like this at this stage in my career, it's great.
All eyes will be on Bulldog Hanover's bid for a Breeders' Crown. He has, however, already proved he is the horse of a lifetime, as has Flightline. Well, John Darling says he's as fit and good as he can be, Bulldog Hanover, going into this race. He actually went a full lap after that qualifier when he beat the field by 29 lengths, and he still had trouble on the backside, doing as good as he could be coming into this. But there's a pacer who beat him in extremely rare defeat last time he raced in Allywag Hanover. So he's got some real competition. It'll be fun to watch. That happens 10:45 Eastern tonight on our coverage of the Breeders' Crown.
Growing up in Saratoga as a huge racing fan, Saratoga Harness was great in the 70s. We'd get 4,000 or 5,000 people there on a Saturday night in October. And it wasn't as long a year. They started racing later in the winter. So I saw a lot of harness racing. And back then, anybody going under a 2-minute mile. And those were half-mile tracks was incredible. 1:45 and 4. I will be making sure to see this horse, Greg.
More likely winner. Bulldog Hanover tonight. Flightline in the Classic.
What price is Bulldog Hanover tonight?
4 to 5 morning line. You won't get 4 to. He'll be 3 to 5 probably.
Probably Flightline, but it's close. It's close. I'm excited now to see this horse.
Yeah, he's absolute superstar, the quickest ever to do it. With more on what we're going to see tonight, let's head down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, what I find really interesting about Bulldog Hanover is the vast majority of harness races, standardbred races, are held at the mile distance. To say you own the world record at the preeminent distance for your breed is saying something, because all of the top horses have tried that distance. We have horses that hold world records thoroughbreds, but it could be at 6 furlongs, and another one has it at 1.25 miles. The fact that he has run a mile faster than anybody else in his breed, or trotted a mile, or gone a mile faster than anybody in his breed, that says a lot to me. That's an incredible feat in itself. Flightline is a generational talent. He's as good as any horse I've ever seen. I mean, his Pacific Classic was jaw-dropping. And now, watching him train and looking at him from a physical perspective, he just continues to impress. He's big, he's tall, he's got length, scope, he covers ground so easily. His stride is impeccable. I mean, and that's why he's able to cover ground so comfortably and fast, and he doesn't look like he's doing a lot. And when he works, you can just see when the rider just squeezes him a little bit, instantaneously there's more response. And seemingly right now there's gears we maybe haven't seen yet, which is a scary thought. And in a year when, it's talented and deep, life is good as a tremendous racehorse. You've got some 3-year-olds that have really come to the fore, like Epicenter. Taba's certainly going in the right direction. It's just interesting that all the talk is about Flightline. I think it speaks to just how good he is. and just how privileged we are to witness greatness. I won't compare generations. I don't think it's fair to the horses. I think we just got to really appreciate them for what they are.
And Bulldog Hanover won that qualifier last out, 29 lengths. Flightline, Pacific Classic win, 19 1/4 lengths. Their margins of victory, at least last time out, similar. We'll see if Flightline can produce more magic on Breeders' Cup Classic Saturday. Most are expecting it. It's a tough field he's going to be lining up against, but no question he is a one to beat. What do you expect? What do you think? He's 4 to 5 morning line?
That's what they made Flightline?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be short. He's probably going to be shorter than that, I think. I think Epicenter will be the second choice. I'm not so sure Taba won't be third choice in here. It's not a knock on Life is Good, but his running style is going to make it hard for him to win because he's going to have to deal with Flightline, put him away, and then hold off talents like Epicenter and Taba, to say the least, as well as a horse like Olympiad. This is going to be a heck of a race.
You're thinking way too logically about how people are going to bet the race, I think.
You think Life is Good will be the second choice?
I do. I mean, I see what you're saying. You're probably right. You probably should.
Epicenter ran a 112 buyer last time, and Life is Good has never run a figure that high.
Okay.
So I think, with Taba, I may be stretching a little bit. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. Listen, I'm looking forward to it, looking forward to all those races. I'm really getting into doing the work on them and looking forward to taping those videos next Wednesday.
It's going to be fun next weekend. It all gets started next Friday with the Future Stars Friday. Right now, Mile on the Turf, and here's customer list. He's dropped down, is dropped down to 4 to 5 for Chad Brown at Klarovich.
Time to put up or shut up with this horse. She's supposed to get it done. And Irad's just going to be tough to beat.
Parnack, interesting for Clement, shortening up.
Yeah, I thought she got a ridiculous trip last time out, a no-shot trip, but she did get a very good trip when second two back.
Dylan Davis, Timeless Journey, Ray Handel takes over.
Switching from Gustav to Ray Handel. Ray does not have great numbers or limited stars on trainer switches. She's probably not good enough.
I thought this one interesting. That was an incredibly slow pace that she ran down.
It was, but it was also an incredibly weak field, and Mike Matz's numbers off of maiden wins and turf routes are not strong.
5 to 1 Icy Stare Down, Brad Cox.
I really like this horse. Let's talk about her for a second after the post-parade.
Tuscan Queen, Kendra Carmouche for John Kimmel.
Well, look for her to be a little bit forward in this race. I don't think she's a router, though.
And Caironi rounds out the field. Trevor McCarthy, Mike Maselli.
Boy, she looks as a 2-year-old like she could be okay, and it didn't pan out. I'm hoping Icy Stare Down can wire the field in here, and I think she's a lot better than her one turf race.
7 minutes to post. 7th here, Belmont at the Big A. Start of the late pick 4 customer list. For Chad Brown with Arad Ortiz Jr. And there's Klarovich Stable Silks, the odds-on favorite, trying to get just the second win of her career.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Proud to have them as the sponsors. We get set for race 7 here to start off the pick 4. Mile on the turf. First allowance condition and customer list. Odds-on favorite for Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with her. I just don't want to bet her 4 to 5. And I think the 6, Icy Stare Down, is a very interesting horse. Her last race was her first race in 6 months. Brad Cox went to turf with her. Her second dam is Wonder Woman, who was a very good turf router for Joe Allen. And I think Shug trained the horse a number of years ago. So there's perf pedigree in there. I don't love Frosteds, but there's turf. Last time out, I mean, she just got completely and totally lost in the race. I don't know what Joel was doing with her, to be honest with you. It was a tough field. Now you look at Brad Cox's numbers. How about these stats? 23 for 98, stretching out sprint routes on the turf. This is a stat, in my looking at stats over the years, might be the worst stat for trainers of any trainer you've seen overall. A tough thing to do. He stretches her out. She's supposed to be speeding here. You have to imagine Manny Franco's going to go with her. And let's be honest, maybe she's not any good, but if she is better than her last race, can handle the turf, and effectively the stretch out, does she really have any killers to beat in here?
No, that's part of it.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just looking for somebody. I didn't want to default a customer list at a short price in here. And frankly, customer list's biggest rival might have been the other Chad Brown horse, Invincible Gal, who scratched.
I agree with you there. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, the interesting thing about the one customer list, though, to me, is her first step or two isn't usually her best step or two. She's not real sharp away from the gate, and I think post 1 actually helps her because she's not going to get squeezed back or pinched back between 2 horses. It gives Irad Ortiz more room to work with. She's going to get outrun anyway, so he's going to find that ground-saving kind of trip. And listen, she's 4 to 5. She's coming out of the risk averse, where I thought she ran well enough. She finished well wide, but I'm going to go to the 2-horse, but I just think customer list is aided by the inside post. Parnack for Christophe Clement. Last time I just no chance kind of trip. I thought her race previous to that was very good, where she closed in off of no pace. And, I think she's going to get a nice trip, too, under Javier Castellano here. And then I think what Andy's talking about, the 6, makes a lot of sense, Icy Stare Down. I just wonder, especially watching her warm up as sharp as she was in the preliminaries, the 8-horse Tuscan Queen doesn't show a lot more speed, and maybe she's the one that's keeping the 6 Icy Stare Down company up towards the front end. I just think she's going to have a big say in how this race is run.
All right, Mig, thank you. Getting set for post time coming up. 3 to 5. That price getting even shorter now on customer lists.
Yeah, this is just silly.
I just want to go back to, well, let's take a look at her in action. She won her debut. This is the risk of her. She's coming out of a stakes race, so she is the biggest dropper in class of anybody in the field.
She got a good trip in here. I mean, okay, Irad probably got spun out wider than he would have hoped, because that's just the way the race played out. And yeah, other horses that were effective were making runs from well behind, but she easily lost to her stablemate, Faith in Humanity. Now, that one did come back and win the Pegasus, and she actually beat Gina Romantica, who won the Grade 1 QE2. So this was a tougher than normal ungraded stake, and she ran fine in here. But she didn't really have a big fire down the stretch. She kind of was sort of to the finish, and she's helped by the fact that Invincible Gal scratched, because she was probably her biggest rival. Parnack's not that good. I haven't liked any of her races, to be honest with you. Maybe she's the second likeliest winner, but she's not that good. She may win customer list, but she's been very disappointing.
So we'll see if she can break through. Obviously, she's going to get a lot easier company than she saw last time, no question. And we'll see if Arad Ortiz Jr. can save ground all the way around the racetrack. 186,889 and growing now in this pick 4 pool. We have a new audience here rejoining us, so we're going to have a slight pause as we get set for this 7th here at Belmont at the Big A. Welcome to those rejoining us on FS2. Good to have you back. Those watching college football, K-State, Oklahoma State. You're getting set for race 7 here to start off this pick 4. Belmont at the Big A. It's going to be a mile on the turf. Greg Wolf, Andy Sterling, New York Racing Association handicapper. And to this point, we had a pick 6 carryover coming into today. Started off with a 42-1 shot, which makes us think very good chance we're going to carry over again into tomorrow. And if that is the case, Here's a mandatory payout in the Pick 6 tomorrow.
And it's all stakes on New York Bred Showcase Day. It's a fun card of stakes. And, yeah, it looks very likely we'll have a $234,350 carryover into tomorrow in the Pick 6. That's exciting. Exciting day of racing tomorrow. Supposed to be good weather. And we've got some good races coming up here as well, especially with the Bold Ruler coming up.
Yeah,
race number 9.
That is race 9. That is as wide open a stake sprint as you will ever see. We're looking forward to that, certainly. But first things first, this 7th here, Belmont at the Big A, and there's those familiar Klarovich Stable Silks, the red and white. Seth Klarman teaming up with Chad Brown and Rad Ortiz Jr. That is the 4-5 favorite in this spot. As you had said earlier, for those just joining us, has been a little bit of a disappointment because was impressive first time out to win in Breaker Maiden, but just 1 for 4 so far.
Yeah, I mean, the good Chad Brown horses, they show it. Maybe he has a horse that starts out and isn't that good and improves as time goes on and the distances get longer. But this horse was touted before she ran, 3-5 in her debut. Looked good in her debut. Wasn't a fast race, but 2-year-old routers rarely get big figures first time out.
Legitimate excuses, though, in those next 2 starts?
I don't know. You know, yeah, she could. I mean, the Penn National race was a bog. She didn't handle it all. I'll excuse that. She had a bit of an excuse in her race, but enough with the excuses. She got to win today. Today's the day, man. She has to win today.
We'll see if she can do it as the 4-5 favorite. She'll break from the rail with the meet's leading rider. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Tuscan Queen moves in. Waiting now for Caironi. We are set for the start of race 7. And they're off. Timeless Journey. There goes Icy Stare Down. And on her outside is a Tuscan Queen. Icy Stare Down has the lead. Tuscan Queen runs in second. Timeless Journey is down at the rail with Chorus Girl next in fourth. The favorite, Customer List, is in fifth. A little more than 5 lengths from the lead here as they go into the turn. At the back of the pack are Parnack. And then the trailer is Caironi. The field heads for the backstretch with Icy Stare Down the lead around the quarter in 24 seconds. Tuscan Queen sits right behind in second. Then it's the duo of Chorus Girl and Timeless Journey. They're third and fourth with Customer List remaining in fifth at this point. Parnack is sixth, then Caironi trails. They continue with Icy Stare Down the leader here by 3/4 of a length. In between horses, Tuscan Queen. Chorus Girl has had a wide trip, and she's on the outside. Just in behind is Timeless Journey. Customer List is in fifth, 4 lengths from the front. The half mile, 49 seconds. As the field goes into the far turn. Icy Stare Down, Tuscan Queen, Chorus Girl, 3 of them across. Timeless Journey's going to need some racing room, and right alongside is Customer List. At the back is Caironi and Parnack. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. Here comes Chorus Girl on the outside. Chorus Girl is the leader. Timeless Journey's looking for a way through. Customer List is now coming on along with Caironi and Parnack on the extreme outside. Here comes Customer List to challenge Chorus Girl. Parnack continues to move up as they come for the finish, and it's a photo between Parnack and the favorite, Customer List. Heads apart on the line.
Looks like Parnack may have just got up at the wire. If she did, 3-1 beating 4-5 here.
Yeah, this would put the final nail in the coffin of anybody hitting the pick 6, I imagine, at this point. And listen, they both got good trips. They sat back. The pace collapsed. My 6 horse, just not a horse, not a turf horse, and not very good. She set the pace. They weren't that good in front of them. They came home relatively quickly. Both of them had a fair shot, and Parnack got the best of her. Customer List, no excuse for her. No excuses for her anymore. And Parnack, she just won the race, a battle of attrition down the stretch as the race was falling apart.
In those West Point Thoroughbred Silks, here she is, the 2, widest of all. And trying to run down the odds-on favorite here, and she does. It's just unofficially been posted. Parnack as your winner. Right there, gets a nose in front at the wire.
Yeah, Javier Castellano, a nice win for him. He's not going to catch Irad in all likelihood for the riding title, but he's had a fabulous, fabulous meet. And, you know, you think that Javier started out this meet with, you know, had to take a day or 2 off when he had the issues. I think he hit his ankle maybe in the gate. Was that it? And he had some issues, and but he's really ridden very, very well at the meet, and it's a real credit to him and his agent, P.J. Campo.
And continuing off what was a tremendous Saratoga this summer as well for him. The Renaissance man.
No, he's back. I mean, he's had a great year. It's not just though, right? Belmont, he rode great in the fall. It's been a terrific year for him. And listen, sometimes people forget the guy won 4 Eclipse Awards. He didn't win them by accident.
If they had comeback rider of the year, he'd be it, wouldn't he?
100%. I agree. It's hard to see, but yeah, I think for those of us that follow the game closely, things just weren't going well for Javier. I mean, you think about where he was going to Saratoga last year, and it all really turned around when he made a agent switch to P.J. Campo. I don't want to take credit away from Javier because he's a guy out there doing it day in and day out. But when he got with PJ got him on very live mounts. You think of the job he's done with Eric Cancel, who won a riding title here 2 winters ago. The job that P.J. Campo did with him, and he has continued that good job with Javier.
Parnack, Castellano for Christophe Clement, West Point Thoroughbreds. They're the ones that will be sending out Flightline as well in the Classic. They have a lot to be excited about. We're going to take a timeout. Glass Ceiling trying to return to what was once tremendous form for her. The Pumpkin Pie coming up next. She was in that race last year, just missed.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to those already with us and those just joining us on SNY. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in South Ozone Park. Pick 4 just got underway. Race 7, Belmont at the Big A, and an odds-on favorite defeated Parnack, Christophe Clement, West Point Thoroughbreds, and Javier Castellano holding off customer list for Chad Brown-Klarovich and Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, this horse just was the best horse today. That was a narrow margin, but she got it done. They both had very similar trips. They both sat back behind a pace that fell apart. They both saved ground. And the winner just got up to win. Parnack was the better horse today. Was it a narrow margin? Yeah, but I can't, they both sort of had the same trip, right?
There's the photo finish. That's how close it was in the end, but nice run here from Parnack, shortening up in distance and putting in a very nice effort from widest part of the racetrack here for one of the best trainers in the game, Christophe Clement, $8.30. And the first 3 legs of this pick 3 carryover, $1,115 for that pick 3, means we are very likely headed to a carryover. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliori.
Thanks, Greg. And winning conditioner, Christophe Clement. Parnack's had some unusual or difficult trips, if you will, but she really kind of put everything together today.
No, absolutely. That's what happened on the turf. Is you need a nice horse and racing luck, and she lacked a bit of racing luck. But I'm thrilled. West Point was very game on buying the filly in Europe. She came here, and we finally won the race. But I think she's better than that. So hopefully we'll have even better things coming up in the future.
Well, what was impressive is how relaxed she was early on, but she really showed a turn of foot the last quarter of a mile.
No, absolutely. Slow pace, and she was still able to finish. I was expecting for ground to be a little bit softer than what we did. It didn't look that soft to me, obviously, and the time tells you it was pretty fast. But she won well.
And we're getting later in the season. Will you have opportunities, you think, to give her another run, at least in New York?
I don't know. I need to think about it. I think the only one would be a stakes coming up like in 2 weeks, which might be a little bit too ambitious, but why not? Let's keep our options open.
Christophe, great job here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Nice turn of foot. Parnack really finished the deal today.
Yes, she did. And outrunning these horses from this Chad Brown barn, they always finish strong. And to get by that one and outfinish her, saying something here for Parnack. So first win in the States for her.
Yeah, she gets it done. Sort of hard right now, as Christophe's alluding to. Turf season is getting late here. We've only got about a month left of turf racing here, maybe hopefully a little bit more. But so it's hard, the options, and that's why you see trainers to be a little more ambitious at this time of the year, because it's either now or not never, but never not in 2022. And Christophe is a trainer like a little reticent about running a lot down the turf course at Gulfstream.
Still to come, one of the most wide open races we have on this card, Grade 3 Bold Ruler. You can make a case for just about everybody in this spot. Morning line favorite, and says it all here about how competitive this race is. It's Jackson Traveler at 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, there's a horse that I don't like at all. Wow, and I'm looking at doubles. He's an overwhelming favorite in the double, Jackson Traveler. I guess Irad Ortiz must be riding him, right? Who else?
He is.
I think his best races are behind him. I don't like his recent form. I thought he has done very little running his last two races. I also think he is a far better horse when he's able to control. He's not controlling in all likelihood here with Maris in there. And as you said, even some other horse with speed. Boy, if he's the favorite, I think this makes it an even better betting race. I'm totally against.
Yeah, as you said it earlier in the program, when he's good, he's the one in front. And he didn't even show that speed last start, surprisingly. And it's not like he got out of the gate bad. And there's quick horses in this race. Keep in mind, too, pick six began with Norm Cash, 42-1, Double Crown. Norm Cash has 3 runners in this race. One of them is going to be a monster price, Steinbeck, but he's also got Eastern Bay and who I thought was a major contender, and then another big price in Jalen Journey.
I mean, Eastern Bay is 4-1 on the line. I didn't see him at all, to be honest with you. I thought he was second by default last time, but after he won the Kelso, I probably shouldn't be throwing any of his horses out.
That's still to come. That's going to be a good one. Grade 3, wide open race, part of this pick 6 carryover that is absolutely looking like it's going to head to a double carryover into a mandatory payout day on Sunday. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farms. Still ahead, Pumpkin Pie. That is next in race 8. We're 19 minutes away from the start of that race. Coming up at 7/8 of a mile for fillies and mares. Then the Bold Ruler. Race 9 on this Saturday card here at Belmont at the Big A. You can play it all, of course, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Just in time for the Breeders' Cup. Go to NairaBets.com. Get a $25 free play just for signing up and a $200 deposit sign-up match. With the code CUP25 for new members. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. So Pumpkin Pie is next with Halloween on Monday. 7/8 of a mile, Boston Post Road, 4-5 favorite, Chad Brown, owned by Peter Brandt. Flavian Pratt will ride. She's faced a couple of very good horses the last couple of starts, but she's missed by a nose and a neck. Do you hold that against her a little bit?
A little bit. I mean, to be fair, yeah, yes and no. I mean, the Played Hard race, if you watch it, she had that race won. But she lost to Played Hard, who put in good races after that, ran the Spinster, but against Malathot, and she was involved in a big pace. And then the last time, Palm Cottage, who beat her, is legit. She has some good races. She was able to control in the front end. But you start to worry about short-priced horses that get there and don't finish the deal, especially from barns like Chad Brown's.
There she is, tactical, can put herself in great position, and this was September the 4th. She was an odds-on favorite here at Saratoga, turning back from a mile to 6 furlongs. She would just miss in this race as well.
Yeah, I mean, judge it for yourself in a certain way, right? Right here, isn't she going to go by? Doesn't she look like she has that head of steam? But in all fairness, and listen, I bet Palm Cottage. I thought she was the right horse in this race. So it's a little easier for me. It's not like she lost to a bad horse. But
she didn't lose by much.
No, I don't want to knock her. I think she's a horrible gamble at 4-5 in here. I scratched into her. I hate scratching into favorites.
17 minutes away. Pumpkin Pie, race 8 on the card. Fillies and Mares going 7/8 of a mile. Chad Brownbarn just got beat at odds on. He's got another odds on favorite coming up here on the dirt. We'll be back.
Here's On Her Way to challenge Pacific Gale for the lead as they move for the furlong marker. And it is On Her Way taking over now. On Her Way getting clear from Pacific Gale. It's On Her Way who's opening up here. On Her Way over the sloppy going here. And she won at the end by 4 lengths.
Charlie Baker's made a career of doing this and did it again with On Her Way. Claimed for $62,000 and On Her Way would go on to win the Pumpkin Pie in addition to several other races.
He actually claimed it from a friend of mine. It's the way it goes in this game sometimes, but Charlie has made some sensational claims in his day. I mean, joking, I think for $45,000 won the Grade 1 Bosberg.
On Her Way would follow up that stakes win with a victory in the Garland of Roses, would be 3rd in the Distaff handicap. He's tremendous at it. He's such a good trainer. And as for Glass Ceiling, who Charlie Baker's going to send out in this year's edition of the race, she just missed in this race last year. I mean, she had the form that would have made her the favorite before her last 2 starts. That's the problem.
That's the problem. And you just don't really know.
Here's Charlie.
But in fairness, he gave her some time. And maybe he's thinking, you know, she ran her better races sort of in the cooler months. Maybe I'll give her a little time and bring her back. And I'm not going to argue with Charlie Baker. He's such a terrific trainer. What a job he did with her.
3 for 5 record this year. But again, it looks like you can't really argue, but she has tailed off, even though it's been incredibly tough company she's faced the last couple of starts. Bella Sophia, obligatory champion CC last time out. This is a look at when she was the good Glass Ceiling back in April at Aqueduct, winning a Grade 3.
I mean, she was very, very good. thing is, she was running the kind of speed figures, though, that Boston Post Road has run in her last 2 races. So even when she was good from a speed figure standpoint, it's not clear that she was superior to Boston Post Road. And yeah, Boston Post Road, she lost a couple of close ones, but at least she has that recent form. And I think that's one of the reasons the 2's favored. The other reason is it's Chad Brown.
So she's the 2-1 second choice on the board. Can Charlie Baker turn her around? We're going to find out. Back with us. Let's check in for a paddock report downstairs with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll take a look at Glass Ceiling. As Andy was just mentioning, I think she is absolutely a horse that doesn't necessarily handle the heat. I feel like even her, I can't remember if he was actually her original trainer, but he had her, Danny Gargan, saying that she's one that just does not do well during the summer. So it's cool here. I'm a little chilly. I wish I had a scarf. But Glass Ceiling, she looks as though she's thriving. Now, she's good energy, but not over the top. She is one that can, at times, get a little high strung. But she's not doing too much as of yet. She looks uber healthy, just dappled head to toe. But is she just a touch too healthy in the fact that she has that layoff dating back to early July to contend with, and she's just a little bit on the softer side? I like her. I think this is the right time of year for her, the right situation, because her main rival in here, that's Boston Post Road, when she first walked in here, she was completely washed out. She's still a bit hot since they've gotten the tack on her. That's not something I observed with her when it was hot in her 2 Saratoga efforts. And furthermore, in those Saratoga efforts, it just felt like, while they were fast races, did she hang a bit? Or did she just get beaten by better horses? I mean, Palm Cottage was able to do things on the front end that day and played hard as a really nice horse. So we'll see what she does here, but I did not like that initial impression of her just being completely washed out in the paddock. Moving on to a horse coming in from Parks. That's number 4, Dr. B. She was wired by Oksana last time, and it just looked as though, watching that replay, she was a filly that was not loving the really sloppy track that she was running over, albeit for the first time. She kind of had her head cocked sideways. She took a lot of kickback running down on the rail and well behind the majority of the field. And then when she got clear a bit, she actually did kick it in, and she delivered a decent effort. She isn't as fast as the top 2 in here, but I also like the progression that she has shown. She's one that I saw last year in June for the Jersey Girl Stakes as a 3-year-old, and she's filled out quite nicely, put on a good bit of muscle mass and conditioning, and it's just grown up a bit. Like I said, Greg, you can't really make a serious case for her on form, but I think she heads into this race and gets back on a fast track, which could make her a player.
I actually do like her on form a little bit, too. I'm glad to see that Maggie likes the way Dr. B looks. Coming in from Parks, is that form going to translate here to New York? We'll find out, but she's run some figures that fit with this group.
And listen, she ran second at Saratoga behind her was Goodbye Olive, who could end up being the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She came out of that race to win the Grade 1 Ballerina in her next start. So I'm not going to knock her. My friend David Aragona likes her, and I have nothing but respect for his opinion. So I won't be shocked. And 3 to 5, they're going overboard. It's just, I mean, how is a horse 3 to 5 that doesn't have Irad Ortiz?
Yeah, I wouldn't think you'd say that on the circuit, right?
It was allowed in New York. Yeah.
There are rules.
Yeah, clearly there's somebody doesn't know.
Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, the Silks of Peter Brandt. And the last win, it was the first start of the year in an A other than for Boston Post Road at 3 to 5, 3 consecutive defeats. But you know, we showed you that last race, and even though she did get beat, I mean, step past the wire, she's in front.
Yeah, but it matters before the wire a little bit. Peter Brandt, he is having a year that could very well lead to an Eclipse Award as leading owner.
Trying to pick up her 3rd win of her career. She's 3 to 5. Here's the 3, Corey, Peter Walder.
This would make it possible that nobody has 5 in the pick 6 if this were to upset the field. How is she only 9 to 1, by the way?
Yeah. Dr. B coming in from Parks for Butch Reed.
If the 3 is 9 to 1, the 4 should be even money. I mean,
I agree with you there.
I'm not really sure I quite get how she's taking that much money. Is Irad riding? Oh, Irad's riding her. It's unbelievable.
Here's Glass Ceiling for Charlie Baker, trying to turn that form around.
Yeah, and 5 is a very generous price on her. Now, maybe she will need a race, and maybe the price reflects that. But still, she's pretty good.
Oksana, she was just a stakes winner in the slop at Parks.
And you know that they're going to try to wire the field with her, but 7 furlongs could be a question.
And big price moving Moxie on the outside, who was a long way behind Boston Post Road when they met at Saratoga.
She's not untalented, but she's going to have to improve. But I tell you what, I would take, she's 21-1 and the 3 is 9-1. I'd like to get a little 2-1. I'll take 8-5 that she finishes ahead of the number 3.
Yeah, I think Corey had a big work that I think word is out on that. Might be some of that money coming in. Want to remind everybody playing this afternoon, get a 10% bonus on all your winning trifectas at Belmont at the Big 8 today. When you bet with Naira Bets, bonus available to new and existing players. You do have to opt in. Don't forget that at NairaBets.com. So 7 minutes to post here in the Pumpkin Pie. 3-5 favorite, Boston Post Road. Narrow defeats each of the last 2. A little unlucky almost to lose last start. As we take a look at Oksana, 8-1 right now. We're going to take a look at her stakes-winning performance on that sloppy racetrack at Parks back on October 3rd.
That's the Roaming Rachel. Roaming Rachel was a very nice Shug McGay sprinter. Won the Ballerina, I think, 1994 maybe. Listen, Oksana ran well here. She was game. She held off Dr. B. I think they both ran very well in here. The question is, did they run well enough to beat both of the shorter-priced horses in here if they run their races? And I just don't know if either one is fast enough. I don't have a problem with taking 9-1 or a price, but you're really asking 2 horses to not show up with their better efforts, and that's not an easy thing to do. But if it works for you, take a shot.
Now, late interest there from Dr. B, but just coming up short at 6.5. We'll get 7 today, just her second try at 7 furlongs. As Oksana looking for the 6th win of her career, and she is going to be the one in front in here, right?
Oh, I got to think she's in front, Oksana. I mean, if she's not in front of me, she didn't get out of the gate. And one thing to say about Glass Ceiling is she has more speed than the number 2 Boston Post Road, which might help her.
Well, this is the filly she beat last start. Dr. B was the one closing from well off the pace to just miss and get second in that stakes race at Parks.
And she could be sitting second here, right? I have to think Trevor's going to look to get position behind that one. Trevor was ridden Oksana in the past.
Does quite often have problems out of the gate, though.
Well, that's not going to help here. You got to break in this race to be effective, especially at a price. As she drifts down to 7-1 right now, she's the 3rd choice.
Trevor McCarthy for Butch Reed. First try here at Belmont at Aqueduct. Actually was on the turf at Saratoga last summer in the Galway. As we take a look at the favorites. So 3-5 Boston Post Road for Chad Brown. Played hard, who beat her 2 starts back. Looked like she was on a path to go to the distaff at one point.
She did. They took a shot in the Spinster, and she just wasn't good enough against those horses. But there are times you have to play against the big girls. You have to imagine they're probably thinking about a race like the Falls City at Churchill Downs around Thanksgiving weekend. It might even be on Thanksgiving. She's a very nice horse. Listen, Boston Post Road, maybe you say she could have won those races, but she didn't lose to bad horses, and she ran fast races. Just a little disappointing that she didn't get the job done. Maybe she's found the right field today, but that's going to really depend a lot, especially on how Glass Ceiling runs. Because if Glass Ceiling gets back to her good races, she's a very formidable rival.
Let's get back to Maggie for more.
Hearing your guys' comments after I talked about Dr. B, I'm all in on her because I have question marks with the 2 favorites in here. And Dr. B, she's warmed up beautifully. As I said, I don't think she necessarily liked that sloppy track. And furthermore, I think, too, she's one that should be more forward, as we've seen from her in the past. But let's talk about number 2, Boston Post Road, for Chad Brown. She, as I said, was a bit hot, washy. You know, she's had to travel. She was up in Saratoga, and her 2 efforts in Saratoga, she was able to run out of her own stall. And so you always wonder, does that at times have an ill effect on horses who aren't as well versed at traveling as she might be? You know, she's only started 6 times prior to this, and so sometimes just coming over here will get a horse a little bit more revved up than what they typically are. She did warm up very well. She's moving well. She's concentrating. Just framed up really nicely with Flavien Prada aboard, but it was enough to kind of move me away and take a bit of a shot here, Greg, with Dr. B.
All right, Maggie, I like it. 8-1. On the 4, Dr. B. encountered traffic. You saw that late run from her trying to get to Oksana in that stakes race on a sloppy racetrack. Prior to that, she was a winner. And I do think you've seen figures from her where she fits with this group. But again, is she going to be able to do that, what's kind of been her MO, poor break, and overcome that and still win against the likes of this group?
On the other hand, I think if you're looking at a horse that's 7-1 and your biggest concern is she might not break well, you're just supposed to bet. You know what I mean? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think it's one thing if you're liking a horse and you think she's like 5-2, she might not be quite best. Okay, you want it, but she's a price. If you like her, there's the bigger the price, the less of those intangibles that you want to worry about as a player, right?
So there she is, 7-1 in here. Keep in mind, we have more coverage coming up later tonight that you do not want to miss. Horse of the Year honors on the line in just about every single division tonight, with the best of the best in action in the Breeders' Crown from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Coverage begins 7:30 Eastern Time on FS2, and among those we will see tonight the brilliant Bulldog Hanover, who has run the fastest mile in the history of the sport.
Amazing. That's one thing, in harness racing, and a lot of it also had to do with the advent of stone dust tracks, which is, I'm old, so 40 years ago, but when I was a kid at Serial Harness and I first started going, they ran on dirt. And that's just a long thing of the past, and those tracks are much, conducive to
by the way,
fast times.
Another feather in his cap for Bulldog Hanover. He's been at Woodbine Mohawk, actually tied the track record there and an all-time Canadian record in a win earlier this year.
Some of the best harness racing in the world has been in Canada for years. At the time, I would say the Meadowlands and racing up in Canada, Mohawk, really probably the premier harness racing in the country, that's for sure.
Breeders' Crown, their version of the Breeders' Cup coming up tonight, with superstars in every division you'll see. So I hope you join us later on this evening with Acacia Clement, Anthony Stabile.
You ever see the races in France when they ride the harness horses?
I have not.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty wild. I remember the first time I saw them, I was at Auteuil in Paris, and I saw it. I'm like, wait a minute. Those are harness horses with people riding them. It looks funny because you're just not used to it.
3-5 favorite, Boston Post Road. Little unlucky the last couple of starts.
Unlucky or just not good enough?
Maybe just not good enough. Had that last race been a little longer, she would have been your winner.
I guess.
We'll see if 7 furlongs is right up her alley. Let's go upstairs. John Embrial, the call of the pumpkin pie here, Belmont at the Big A.
They're all in line. And they're off in the Pumpkin Pie Stakes. It was a hesitant beginning for number 5, Glass Ceiling, and she trails. Oksana out first. The favorite, Boston Post Road, moves up, down at the rail. Then comes Dr. B in the red cap in third, followed by Corey in fourth. Movie Moxie, big long shot on the outside, is fifth, and Glass Ceiling, after that slow start, is the trailer in sixth, about 6 lengths from the lead. And the leader is Oksana by a head. Boston Post Road now moves right alongside after a quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Boston Post Road and Oksana, they are right together. Dr. B just behind them in third. Corey, the gray, down at the rail. Then Movie Moxie, Glass Ceiling continues to trail. They're midway around the far turn. It is Boston Post Road and Oksana as Dr. B now makes her move on the outside. So it's 3 of them across. Corey runs in fourth. Glass Ceiling has moved up a spot into fifth. Movie Moxie is the trailer. The half mile in 47 seconds. Boston Post Road has the lead now. Boston Post Road by 2. Dr. B on the outside. Oksana is back running in third. Glass Ceiling is in fourth. It is Boston Post Road, and on the outside, Dr. B. Boston Post Road with the lead. Dr. B is in second, and it is Boston Post Road to win it under Flavien Prat. Dr. B was second at a big break. Back to Oksana and Glass Ceiling.
Boston Post Road, Flavien Prat, aggressive early and able to hold off. Nice run here from Dr. B.
It's one of the real strengths of Flavien Prat. He sensed that they were going slowly, and he wasn't afraid to ride the 2 in a manner, which was a little surprising given the way she's run before. He put her on the inside. He got her in the race. He made sure he wasn't going to get into trouble. He rode the best horse like she was the best horse. I'll say something. Dr. B, ran a terrific race to be second, because this is a very quick race. This race is significantly faster from a timing perspective at a furlong less than the Kelso will get a much faster fig. And Dr. B ran a winning race here. She just ran to a horse that ran a little bit better than she did. But if you bet her at 6-1, I don't say it's a tough beat, but you made a good bet. The glass ceiling didn't break, right? And that's a bad sign.
2, 4, 6, 5. Odds-on favorite at 3-5 here. Little bit of hope alive that there's still someone alive in this big 6.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Most of us rooting for the carryover.
Aren't you surprised there were 2 odds-on favorites after the first leg? Right?
Yeah, a little bit.
And one of them actually won.
Boston Post Road with the victory. 3rd win of her career for Chad Brown, owner Peter Brandt, and Flavien Prat. At a short price here. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. And the Grade 3 Bold Ruler is next from Belmont at the Big A.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Standing at Gainesway.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
We are back at America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on a great Saturday of action here at Belmont at the Big A. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Naira Bets. Get signed up and started at nairabets.com. Boston Post Road. Impressive today after 2 near misses, runner-ups the last 2 starts.
Right. Well, one way, a horse has a little hang, put on the lead, makes a run. I think she ran very well here. I know Dr. B made it close, but I think they both ran well. That is an extraordinarily fast time on today's racetrack, 1:23.3. I won't be surprised if this number gets a buyer figure, the high 90s to 100. It's a quick race.
$3.30 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Okay, Greg. I'm going to get Flavien Prat in a second here, as soon as he finishes talking to Chad Brown's assistant, Dan Stubb. Hey, how are you? Flavien Prat here with Boston Post Road. Flavien, a horse that some people, including myself, question, was there a little bit of hang in her? And you mitigated that by just putting her on the lead today.
Yeah, absolutely. She jumped well, plus with the one hole, I didn't want to get in a bad spot, so she broke well, get me into the race, and I was traveling well all the way around. And yeah, she was probably a bit better on the lead where they come at her than the other way around.
Now, I want to ask you quickly about a horse to have a date with next week, next Saturday. The highest rated horse in the world, Flightline. Take us through what it's like to be on the back of such a brilliant animal.
No, I mean, listen, it's been a great journey. It's really fun to ride him. I try to enjoy it as much as I can because, I mean, as you say, he's probably one of the best horse we ever seen in America. So I'm really trying to enjoy it. I think John Sadler has done a tremendous job with him to point him to the right direction every time. And Juan Leva, you know, in the morning he's been a bit of a strong head and he's getting much better. So it's fun. It's going into the right direction, and I mean, really I'm grateful for it.
When you're a statue out there, though, do you get time to just like think about what's happening during the race, or the race against the clock, I should say, in his case?
Well, not in the race. I mean, I obviously, you know, try to, you know, be focused on the job and everything. But yeah, I mean, in between races, I really try to, you know, watch replay and try to really enjoy as much as I can and really appreciate what he's been doing for us.
Everyone appreciates it, and congratulations to you here with Boston Post Road. Best of luck with the date with Flightline next Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat, he'll be aboard Maras coming up in the co-featured Grade 3 Bold Ruler. Greg, all this momentum has to get you excited about the Breeders' Cup, right?
Can't wait. We can talk about it all day long until we get to it next week, and we'd still have more to say. But obviously, that's the horse everyone's keyed in on with so many superstars, and Flavien Prat has been a tremendous fit.
Yeah, I think Breeders' Cup for any of the riders is extremely exciting. You've got multiple opportunities in big purse, important races. The real spotlight's on you, so it has to be exciting for riders. And then to be in that position where you're riding a horse that is, you know, he's one of the better horses we've seen over the last 20 or so years, maybe even longer, potentially. He's got to do a lot more to put him in the class of some of the greats that some people want to compare him to. But he's a very, very unusually exciting horse.
Biggest figure we've seen in about 2 decades.
Yeah, I think he ran faster numbers than Ghost Sapper ran. I don't think we've seen numbers like his, I want to say, since the like of Skip Away and Formal Gold, and then Gentleman and Will's Way were kind of in that group. And these are some horses that don't get the credit they deserve. They were incredibly good, fast horses.
Grade 3 Bold Ruler, Jackson Traveler was the 7-2 modest morning line favorite. 2-1 right now. We'll see if that holds up in a wide open sprint on the card. Our feature race is coming up next. We're going to look ahead to the Breeders' Cup and Haskell winner Cyberknife. It's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile for this Brad Cox runner. We'll preview his chances coming up.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
and it's Life is Good off the turn with a 2.5-length lead. Ginobili full out in second. On the inside, 8 Rings is third. They're coming past the 16th pole. It's Life is Good, and this colt is incredible. Life is Good. Won it by 6 lengths over Ginobili.
Incredible indeed. What a year Life is Good had. And we knew after this start, all eyes were on the Classic going forward. The moment has come. It's a week away. Unfortunately for him, and maybe not, but a horse has come around who is a generational type horse. And this is the showdown all year long that everyone has been looking forward to, seeing Life is Good and Flightline go at it.
Yeah, no, and then you add in the 3-year-olds. And it's always better for racing when the 3-year-olds have a chance to be competitive in the big races, because it used to be the 3-year-olds would run in races like the Marlboro Cup, the Woodward, the Jock Club Gold Cup. Now it's basically the only race, the Breeders' Cup races, the only race that older horses take shots to youngers against olders.
Only multiple Grade 1 winner in the 3-year-old division this year.
Cyberknife. No, Taba. Taba won the San Diego Derby and the Pennsylvania Derby.
Before the Pennsylvania Derby. I wasn't done talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was actually, but I wasn't for purposes of what you just said. But yeah, going before that race was Cyberknife, and now he's going to cut back in distance. He was choosing between the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and the Classic, going to the Dirt Mile.
Jack Christopher's only won Grade 1 this year. That's right. Right? Yeah. I mean, I have only started working on these races, and I'm putting together the data, so I haven't gone through. But I don't see why Cyberknife isn't a player in this race. I think he's been terrific. I got to watch the Pennsylvania Derby. He might not have had the best of trips that day. He's been a terrific performer, and he's definitely a player. Obviously, Cody's Wish is tough. The one thing he's got on Cody's Wish, we don't know that Cody's Wish is going to be as effective when he goes to those 2-turn races. He's been better in the 1-turn races, but it might also be that he's just maturing.
Now, this horse, Brad Cox always felt had a world of talent, and in that Haskell, he put it all together. In the Travers, wound up a distant second to Epicenter when Epicenter just stamped himself as a clear-cut leader of this division.
Yeah, but you take Epicenter out of the race, and he ran a Classic of Travers that was fast enough to win a number of Travers we've run. He held off Zandon, who I think is going to be a very interesting player in our Cigar Meyer. Rich Strike, who came back and backed that race up with his good performance when he finished second in the Wayne Lucas Classic. Epicenter was just too good for them, but it's not like Cyberknife. He never runs a bad race at this point, right? He just keeps running good races.
Well, there he is, and someone who's been instrumental in his development. A lot of people in racing, certainly everyone in that barn of Brad Cox, their thoughts are with Katie Tolbert right now. Serious injury, suffered to her left leg Friday at Churchill Downs. She was actually transported by ambulance to the University of Louisville Hospital for treatment. An unraced 2-year-old that she was aboard suddenly reared up, standing close proximity to that outer rail in the home stretch, and then threw her into a grandstand box seat railing. And training was halted for about 40 minutes while medical personnel attended to the emergency. She truly has gotten a ton of credit for the work that she has done with Cyberknife.
No, and for the barn in general, and we all wish her a speedy recovery. And obviously, it's a serious injury. Always could be worse, but you hope for the best.
Yeah, was a regular exercise rider for Essential Qualities, well-champion 3-year-old. So she's an important part of that barn for Brad Cox, so we hope for a speedy recovery. Sure. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Feature race on this Saturday card coming up. Grade 3 Bold Ruler, and that is our current 2-1 favorite, Jackson Traveler. Can that speed of his return? We'll be back.
Racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Bold Ruler along the inside in second position. Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Secretariat now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Pente just hand-riding him under the wire. He takes this in power by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was. Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
Prestigious stall to have the honor of residing in, and that's now Run Happy's home. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Bold Ruler, not just a superstar on the track, was a leading sire in North America from 1963 to 1969, and then of course 73 as well. And you saw Secretariat among those he produced.
I mean, he's considered, I believe, one of the greatest stallions in American history. I mean, the last Bold Ruler sell at public auction was Wajima, who sold for $600,000. In the early 70s, that was an enormous amount of money. He ended up being 3-year-old champion over the Derby winner, Foolish Pleasure.
This year's edition of the Bold Ruler, that horse right there is the horse to beat. Jackson Traveler, last time out though on the dirt, did not show that typical speed that has made him successful in the past. Will we see that today? Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I don't know that we do, Greg. And it's true. He is best on the engine. It's just something that is very apparent throughout Jackson Traveler's career. And with the presence of a horse like Miraz as well as Greeley and Ben, does that happen? Now, look, here in the paddock, he looks great. He looks like the horse to beat. I mean, there's some other good-looking types turned out here, but I really like what I'm seeing from Jackson Traveler. I just don't know how, at a short price, you can take him given the dynamics that are looking to play out on paper. As we'll take a look at one of those other speed horses in number 5, Greeley and Ben. This is one hunk of an 8-year-old. I mean, he's as wide as he is tall. He's so quarter horse, frame, running in thoroughbred races or bred to be a thoroughbred. I like him though. He's my kind of horse. He's earned that $750,000 the hard way with 21 career wins. He looks great here. I could not ask for anything better from this horse. Yeah, he's going to have to find some of his better races, which haven't happened lately. But last time he took a ton of pace pressure, and the horse Morello, who beat him, obviously didn't come back to run well here in the Kelso when going longer. He was able to sit off of it. So I totally respect Greeley and Ben here in this Bold Ruler, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Here's our post parade, and here is Chad Summers Miraz, who was a distant third to elite power last start after showing speed.
Yeah, I'm going to have to improve off that effort to win here, but maybe the controlling speed has to break sharply, though.
Multiple graded stakes winner, the 8-year-old drafted.
He's finally getting into a sprint where he's got some pace to run at, and that's rarely happened for him. He's my top choice, definite top choice.
Factor it in, the gray, he comes in from Laurel.
Too big a price. He is in very good form.
Here's Jackson Traveler, 5-2 favorite.
I think he's a horrendous favorite in here. It's a Ryder Ortiz money. His recent form is not good enough to win. He's not a bad horse. I just think at a short price, it's a bad game.
Been a fun horse to watch. Greeley and Ben, 21-time winner from 36 starts.
Right, I'm not going to knock a 21 for 36, but his recent races are not fast enough.
Steinbeck won a 3 in the race for Norm Cash, who provided the biggest upset of the day today.
I mean, he was very much with the track when he won in the dirt. When he won 2 back going short, I don't know why he was in that race last time, but he's going to have to run back to that and then some.
Strongest of the Norm Cash contenders here, Eastern Bay.
Yeah, he ran second. Someone had to be second last time, but he is in good form.
He's an 18-time winner as well. Here's running son of a gun, Kendrick Carmouche.
You got to love this horse. Sentimentally, I'm rooting for him. He keeps showing up with good races every time.
Oh, he looks great right now, and he's become the favorite. Repo Rocks, he's got some figures that fit against this group.
100%. He's a 19-to-1 shot that has races that fit. I don't know that he's much less likely to be effective in here as Jackson Traveler, who's a 5-2 co-favorite.
Yeah, and Jalen Journey, who at one time might have been a favorite in this race, that form has tailed off.
Yeah, his recent race is just not good enough, but you can say the same thing about the trainer's horse that just won the Kelso.
7 minutes to post here. Grade 3 Bold Ruler, our feature, co-feature on this Saturday card. 7 minutes to post coming up. And you can play it, of course, with Naira Bets. If you've not already done it, get signed up, started just in time for the Breeders' Cup. You'll get that free $25 play as a sign-up bonus, in addition to that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in the code CUP25 at sign-up at NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this race here coming up. 7 minutes to post. Grade 3 Bold Ruler. With more on this one, Greeley and Ben, it's been a treat to watch. We've had the treat of seeing him several times on our program. 21-time winner, Greeley and Ben. Let's go to Maggie.
We've seen him in New York. We've seen him at Oakland. We've seen him at Churchill. And a man to my right, Gerald Bromwitz, you've been in a line of many owners, but what about Greeley and Ben? I mean, obviously that race record that you went in for the $40,000 for him up at the spa 2 back.
Oh, he's just a really classy horse. He's a fun horse. He always tries all the time, and he has a lot of heart, guts, a lot of soul. He'll put his head down in the stretch, and he'll keep battling on. He's one of those warriors that's, you know, what you always look for, and that's what you want.
Just the heart and soul of racing and this industry. And Daryl, as we were discussing, you have made your way in this game and claiming horses. You never won a graded stake. Could today be the day?
Hopefully that's what we're here for. It's a dream come true. I don't want to get all choked up, but if it happens, I will definitely get choked up. It'll be something very, very special. Something definitely belongs on a resume, especially for myself and more importantly for Jeff.
And you're always here. You're always supporting the game. So I wish you the best of luck, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Let's go Greeley.
I agree. Let's go Greeley, Greg. How can you not be a fan of this horse?
He's an easy one to root for, and that would be a great moment to get your first graded stakes win, to do it on this circuit. 21-1, that is a pretty big price on this horse.
It is, but his recent races aren't fast enough to win here. And you look at this Mr. Prospector, and listen, he lost by 3/4 lengths to horse I picked. Now, I also think his form at this time was better. Also, it's a different scenario in here, and he ran well, in this race, but his race behind Morello is not getting it done, and Morello was awful today. And his race when he beat Happy Farm by a neck is not getting it done. He is a very cool horse, and the last thing I'm looking to do is knock him. Just right now, where he is in his career, in this spot, he's tough to make. But if you like him at 20-1, you should bet him. And it doesn't diminish what a terrific career he's had.
No, he's been incredible. Gets run down here by Drafted, who's going to be one of the many in this field that have better races than him. And as you said, he was better then. He seems like he's tailed off a little bit. But look, he's at a grade 3. These are deep waters for him.
He's 20-1. If you like him, you bet him. The last thing we're going to do is talk you off big-priced horses.
He could certainly get a piece of it.
Well, a lot of horses can. I don't disagree. I think right now, all you're supposed to do is bet against Jackson Traveler at 5-2. But he'll probably win, but I don't like it.
Here's the horse you just saw run down, Greeley and Ben, in that Mr. Prospector. Drafted, who's had the biggest race of his career. That grade 3 toboggan was otherworldly, and it came on this racetrack. It was a muddy track that day, and it was all the way back in February. That was sensational.
But muddy and harrowed, not a sealed track. And he was in good form. And I think one of the things that has affected him in his races is he just seems to continuously get into slow-paced races. And he's finally getting a race where it looks like they should be moving a bit up front. And for a horse that has no speed, that's an advantage. And this is a horse that has been compromised repeatedly in his races. So I think that gives him a chance. He's 9-1. I thought about picking the 8 in this race, but I don't need to pick a horse. It's going to be one of the favorites. I'd rather take a horse at a much better price. I'm alive in the 2, 3, and 8. I made some small pick 3s in the last race.
He is a money machine. 8 years old. He's won over $300,000 already this year. With more on Drafted, let's go back to Maggie.
He's the millionaire in this crew, Greg. And Andy, I don't want to piggyback you, but I am going to take Drafted here because it's the first time in a long time where it looks as though there could be some pace. Now, I do want to point out that if you have the same PPs I do, it does not list that he wore front wraps. He did. He did indeed wear front wraps in that start back here at Aqueduct. He's wearing them once again here. And as I always say, the surface here at the Big A can be a little bit more abrasive to horses who might have that propensity to run down. So he's worn them in the past. I just wanted to point it out that if you're looking at the same PPs I am, then it was missed in the chart call. Moving on to one of the horses that could hopefully provide the base for Drafted to run into is Miraz, and he's second off of that layoff, and he's returned to the work tab since that third place effort up at the Spa with some very quick workouts. So you would have to think from the inside post they will be running and gunning, and he looks like a total out and out sprinter. He is just a smaller, very short couple kind of round ball of a horse. Now, he's fairly quiet. I don't know how he behaved in that race in Saratoga. I was not in the paddock that day, but looks fit. We'll see. Does he kind of physically class up to some of the others in here? Not necessarily, and that could be indicated on form, too. As I want to give a quick shout-out to the 7 here. Eastern Bay ran second behind Elite Power and in front of Drafted. He's one, too, that's going to capitalize on any pace up front heating up. And we've seen Norm or Lynn, whichever, he said, call me Lynn. When I interviewed him last time, Cash, he took down the other graded stakes in a big blow-up fashion earlier on the card in the Kelso. This horse looks great. I mean, he's one that's returning off a somewhat short layoff, but we've seen Mr. Cash do very well when running his horses. He runs his horses, and they seem to deliver for him. Greg?
Yeah, to the tune of 42-1 in the Kelso earlier today at Double Crown to start off the pick 6 carryover.
I am shocked that running Son of a Gun is 2-1. It just doesn't feel like a race that should probably have a 2-1 shot, does it?
Not at all.
And I'm not. I like his chance. I think he has a good chance in here, but that just seems like an awfully short price in this race.
He was 9-2 morning line, 3-year-old facing older company. He's coming, as you said, he's faced Jack Christopher. He's faced Gunite, Charge It, who was sensational in his Dwyer. I mean, he's tackled tough 3-year-olds. I got to say, he looks sensational, too.
He's a very nice horse.
There he
but
is.
he also lost to Scaramouche last time, who isn't as good as the other horses. And he's not winning those races. Listen, I picked him second. I like his chances. I just have trouble taking anybody at a short price in here. I think horses like Drafted and Factored In are just better bets at bigger prices in here. We'll see how it works out. I wish him the best. I'd love to see him win for the Connections. They like the Connections, good people, and I hope they do well with him. I just think from a gambling standpoint, he's a little on the short side.
Meanwhile, this horse, the 4, he had opened up as a 2-1 favorite. Now he is up to 3-1 on the board. He's the second choice still, and that's the question with him. Where are we going to see him placed early on in this race?
Yeah, I believe he'll be second or third. It depends how much speed horses like Greeley and Ben and Steinbeck show. Because they're the tertiary speeds behind Miras. Now, maybe Miras gets completely left and can't get through on the inside, but there's a lot of ifs there. Miras is a very quick horse and is supposed to be in front in this race.
And we both thought the 9 Repo Rocks very intriguing. He's 25-1 right now.
He's too big a price right now.
We are set. Grade 3, Bold Ruler. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
All in the gate. And they're off. And it is Jackson Traveler right out for the lead. Miras now moves up at the rail to challenge, and the two of them are heads apart. Miras takes the lead. Jackson Traveler is running next in second. And now moving up in between horses is Grilly and Ben to grab third. On the far outside is Repo Rocks. Pass there by Steinbeck. Down at the rail is Factor It In. Then comes Running Son of a Gun. A break of 3 back to Eastern Bay, who runs in 8th. 4 more lengths to Drafted in 9th. And Jalen Journey trails the field in 10th. The quarter was run in 22 and 2/5 seconds. It is Miras leading here by a head. On the outside and moving up there is Eastern Bay. In between horses, it's Grilly and Ben. Running Son of a Gun is on the far outside. Here comes Running Son of a Gun now to go up and grab a narrow lead. Running Son of a Gun is there. Grilly and Ben along with Steinbeck. And out in the middle of the track, here comes Eastern Bay. It is Running Son of a Gun. Eastern Bay down towards the rail. Grilly and Ben along with Factor It In. They come on for the finish, and it is going to be a photo finish between Running Son of a Gun and Eastern Bay in the Grade 3 Bold Ruler.
Norm Cash provided the hugest upset of the day. May have got another one here with Eastern Bay. Running Son of a Gun. Eastern Bay, the 7 and 8 in a photo finish.
We'll wait to see them run down the stretch. It appeared to be very close. It did feel like maybe Running Son of a Gun. Gainley got there. The 3-horse down on the inside, not quite good enough. He got a fabulous ride. Is that Drafted coming at the end? But it did feel like it's hard. Yeah, it does feel like the 8. Yeah, the 8 kind of stuck he didn't even lose the bob there. A nice close finish. That was a very, very quick pace, and it just buried. And really in Ben, by the way, he lost by about a length, finishing 5th. He ran very, very, actually, I think he finished 4th. I think the Drafted was 5th in there, but it does feel like Running Son of a Gun. And, you know, it's just a nice story. The Toscanos have just, the whole family has been such a big part of New York racing for a long, long time. And all really nice people at the track a lot, and claim this horse for $40,000. They get themselves a Grade 3 win in a $200,000 race. It's just a nice moment for them, and a very close race, but it does appear that he got his nose down in front of a very, very game number 7 in this race, Eastern Bay.
These Cash horses, they came to play this afternoon, didn't they?
Fortunately for me, I needed 8-3.
Running Son of a Gun. I mean, he gets past here and is able to re-rally and we think get this win.
Yeah, he got I think he did. Yeah. It felt like look at there, he like stuck his neck out. Can you see that? It felt like it got to a bob, and then right before the wire, it's like he stuck his neck out farther. Can we watch that again, guys? I mean, I know we've seen it 80 times, but it's like he stuck his neck out farther to get it done. That's actually a pretty cool shot.
And unofficially, it has been posted. Running Son of a Gun, your winner, 8-7-3-5. Running Son of a Gun beating Older Company and getting a Grade 3 victory, his first stakes win.
Okay, he's the one that's him in the blue cap, okay? Because you can't see the 7 right now. He's on the far outside. And watch as they're sort of going, because it feels like it's going to be a head bob, right? At this point, the 7 gets in front, he's in front, and then right in here, let's see this. He kind of reaches out, right? He kind of just sticks that nose in front. Nice shot. Yeah, nice win.
He got that heart and that will to get to that wire first. He knew he was in a dogfight.
He got it done, but in 5 horses a length apart. He got it done at 5-2, but still.
5-2, Running Son of a Gun. John Toscano, state of Scott Zimmerman, Kendrick Carmouche, good for him with a big graded stakes victory. We'll be back with prices next.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, Halloween weekend. Our program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting, as we showed you earlier in the program. Standing legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Running son of a gun. He looks sensational in the lead up to the race. And he runs to his looks here, out-dueling a big effort from Eastern Bay to get the first stakes win of his career. It's a graded stakes win as well.
Yeah, it was a fast race, too. I wonder if the track may have sped up a little bit because this race came in extremely fast as well. So I'm wondering if maybe the track sped up from earlier today. But what an exciting race. And what a cool horse.
Yeah, take a look at our Run Happy photo finish. I mean, you don't see that a lot. He got passed mid-stretch by Eastern Bay. Who was outside and
he was going by him, really. No, this was a very game effort, and this is one almost like when he saw the horse, he was able to fight back, and he really ran well in here, and he was relatively close to the quick pace. I mean, think about the kind of runs they made. Eastern Bay came from way back. The number 2 came from way back in there. Both he and Factor In were fairly close to the pace.
8-7-3 running son of a gun. The 4th win of his career. He's 3 for 4. On this surface at Aqueduct, and a big one, obviously, here. This is a horse who broke his maiden for 40 maiden claiming.
What a
both
claim.
of our big stakes, right? Horses that were claimed for $40,000.
And what a job. Look at what he's done. It's only the 2nd one off the claim, but, he's got to have made since that claim was his only start this year. I'm sorry, it was claimed after. So all the money he's made was after the claim. And with this, he's won $350,000 this year. What a great claim. It's exciting.
Fun story. Yeah. And a gun runner. Continuing dominance at stud. Let's head downstairs to Maggie for more on this victory.
This not only was a narrow victory, Greg, but a very emotional one at that. And pleased to be joined by the widow of the late Scott Zimmerman, Karen, here, as well as John Toscano, trainer of Running Son of a Gun. John, I literally feels like yesterday that Scott was saying, Mag, I think this was the best claim of my life.
It really was. We just got lucky with him, but, he's been training so well, and we had to take a shot. I tried with the older guys. He's been running with 3-year-olds, and those 3-year-olds are pretty tough he's been running with, so let's take a shot with the older guys, and he came through for us. It was close, but we got it anyway.
He was so game, though. He literally stuck his nose out to put it there first.
He looked like he was headed, and then when he saw the other horse go by him, he'd come back again. Luckily, the wire come up in time.
Karen, and just kudos to you for keeping the stable going. And for a horse like this, you almost have to.
Yes, I don't know what to do, so I'm just going with it. That's all. I'm going with it.
This is for Scotty.
That's what he would do. I think he would want me to just keep going, I guess.
I think you made the right decision. John, massive congratulations with this Bold Ruler win.
Thank you.
All right, Running Son of a Gun for the late Scott Zimmerman. Truly, this one's in his memory, guys.
Well, touching story, no question. And it means that much more to have this horse put in this kind of performance and get this victory against a very good group.
Absolutely. So, no, listen, there's a lot of stories to every race. And most of them we don't know. But in this case, we know the Toscanos, they're around the racetrack, and a lot of people know them and root for them. Easy to root for, and this is a cool story. It's not like they have a stable full of really good horses, but they've got a very good horse, and to have claimed him, and they've made $350,000 he's made in purses this year. What a great job. Congrats to them. And I'll tell you what, we've got 4 horses covered. 1, 4, 6, 7 are covered. Let's do the quick parlay here. We got about 500 and change. We have a little over 2,000, let's say 2,200. We've got about 33 and about, let's say 3,500. Let's give it 4 rounded up. We're at about 14,000 for $2. So it's not that big after a couple of logical results, right?
Meanwhile, how about a gun runner that originally sold for just $16,000. John Toscano says he calls him the ugly duckling. He was one of the few gun runners that didn't look beautiful going through the auction ring. Wound up claiming him for $40,000, and now they've had a tremendous run with him.
Just tremendous, and credit to them, because this is a horse that, he got a 50. He was claimed the race before for $30,000. He got a 50 buyer that day. a lot of people would say they were foolish to have claimed his next start, where he happened to get a 75 buyer, to be honest with you. I mean, I'll tell you what, I didn't think it was a smart claim. I mean, it was not just a smart claim, it was a great claim. Wishing the best of luck. So 1, 4, 6, 7 are covered. Well, the 4 never wins.
The pick 6 carryover,
the 6 can't win.
Mile and a 16th on the turf, 50,000 starter allowance. You said the 6 cannot win.
I mean, I guess anyone can win. I don't know how he's going to win. He had the goldest of gold rails in a mile, and I guess that scratch in the 12 helped him. He's a tough horse to like. I mean, St. Joe Louis is 1 win in 6 seconds in 10 starts. He's been favored in every one of his starts. He lost 4 times for trainer Chad Brown at tracks outside of NYRA as an odds-on favorite. He gets the winner's circle. I'll be ripping up my tickets the next time, if ever he gets the winner's circle. Relate, took a bias last time, walked in the front end, don't get him.
Of that group, I would say the 7 has the best shot to win. What do you think?
Yes, I had the 7 pick 5th. No, I had the 4. I had him 4th. I just don't think he ever wins. But yeah, the 4 and 7, I guess. But yeah, I would agree. You and I both like the 2 Sonic Speed. I picked the race 2, 10, 13.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Sonic Speed right now taking a little money down to 7-1. He was 10-1 morning line in this spot. This is going to close out this card. Pick 6 follow along. It started out with some major fireworks. 42-1 to begin it. And earlier on in the card, the Awad Stakes. 2-year-olds on the turf. Freedom Trail from off the pace with the victory.
Yeah, this was a very contentious pace up front. A very tough beat for the second place finisher who got engaged in the pace of the horse who I believe ended up finishing well back in there. That's the horse in yellow. But coming on the outside, gets it done. Now 2 for 2 for trainer John Terranova. Getting it done. Bunched finish, too.
Just gobbling up ground there. Widest of everybody. Son of Collected for Gatsa Stables, Randy Hill.
He's just gotten 2 races in a row that fell apart in the late stages, and I imagine we'll see more of him in the spring. Excuse me.
Well, as mentioned, pick 6, it began at the grade 2 Kelso. And Baby Yoda, odds-on favorite in this spot, we thought might be vulnerable. And then we were watching the race, we thought, well, we were wrong. He's going to go on to win easily. And then here comes Double Crown with J.D. Acosta.
Yeah, we were right. He was vulnerable. Just wrong about every single other thing that happened in the race. Because this is I don't know how you come up with this winner if you had him. And if you're alive in the pick 6, good luck. I'm alive in some pick 3s rooting against you. But you're alive for a lot more money than I am. So good luck. But this was a tough horse. I mean, I have to imagine that the horses that are alive, assuming they're not somebody's random number sequence, used all in this race, wouldn't you say?
I'd say more. Would you say he was a tough horse to have?
It's a very tough horse to have. I'm saying
near impossible.
Oh, he's impossible for me. I was being generous. I'm saying people alive, you'd think they used all unless it's just a random number sequence that's alive.
42-1, and hats off to this barn. I mean, just missing again in the Bold Ruler.
Yeah.
With Eastern Bay.
They take shots. They're not afraid to take shots. And today was a good day and almost a great day.
So if the 1, 4, 6, or 7 does not win, we have a double carryover into a mandatory payout day with this card on Empire Showcase Day on Sunday.
It's a 10-race card, so the 10th race is not a stake? No, the 10th is a stake.
Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, the 10th is a Sleepy Hollow. So we've got 8 stakes on that card.
I don't think we had enough room.
Yes. Well, it will be races 5 through 10, starting with the Mohawk. I don't think tomorrow's car was easy. I had trouble getting to these races.
Well, Empire Distaff. Look at the field that will line up here.
I like this.
In this Philly Mare division.
It's a good betting race. I don't like Let Her Inspire You or Brattle House.
Brattle House. 2-1 morning line favorite. And that spot going a mile and an eighth. Going to be a fun card. Showcasing these New York breds on Empire Showcase Day. Will we have a double pick 6 carryover? We just might, but not if this one wins. Relate for Todd Pletcher. Will bring speed to the party with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
War Down
Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. With wins in both the northern and southern hemispheres, Blue Stripe has a race record and pedigree to succeed anywhere on the globe. A Group 1 winner in her native Argentina, Blue Stripe kicked off the year with a win in the Grade 2 Santa Margarita.
Blue Stripe to take care of it in the Santa Margarita. Wins it by a length and a half.
Following a runner-up finish in the Grade 2 Santa Maria, she drove clear in the Grade 1 Clement L. Hirsch, beating a field with multiple Grade 1 winners for owner Pozo de Luna and trainer Marcelo Polanco.
Blue Stripe and Hector Berrio have won the Grade 1 Clement L. Hirsch.
Blue Stripe is a half-sister to the sensational multiple Grade 1 winner and Breeders' Cup Distaff champion, Blue Prize, out of Argentinian Group 2 winner, Blues for Sale. Grade 1 winner, Blue Stripe, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with TaylorMade Sales agent.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event, taking place on Sunday, November 6th, after the Breeders' Cup. Where will you be? Getting set for the nightcap coming up on this Saturday card here in South Ozone Park. Mile and a 16th outer turf, 50,000 starter allowance, and there is the favorite, Relate for Todd Pletcher. That results the 6-horse in this pick 6 getting hit. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
No problems with Relate here. He looks great and likely to be the pace, though. Let's check in with a horse that could be sitting right off of him from the rail. He's at #1, inflation adjusted. Yeah, he looks a little bit modest on paper, to be fair, but sometimes you catch these horses in the right upswing, as he's just a 3-year-old. He's won half of his career starts, where many of these have only won 2 or just even 1. And he just is one that caught my eye at a big price and goes out first time off the claim for a ever dangerous turf trainer in Mike Maker. It just confident, superb coat to him, great flesh, and he's drawn favorably towards the inside. Like I said, I don't love him on form, but I think there's ways that you can find a reason to like inflation adjusted, also based upon his physicality, as #4, St. Joe Louis, from the former Chad Brown horse to the current one. When I last saw him on August 25th up at Saratoga in a non-2 life for 50, keep in mind he's a 1 for 10 candidate here, and he's been running in tougher races previously. He was really, really wound up. I mean, he almost blew his race prior to even going in the stalls, and completely has done a 180 today. Really calm, really settled. he looks okay physically, but I almost think that this is a bit of a positive turn in the way that he's acting. He didn't give them any problems whatsoever getting the tack on, in which he did up in Saratoga, and I often wonder if that negative demeanor in that acting out sometimes is called by a horse not handling the heat well. As we'll also take a look at number 10, French Burrow. He's second off a layoff in which Shug opted to keep him in a similar spot on the dirt. But this is his preferred surface. He's moved forward from that effort. And Greg, he's one that another one that my eye was just immediately drawn to. He has a coat on him like it's the middle of July rather than the end of October.
And he's back on his preferred surface, second off a long layoff. We start with inflation adjusted, 14-1.
He got a very good trip to win last time, and this is a tougher spot, but he's a generous price at 14-1.
Sonic Speed in the Tom Morley barn.
I like his chances. He was 4 wide around the racetrack last time out, and he has been running races that are good enough to win here.
Hollywood Hellraiser, Peter Walder trains.
Just doesn't seem quick enough.
St. Joe Louis, Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Listen, he's 9-2 right now if you like him, but you look at this horse, favored in every one of his starts, and he's 1 for 10 with 6 seconds. Not my kind of the win slot.
Blinkers off 6- for Todd Pletcher.
A rare Todd Pletcher horse that's at least a bit of a price. I think he'll have to improve, but he got a good figure at Kentucky Downs.
His stablemate is not. He's the favorite at 3-1.
Yeah, I can talk more after the post parade, but he was very fortunate to even be second last time. Should have won, no excuse.
Royal Spirit results in this pick 6 getting hit as well, 8-1 Linda Rice.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think this horse is probably the likeliest win candidate, the ones who are alive.
Cagney, huge number, 43-1.
Yeah, for good reason, just not fast enough by a large margin.
Even bigger price. Sell something.
Ibid. Is that the term? Ibid? Same as above? What do you mean?
2 back, 1 at Saratoga in a soft spot.
Yeah, with a
at
fast
a big
pace.
number. French Burrow, Shug McGay, he caught Maggie's eye.
Like his chances, and he's just, he's second off a layoff. Dirt to turf, his turf horse makes a lot of sense.
Fatima's Blessing, trained by Chad Summers, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, I just didn't think he was good enough. His out-of-town races are not bad, but not for me.
And in from the also eligible list, Shin Sun, Barkley Tag.
I like his chances, too. I think this is a race that may fall apart in the late stages, and that could work in his favor. His last race, he broke slow. Now, he did save some ground in there when you need to save ground, but I think he makes a certain amount of sense near a lightly raced horse.
Yeah, to go against Dakota Gold in a stake last time out, part of that New York Stallion Stake Series. You can play this race, Breeders' Cup next weekend, and beyond with Naira Bets. Get a $25 free play, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there. Cup 25 at sign-up at NairaBets.com. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 3 minutes to post here on what's been a fun Saturday of action here in Belmont at the Big A.
I agree. Been really a lot of fun. Let's talk about the favorite here, the 6 Relate. On the surface of things, this is a horse that turned his career around when he went to the turf, right? Wasn't going anywhere on dirt, and he did. Beat a extremely weak field, Martinez, I think a lot of people are familiar with, than last time. There was a bunch of speed signed on paper. For some reason, this horse took a ton of money in that race. Private purchase going to Todd Pletcher, but from Mike Maker. And they just allowed this horse to absolutely crawl on the front end. On the gold rail, it's when the rails came down, when the rail was almost unbeatable. Now, Brazilian Air beat him. He too sat the rail behind him and beat him. Brazilian Air had some credentials, and in fairness, Brazilian Air came back this week to beat a field a little bit better at Keeneland, but he also did it walking on the front end, and I'm not sure it's not apples and oranges. He's got to go an extra half a furlong. Now, he was helped by the scratch in this race. The number 12, Coffre, was the other main speed. So he may wet away with a slow pace, but he's got to get an extra furlong, and half furlong. He couldn't have gotten a better setup last time, and I believe he's facing a significantly tougher field than he faced last time. He's 2-1. I just think he's as bad a gamble as you can find in horse racing. Could he win? I suppose, but I'm going to bet against this horse every single time I get an opportunity in these kind of scenarios. He is dressed up, he's not as good as he looks, and he's running against better horses.
Meanwhile, here's Royal Spirit, Linda Rice. 2 back was a winner. That was at Saratoga this summer in a race with St. Joe Louis, who was the runner-up that day.
He got an excellent ride that day by Irene, and a perfect trip to get it done, but at least he came back off the claim for Linda, who doesn't have great numbers off the claim on turf, and finished a good second to Reckless Spirit, who was the favorite in the race Relate was in, but got about as ridiculous a trip as you could get on that gold rail. So he had no shot that day and didn't necessarily run that much worse. He just had no shot with the trip he got. It makes a certain amount of sense. I still think that this is a more interesting race. I think you've got new faces, horses like Frenchboro, who's second off a layoff, the number 13, Shinsun. And I really do like Sonic Speed, who I know you like as well. I mean, he drew well, and this is a horse that didn't run that badly, and that inflation. Justin got this perfect trip. He was 4 wide legitimately around the racetrack last time. We'll see. Switching to Tom Morley, I think he's very dangerous, an extremely generous price at 10 to 1.
Took a little early money, but back up to his morning line at 10 to 1. Let's go back to Maggie.
We'll take a look at number 7 in here. That is Royal Spirit. He's kind of one of those funny horses that is very vocal. And every time, except for today, this horse has been talking and he just kind of walks in. And not that he acts up or acts suddish. He just makes it known that he's here. Didn't do that today. I don't know if that means absolutely anything. It's just a weird observation that I have when I'm doing these races and comparing notes. He looks fine physically. But again, too, he is one that has more wins than some others. And I agree with Andy. Well, I like Relate, and I can't fault him whatsoever physically. A short price on him. There's just so many other options in here, and horses that have more of a propensity to win. I mean, he is 1 for 6 in his lifetime with 3 seconds. And he got a big warm-up from Murad Ortiz, which you like to see with the speed horses. But at 2 to 1, I definitely look elsewhere. I landed on Frenchboro. He won me over from start to finish in these prelims, Greg.
Yeah, Frenchboro is obviously a turf horse. They didn't get turf. It was washed off, and his comeback put a line through that race.
Yeah.
And his figures on the grass, if he could take any kind of move forward now. And would you say this essentially this is his 4-year-old debut?
Yeah. I mean, no, I agree. He ran it just shows that Shug wanted to get a race into him last time. Came off the turf. He wasn't that big a price, or was a muddy track horse. There was pedigree to handle it. But more than that, I think Shug was happy to get a race into him. I agree. I think he's very logical there. I picked him 3rd, but I need the 210 or 13 to win here.
Again, 1, 4, 6, or 7. This pick 6 is hit. Everything else, we got a double carryover into a mandatory payout on Sunday. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off. Relate, 6-, inflation adjusted. St. Joe Louis, Cagney moves up on the outside, and Royal Spirit is now gaining ground in between horses as the field runs into the clubhouse turn, and it is Relate who has the lead. Royal Spirit is running in second in between horses. Inflation adjusted is down at the rail as the field heads for the backstretch now, and Relate is the leader after a quarter in 24 and 3. Cagney, Royal Spirit right together, second and third. Inflation adjusted runs in fourth. 6- is fifth. St. Joe Louis is next in sixth. Then comes Frenchboro next in seventh, followed by the Gray. Hollywood Hellraiser down at the rail in eighth. Sell Something is ninth. Then comes Fatima's Blessing in 10th, followed by Sonic Speed. And at the back of the pack is Shinsun in 12th. Half mile in 49 and 1. And it is still the favorite, Relate, who leads here by a head. Royal Spirit on the outside in second. The front two now kick away by 2 lengths. Inflation adjusted is in third. Cagney is dropping back, passed there by St. Joe Louis. Frenchboro is on the extreme outside. Then 6- and Hollywood Hellraiser as the field heads for home. It's Relate and Royal Spirit. Relate narrowly. Royal Spirit on the outside, inflation adjusted. In the pink silks is third. St. Joe Louis on the outside in fourth and gaining some ground as they move down for the 16th pole. It is Royal Spirit. Relate. Room on the inside for inflation adjusted. St. Joe Louis on the outside. 4 of them come to the finish together, and it looked like inflation adjusted got through to win it under Kendrick Carmouche. His 3rd win today.
Zero chance that this pick 6 was going to carry into the stretch. All 4 horses that resulted in getting hit were 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I mean, when you get the 8th pole and the 4 horses are well in front of the others, a lack of sense of urgency by the other horses, but maybe they just weren't good enough. St. Joe Louis actually confused people and thought for a chance he was going to win. but he doesn't want to win. You couldn't get it more your own way than Relate did. I mean, they're absolutely crawling around the racetrack, and he's just not very good, and he couldn't get a mile and 16th. And inflation adjusted. I mean, I didn't like him, but 11-1 gets the money here. Another terrific ride by Kendrick Carmouche, who's really riding at the top of his game.
I'm surprised this horse was covered.
Well, how about the fact that Irad Ortiz is hitting lefty, so he can drift out towards the 7. He comes off the rail, and Kendrick says, okay, I'll come through. But at the end of the day, Relate was never winning, finished 4th.
3-win day. Kendrick Carmouche, as you heard from John Imbrial, 11-1 to close things out on this Saturday afternoon here at Belmont at the Big A, in the pick 6 hit to the tune of $234,351. Someone had that 42-1 shot to begin it, and this 11-1 shot to end it, and everything else in between.
Yeah, congratulations to the person that hit it. Wow, I have a big tip of the cap. Not an easy one to hit. Congratulations. Very surprised this got hit. Very
1,
surprised.
4, 7, 6, all 4 that were covering this pick 6. Run 1, 2, 3, 4. Wouldn't be a bad super to have. And good for Kendrick. Big afternoon. Grade 3 win for him as well on Running Son of a Gun.
Yeah, he's had a terrific meet. He's really been riding very, very well. And nice day. Yeah, Running Son of a Gun, 3 wins in the card. Good day of racing. Nothing clever by me, but a good day of racing nonetheless.
No, it was a fun card, no question. Tomorrow, essentially the closing day of this Belmont at the Big A meet, which means we won't have a carryover, but we do have a mandatory payout in the pick 6.
And everything, pick 5s as well. Everything gets paid out tomorrow. Even though we're staying at Aqueducts, we're no longer at Belmont at the Big A.
Is there one horse you're looking forward to on that card tomorrow?
I can't remember, sorry.
Brise.
Watch Talking Horses. I'm looking forward to betting against the favorites in that race. I like Ice Princess and the Sunset Horse is the 2 in there.
Empire Classic, we're going to see Brise trying to get that mile and an 1/8 as well. This was the big shocker. Double Crown, 42-1 to start off the pick 6. Biggest reason this payoff was so large. Norm Cash, his runner just missed Eastern Bay in the Bold Ruler to Running Son of a Gun runner with Kendrick Carmouche, part of his 3-win afternoon. Coverage continues tonight, 7:30 Eastern, with the Breeders' Crown.